Okay, hello friends. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna go ahead and get started, but thank you so much for tuning in. Agatoki, Daniel, No P, Wake, good to see you guys. Hello Shinigami as well. Let me grab a fresh sheet of paper so I can start my timestamps as always. Alright, today is 2/25/2025. Wow, cool date today. I like that. Yo, is anyone watching the Lakers Mavs later? In about 6 hours, Luka Doncic will be playing his former team. I'm pretty excited. I don't watch basketball, but I'm gonna watch that game. So, you know, today's stream is not gonna go past... it's not gonna be longer than 6 hours. Okie doke, let's go ahead and get started. First, let me plug in my controller. Okay, that Windows sound, that was me. Don't worry, that was me. And cut the music. Thank you so much, music. That was, of course, the 807 Silent Street song, the Overworld theme. Alrighty, hello friends. Welcome to a Tuesday stream. Today we are discussing a lot of stuff. It's gonna be a pretty long discussion video. I'm gonna be going over every single skill, combo, you know, all of the burst abilities, beta abilities, literally everything, the whole skill tree. I'm gonna talk about every gear and exospine, and that's it. We're gonna talk about all those things. So buckle up, because it's going to be a good discussion. By the way, thank you so much for tuning in. Agatoki, Daniel Yang, No P, Wake, Shinigami, Jackie, The Sage, Hello Gear. Thank you guys for being here. Oh, by the way, a little update on me. I'm going on vacation in case... Yeah, because I only announced it really in the Discord a little bit and in our last members stream. But I'm going on vacation from mid-March to mid-April, so I'm gonna be gone for a whole month. Hello, Daji2 Kim. So yeah, the plan is we're gonna do our 1-year anniversary stream right before I leave, and then while I'm gone, you know, I'm traveling to the Philippines. While I'm abroad, I'm not gonna be able to. I mean, I can stream from console, but like, I might do like 2 streams or something in that month. So I'm basically gonna be AFK. For quite a while, but I'll keep you guys posted in the Discord, and maybe I'll make some community posts. But yeah, I'm going to a concert. I'm very excited. I know you're all dying to talk to a babe like me, so that's Yuffie talking to Sid. Let's go ahead and jump into Stellar Blade, shall we? Did I fix my save? I did. Okay, so it is reverted. Nice. Okay. This is my first time in one of your live streams. Love your videos. Have fun at the concert. Thank you. I appreciate that, Sage. And thank you for making it to a live stream. Yeah, I'm here 3 days a week. Every Thursday, well, every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And then I usually stream on Sundays, but recently it's been a members exclusive stream. So if anyone would like to join the member streams, it's $2 a month. That's the cheapest tier. And you also get a bunch of awesome emojis as well as member badges. Plus, we have like a special chat in the Discord server as well. But the VODs, however, the VODs for the... Like right now we're playing Rebirth. I'm going to make the VODs public right after pretty much. Like the next day I'm going to make them public. Or whenever I remember to. Like once the timestamps are done. That way people who aren't channel members can also just watch them. Thank you for the $2. Hello, how do I play in Japanese? So If you want to play in Japanese, you need to own a Japanese disc copy, or you can make a free Japanese account on, you know, the Japanese PSN, and then buy the game digitally that way. But I would recommend just getting a digital copy if you have, you know, if you have a disc drive. So as you can see, I have Japanese here available, because I'm playing on a Japanese disc. Alright. So I think that for our kind of review rankings, we should just jump into a maximum new game plus, I guess. That'd be the easiest way. If I just jump into boss challenge, we can then see everything. However, and we also get the 807 music this way, so this is cool. However, I can't jump into, like, if in case I wanted to show something, would I want to do that? Possibly. Maybe I would. Let me, you know what? Let me boot up a game instead. Ooh, but then I wouldn't have everything unlocked. You know what? I'll start, because we're going to start with the skill tree. I'm going to talk about the skill tree first, and then later when we get to the gears and the exospines, then I'll jump over to boss challenge. So that's what we'll do. You have 3 different versions. Nice, same here. I have my American copy, disc copy. I have a Japanese disc copy, and then I have a Singaporean digital version. And I'm going to be buying a PC version, so I'll be owning the game 4 times by the end of the summer, which is very exciting. You know, this song slaps. I think I'm just going to leave on this song as our background music. Okay, skill tree time, skill tree time. Let me make a timestamp here. 13 minutes, skill tree. I'm going to talk about the whole thing. By the way, if you guys have questions, if you've got any specific questions, you know, basically, we're doing a live stream. But later, I will edit the live stream down because I'm recording the whole thing. I'm going to edit it down to, like, just the talking about the stuff. So all the breaks in between and answering questions and stuff, I'm going to cut that out. And then I'm going to upload it as a YouTube video. But if you have a good question, like if you've got any specific questions, you know, please do ask because I can include it in the video if it makes for, you know, an interesting talking point. What costume do I have on? This one is one of the photo mode update ones. It's called 4 Seconds Black Denim. One of my favorite costumes. It's really cool because it's the same color pattern as Photogenic, right? It's pretty cool. So yeah, these are my favorite costumes here. I love the denim ones. Basically, all the denim ones are really badass. And then I have, of course, the Nier Automata ones. Yeah, if I had like is this 10 costumes? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so I basically, these are essentially my top 14 costumes. If I had to have one more, it would be Fluffy Bear. Okay. Hello, Magnamic. Thank you for tuning in. I've been playing since the demo and have 437 hours in the game. Also can get it on PC. Hell yeah. I'm really excited for the PC version, Sage. Really, really excited. Thank you again for the $2 super chat, by the way. That's really sweet of you. You could have taken those $2 and become a channel member. but I do appreciate it. So for anyone just tuning in, by the way, this is a big discussion video. I'm going to start by going over all of the skills. Then we'll talk about the exospines, and then finally we'll talk about the gears. And maybe I'll talk about some costumes as well if I'm going to be ranking everything, basically. But anyway, that's not the focus. The focus is going to be mainly the skill tree, and then we can talk a little bit about exospines and gears. So yeah, it's going to be good. But yeah, 437 hours. That's a lot. I have about 650 now, I think. I have almost 650. Last time I checked, it was like 630 something. We haven't played this game in a little while. I've been playing Lies of P, which, by the way, if you have... Dude, the Lies of P streams have been super fun. That game is amazing. Strongly recommend Lies of P. Game's really, really good. But I didn't want to be jumping back and forth between so many games. Like, my little brain can't handle it. So, like, even just jumping from Lies of P to we started Rebirth on Sunday, like, it's too many things. So I didn't actually feel like playing Stellar Blade today. That's why we're doing the big discussion. Because I don't have to really play to talk about this stuff. You know, we've played enough. I feel like I can responsibly talk about... I can give, like, a pretty informed opinion because I've played a good amount of the game. I'll be getting a PC version as well. Have over 800 hours, including the demo, and over 1 million gold. Nice. Yeah, Magnamic, I know, was one of the original You were definitely grinding the demo. I remember a lot of guys in the Discord were grinding the demo. And for anyone who's not in the Discord, there's our Discord link. You can join. It's free to join. So thank you for the $5 super chat. That's so nice of you. Are you sure you know, if you are a channel member, I mean, you could ask questions. I'll answer them for free. You can just ask questions for free. I will answer them, but it's really kind of you and generous. Thank you. What happens if I equip shield gear with the skin suit on, along with the protection exospine? Well, you don't have a shield as if you have the skin suit on, so it wouldn't actually increase anything. So yeah, it doesn't. It would just essentially go to nothing, because the shield, it gets deleted. Maybe in the background it's increasing the shield number, like the actual value might be going up for like how much shield you have, but it deletes your shield. It removes it completely. That's one thing I really hope we get instantly on PC. I want to do minimum challenges. Like I want to do no shield, but just be able to wear my favorite costumes. Yeah, skin suit completely remove. Basically, the shield bar is just gone. Liza P's 10 out of 10. Yes, if my computer can handle it, I will be getting it for PC. Really excited for all the different mods that will come out. Seriously, so many things. I feel like for my wishlist video, I feel like some of those things could just be added as mods pretty easily. Skin suit, no exospine, no gears. Yeah, so I'd like to do challenges like that, you know. I mean, although we've already done basically the hardest challenge possible. We did a 16 stream challenge run. If we had no skin suit, if we had skin suit, it would have changed basically nothing, because we were pretty much getting one shot at the entire run. That was pretty brutal. But we could do it, you know, just for like posterity. We could do the whole thing again, in skin suit, because I've already done it. So that'd be fun. I would be up to do the no camps run again. I would be completely down. If you were here for the no camps run, you know how hard it got towards the end, but I would do it again. Okay, so I think let's start talking about it. Let's start talking for real. Should I do a whole separate YouTube intro? No, I can record that later. It doesn't matter. Okay. Asking these questions to the video content for new players who might be curious. Love supporting content. Thank you. I do appreciate that. The support means a lot. As a very small streamer, it means a lot. But okay, I mean, those are good, like, random questions as well. If anyone's curious about like how skin suit works, I think people know how skin suit works. It just, I mean, we could have miscellaneous questions like that at the end, I think, possibly. We'll see. First though, skill tree. It's gonna go skill tree, exospines, gears, and if you have a specific question about any of the specific skills, any of the specific like combos, anything, or exospines or gears, I will include it in that section. And then if you have random questions, I could put it also later, because I want to have everything kind of in categories, because I always timestamp my stuff. So it's gonna be, I'm gonna try to keep it organized. So here, let's go to the skill tree, and that way I can jump into training mode if necessary. Hello Edgar, ¿qué tal mi amigo? The YouTube notification didn't advise you about this video? Well, that's what Discord's for. Even if you don't use Discord though, you can sign up for the notifications, because I always post there and I @ the notification people. Because you can sign up for notifications. I basically have like a little text channel where you can click role setup and then you just press what kind of notifications you want. Either for everything I do, or just my live streams, or just only my live streams that are about Stellar Blade. Because those always go through. I know some people have had problems with YouTube notifications, so that's why I did it. Okay, now I think we just start talking about it. I was gonna do a tier list, but the thing is, some of these things, how do I even put it on a tier list? Like, look at the icons for the rushes. They're all exactly the same. Look at the icons for the combos. They're all exactly the same. So, and also this is a lot of icons. Granted, I could make a big tier list, but it's tough. It'd be kind of tough to do. I guess what I could do, I could go in and edit. I could take like the icon for like rush, for example, like infinite rush. I could take it and put like 3. I could just put a 3 on it. So this would be like rush 1 and then 2 and then 3. Because like, yeah, these are also the same icon. These are all the same. There's so many just Bs, just beta in general. So that would be hard to convey. I mean, I guess you could group some of them together. Like, for example, I could include burst energy recharge 1 and 2 as 1 because, you know, it's just the same thing. It's just more of it. Same thing with the rush upgrades, to be honest. But yeah, like the combos, those deserve talking about separately. Yeah. Alright, let's start with the attacks. Let's start with the combos, to be honest. Let's start with the combos. Very hard time doing Chain Reflection 2. The, oh, the dodge one? I like to double tap my inputs for, you know, real quick. This will take a second. I like to double tap my inputs. If you see me doing the part 2s of these kinds of abilities, whoops, I always do, goodness, I always double tap them. There I triple tapped it, but you can see on my inputs, I just like to do it a few times. Just like as an extra thing. If you do it one time, if you press it too early, for example, you might, wow, I didn't even think to hold it down. Dude, it's been a while. You can tap it once. Let me see, how early do you have to tap it? Or rather, how early is too early? Now I'm kind of curious. Dude, I'm actually like, it's crazy because, you know, Stellar Blade is so different from Liza P. You gotta dodge way earlier. There I pressed it pretty early, I feel like. Basically, as soon as I made contact. And as soon as I made contact, I just tapped it once. But as a precaution, I usually... Damn, there, even it was like, as I was stabbing, I tapped it. I tapped triangle circle. And it still went through. So it's really not that strict. I think they made it better over time. Somehow, at some point. I feel like they made it better because I remember missing them when I was just starting out, like initially. Like in my first playthrough, sometimes I would miss them. And that's when I kind of built the habit of double tapping. Looking at guides of how to improve your Black Panther in Marvel Rivals. Black Panther's a Marvel character? Interesting. I don't know. I don't really know much about Marvel. I know like the basic guys. But I didn't know that was Marvel. Interesting. Hello, Matt Dean. Thank you for tuning in. Idea. List the attack skills that remove the most enemy shields and or balance. Well, balance is only removed besides... There's literally 2 abilities that are kind of fringe. The only things that remove balance are Triplet and Descending Break. Otherwise, it's just from parries. And, I mean, Descending Break does do 2 if you upgrade it all the way. Triplet can only remove 1 balance. But it's kind of a fringe mechanic, really. As far as, like, there's no... Oh, and there's the grenades. So you have 3 ways. Outside of parries, you have 3 ways to remove balance. I guess we'll get there. We'll get there. I could also mention the grenades. That's a good point. Thank you for that. Alright, Onslaught 1. Goodness, I keep moving my timestamp forward because I'm like, alright, now I'm going to start talking about the skill tree. 25 minutes, skill tree. Here we go. We're 25 minutes into the stream. Actually starting, though. Okay, let's start with the very first combo, which is not even this one. I'm going to jump into training here. And let's start by talking about the neutral combo, which is Incursion N. So, Incursion N, it is... Well, actually, hold on a sec. No, there's a better... Hold on, sorry. There's a better spot I can talk about this if I go to the menu over here. I just realized the skill tree doesn't show every combo. Oh my gosh. But if we go to Manual and go to Combos, here's Incursion N. Alright, this is actually perfect. Oh yeah, everything's here. What's under basic combat? Okay, this stuff does not matter at all. Let's start with the very first combo at the top of the list under manual. We have Incursion N, or neutral. Pretty sure that's what that stands for. So this one is your basic square, 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 square. Now this combo is most useful in aim canceling. Whether you are aim canceling straight up and just... When I say aim canceling, by the way, I mean you do an attack and you cancel out of the recovery frames by holding or pressing L2. Now, you can shoot if you want to, but you can also just do it. So this is Incursion N. Let me go ahead and jump into training to show it. This is going to be a lot of editing, I just realized. This is going to be a lot of editing. All right, so this would sorry. Here's an example of just aim canceling. And so, you know, as you can see there, after the third attack, I just tap L2. You don't have to, I'm not holding it down all the way. I'm literally just tapping it. And basically, it quickens the recovery frames on that third attack. I find it's best to do it after the third attack in this particular string. If you want to, you can also shoot if you're trying to keep a boss stun locked. So that would be like... So this combo, I rank it pretty highly because it's really fast and it's good. It's, I think, the best combo for aim canceling. And that's its main application, in my opinion. In normal difficulty speedruns, it also has some applications in killing weak enemies, where it might just, because it's a very quick combo, it might just be the best combo to take out weak enemies in a speedrun. But other than that, you know, it's pretty good at building beta energy as it's fast. But the king of building beta energy is the next combo we're going to talk about, which is just the aerial incursion N. By the way, the incursion combos all start with square. That's why, like, you can just think of them that way. The onslaught combos all start with triangle. So if we have incursion N here on the floor, we have the aerial version of it as well, which is also 4 taps. Now, in boss challenge individual level speedruns, as well as the regular speedruns, this is far and away the fastest way to just deal damage and also build beta. If you're playing into a... We're going to talk about beta skills later, but if you're playing into a beta skill focused strategy, then this thing is insane because, I mean, it's so fast, literally the fastest combo in the game. And you can also repeat it really quickly, like you can just do one and then get back up there and do another one. Now, you want to do this ideally as low as possible. That way you're spending the least amount of time floating. So you kind of do like a short hop. So there's like a longer one, but actually, wait, there is no short hop in this game. What am I talking about? Okay, forget what I just said. I guess what I mean is that rather, if I see an enemy and I want to do an efficient aerial combo, I would jump towards them and do the combo towards the bottom of my fall. There I missed out on the last one, but you know, basically, there's no need to do it at the peak of your jump. If you're doing it at the peak of your jump, you're sort of setting yourself up for disaster. It's not like a big deal, but another benefit of this combo is that you can land really quickly and immediately go into parry something. So you're not kind of, for example, like if you're doing a longer combo, you see how long that animation was as Eve jumps backwards? You put yourself at risk there compared to just being airborne, quickly landing, oh, I gotta parry something. So that's why I like to do this one in the middle or towards the bottom of my jump, not at the peak of the jump. However, it also depends on the boss because, for example, shorter enemies, you have to do this. It's a necessity. Someone like Gigas, actually, I might do it closer at the top of the jump just because sometimes hitboxes can be a little bit weird. Actually, Providence is a great example of this. Providence is a great example that when we get to specific combos later, I'll talk about how hitboxes can be a little weird, but this one is a generally extremely consistent one. As long as you are not too above them, it's a very safe combo that builds beta energy super quickly, so you can build up your beta skills and then, you know, destroy stuff. By the way, I'm going to be ranking them later. I'm just going to talk about everything now, and then we'll rank them. We'll do a whole ranking, but this is kind of this is like the discussion portion of it. I got the Invisible Woman gold skin. Cool. Oh, hello, Stark. Thank you for tuning in. Hello, Ryan Hemstreet. Thank you guys for being here. We're just getting started with the combos right now. Hate how the rush where you hold the triangle, you're committed to the attack and can get borked because you didn't cancel out of it. Yeah, there's only... Well, actually, there's an interesting point there. There is one cancelable rush. It's this one, but that's the only one. The other rushes are uncancelable, so... But this one here, you could literally cancel instantly, so... Oh gosh, we have double dodges here. Let me quit out and then go back. I should also probably talk about... Yeah, I should talk about the beta chains. Let me just do this now. I'll talk about the beta chain when we get to each combo. So I was thinking maybe I would do them all together, but no. Okay. I forgot to mention. Here's Incursion N's beta chain. That's a regular one. And then if you hold down the last input, you can beta chain it there. This is handy because it's a very safe combo. However, if maybe an enemy starts doing an unblockable or something that you're uncomfortable with, you always have that ability to just cancel out of it, as our beta chain cancels everything. I'm going to talk more about beta chain specifically in the skill tree once we get there, but as we're reviewing the combos, I'll just quickly mention and show what the beta chain looks like too. Here is the beta chain for the aerial Incursion N. So it's nice because Eve gets a very unique animation. And this one has a lot of value because it is multiple hits. And the way beta chain works is each hit during a beta chain when Eve's sword is glowing, so when you hold down the input, will charge more burst energy. So for example, like earlier we saw Incursion N, beta chain, this one only charges like basically one chunk. Or it depends the upgrades you have, but it'll give you one instance of burst energy charge. If you do this one, I think it's at least 2. I know it's at least 2 because just watching my own gameplay, I can see that the burst energy will fill up more than once. Because you can see the increments that it fills up in. So I put a lot of value into this particular beta chain just because it gives you extra charge. So it's very nice. And also another thing is that this particular combo is super good against Demo Crawler. Demo Crawler is a boss where a lot of his attacks sweep low. And as a result, just being in the air, I forgot, by the way, sorry, holy hell, I forgot you can double jump. That's how, like, out of tune I am right now. Just from playing Liza P and not being able to jump. I literally forgot you can double jump. Wow. Okay, we're back, though. We're back. This is why I'm not playing this game today. We're doing a discussion instead. I'm playing too many other games at the moment. But we will be back to Stellar Blade soon. In fact, I think we're going to finish Liza P on Friday. At the pace that we're going, I think we're going to finish it Friday. So, actually, it ended up being shorter than I thought, but I'm excited because that game is awesome. Okay, anyway. What was I talking about? Man, I was talking about something with the beta chain. Oh, right. So, Demo Crawler. A lot of his attacks sweep low, and as a result, basically any aerial combo you do is going to be safe. If you're just above him like this, you're going to be dodging everything. So there's a lot of value to that as well, in my opinion. Okay, I'm going to talk about the next one. So those are the 2 incursion ends. We got the grounded one as well as the aerial one. Now back to the skill list. Under manual, combo attack. Okay. It's nice that it shows it here as well. This is really a great tool. Yeah, but I still like I like doing it. That's too small there. It's nice to just like give you a preview, but then I want to jump in and show you guys. So those are the first 4. Moving on past Incursion N and the aerial incursion, we have Incursion 1, which is square, triangle, triangle, triangle. It has a beta chain version. It looks pretty cool. You can see Eve kind of flips her sword. But we're not just talking about style here. We're talking about functionality and how I rank them as far as being useful. Alright, now for Incursion 1, this has to be my least used combo. There's the beta chain of it. And you can probably tell why. It is really slow. The last hit is so slow. It's about as dangerous as another combo that we're coming up to, Incursion 3. But yeah, I don't put this one highly at all. I put this one very much at the bottom of the combo list as far as my rankings go, just because it's so unsafe. There's not many bosses, like if I, off the top of my head, Juggernaut, the boss at the end of Matrix 11. By the way, this is going to be a spoiler-free ranking. So those 2 bosses are very passive, and, you know, I feel fine doing them against those 2 bosses if I want, just to mix it in. Because, you know, it's cool. I do like it because it's cool, but it's still not cool enough where I'm, like, really going for it. There's another combo later that I do just because it's cool and is a little bit dangerous, but, you know, I like it so much because of the way it looks. But to me, this does not look cool enough to risk actually using it. And I'm even considering with a beta chain. So even with the beta chain, even knowing that I'm about to interrupt something, typically, I end up trading, or like, you know, trading damage with whatever is coming at me. So like, yeah, not really a big fan of this one. One pro is that it does have good spread. So you might find better applications for this particular combo outside, like in the Wasteland or Great Desert, against groups of enemies. Like maybe you're not, because I mean, obviously, if you need crowd control, what would you do? You'd probably do slash, right? You would do slash, or you would do any of the big AoE special abilities. But let's imagine you don't have any energy, and you just need a little bit of spread. Then okay, then I guess this one's okay. I guess it's not bad at that point. But all you need is one beta to just do a slash, you know? You need one beta energy. And this combo, I feel like you kind of have to beta chain this one. And if you're beta chaining it, you know, a beta chain costs one beta, then I would just do a slash instead. Which is, it's loosely based off of it. It's basically a smaller slash, just at the end of a combo. So that is Incursion 1. That one's gonna be pretty low on the list. Quite short, Liza P, but I appreciate that. They had an experience, the story. Yeah, I love that it's not a long game. I love it. Your favorites, Onslaught 1 and 2. Love Incursion 1. I know it's not optimal, but it looks so cool. It does look cool. It does look cool. But you know, I think what's crazy is that I think we've got even cooler looking combos coming up. Right, back to the list. Next up, we have Incursion 2. Now, this is square, square, triangle, triangle, and it has a rush attached to the end of it. This rush is really unique because you can actually cancel out of it, and I'll show you what that looks like. By the way, here's the beta chain version. A typical rush, by the way, a rush is holding down triangle. It's like your dash attack. A typical rush, you cannot cancel at all. But this one, you can cancel if you want to. So now let's go to training mode. Ooh, hold on. I just realized something. I should probably... Oh, man. Maybe I'm going to redo the first couple combos. I only talked about Onslaught 1 where I could have done it. The thing is, so like, I can enter training on Onslaught 1, and then it'll say... Yeah, it'll say Onslaught 1 in the top right. Oh, I kind of like that. I kind of like that, actually. I think it'll be easier to follow along. Hold on. Let me see. Is there an Incursion 1 entry here on the skill tree? There is. Let's redo it. Let's redo Incursion 1. I'm going to redo Incursion 1. Oh, man. I better remember to do that. In editing, I'll figure it out. I'm going to redo the discussion on this. Because I want to have it... I wanted to say it up there so that it's easier to follow along for someone just watching like on their TV or whatever. Okay. However, wait. Is it going to give me a success each time? Oh, never mind. I'm dropping that idea instantly. That is going to be really annoying. Forget it. Wow, I turned around on that really fast, huh? We'll just do it in Assault. It doesn't actually matter. Incursion 1. Bad, slow, leaves you open for counterattack. Okay. So we're on Incursion 2. Okay, so Incursion 2. Square, square, triangle, triangle. I already talked about the inputs. So I can skip that. So as you can see, Incursion 2 has a rush at the end of it, which I can cancel out of it either with a dodge, or you can also just block. Which is nice, because it's less committal than a typical rush. A typical rush, you have no way to stop it from happening once it's going. And you can dodge in any direction, whether it is, you know, forward, or turning around, or going left, whatever you want. Same thing with blocking, actually. If you want to block behind you, somehow, like for some reason, maybe, I don't know what situation you would need to do that in, but you can. So yeah, you can cancel out of the rush on Incursion 2, and that's the only rush in the game that's actually cancelable. A typical rush, no cancel. Impossible. You have to let the entire active frames where you're dealing damage happen, and then afterwards, you can cancel. And we do use Rush as speed tech, so, I mean, at least you can cancel out of the recovery frames, but yeah, Incursion 2, very unique. And I really like this combo against bosses that will get away from you sometimes. for example, the main one that I think about doing it, well, there's two, would be Gigas and Belial. Both of those bosses have some attacks where they kind of just get away from you, or they might just naturally just, you know, jump backwards or whatever. And I like to be mixing in Incursion 2 because if I see that happening, I might let the combo finish and then I'll just follow them. So it's a little bit of luck and a little bit of anticipation where I'm just kind of mixing it in and then it's like, oh, they just did that. I'll let the combo finish and I'll go ahead and follow them. And it's nice. Whenever that happens, you know, it's pretty cool. So the beta chain is also, of course, nice because it charges some burst energy. Doesn't charge as much burst as the aerial combo, as you can see, because it only does one connection. But I typically am beta chaining basically everything because that's my favorite style of play. And so this is one that you'll see me beta chaining a lot, whether it's a speedrun or challenge run or whatever. I like to do this one. Any other notes on Incursion 2? Let me think. One other thing I'll mention. On bosses like Providence, and there's probably other ones, but that's the main one that I noticed. Oh, Providence and Gigas. These kind of taller bosses that are quite bulky, you know, they have kind of little legs. So sometimes Incursion 2 will whiff. The final hit will whiff and it'll not connect. And that's kind of brutal whenever you're beta chaining. So if you are worried about your attack whiffing on those two bosses, I wouldn't commit to the beta chain because it can happen. It depends on the terrain and also on what they're doing. Because, you know, the beta chain doesn't interrupt until it's connected. So if you miss the beta chain, you're now really at risk if you're like trying to interrupt a combo or something. So like if you're doing this and it's like, oh no, it whiffed, and then their combo happens, you're gonna get bodied. And that's really, I've only encountered it against Gigas and Providence, where if they're just a little bit too high up, like if Gigas or Providence, if they're standing on a piece of the terrain where it puts them a little bit higher than you, it's just gonna whiff. So, or depending on the combo that they're doing, it's gonna whiff. And so that there's a tiny bit of danger, but generally very consistent combo. So it's pretty high up there for me. I'll figure out the rankings later. Like when you're watching the video, if you're watching this on YouTube after the fact, because this is a live stream right now, you'll see the ranking, but I would have it pretty high up there. I do love Incursion 2. I think that's about all I had to say about that one. I use Incursion 2 for getting to other small enemies, like the spiders. Yeah, it's great. The movement is great. You can cancel out on beta chain 1 unit 2. You can cancel any beta chain. This is correct. For new players, beta chain is when you hold down the last input and the sword glows red. Yes, it costs 1 beta. This is beta chain. We'll get there, of course. But right now, let's move on to the next combo. So after Incursion 2, we have Incursion 3. So on to the Incursion 3. Okay. Here's our next combo, Incursion 3. Now, I'm putting this one in a similar camp as Incursion 1, in it is very slow, but looks cool. I do this one sometimes, actually. I do Incursion 1 like never. So as far as mixing in cool-looking combos that are dangerous, Incursion 3, I have a lot more stock in compared to Incursion 1, but I kind of have them in a similar basket. So this one's not going to be very high, but I do like this one for the multiple slashes in the middle. Let's jump into training mode and I can show you. Alright. Oh, whoops, that was a mistake. Hang on a sec. Wait, what are my hotkeys right now? Oh, no, they're good. They're normal. Alright. So here is Incursion 3. As you can see, on the third hit, Eve does like 4 slashes. No, she does 3 slashes. So this combo has a little bit of value as far as building beta energy. As to build beta, all you gotta do is strike an opponent. You give me whatever it is. It can be a little enemy, or it could be a boss. And so each hit individually will build a little bit of beta energy. And so I like this combo for building some beta. However, if you're really trying to build beta, then this is still the best combo because it's the fastest. And it's just the quickest recovery, and it's just the shortest duration. It's very, very powerful. But if you are facing a short boss, for example, and you don't want to be jumping and doing that, maybe it's uncomfortable for you, or maybe you just want to be mixing up your combos more, this one is still good at building beta energy because of those multiple strikes. So the main slowdown really is the second attack. From here to here, that's kind of the slowest part. Once you get into this part, you're in there. The combo itself, like the entire length of it, doesn't take too long to complete, But the reason the slowdown is relevant is because once you're in the active frames of this attack, you can't cancel out of it with a block. Compared to something like other combos later that we'll talk about, you know, the combos that have a lot of quick attacks with like not long active frames. By the way, if you don't know what I'm talking about, let me just quickly go over this since I probably should have mentioned it at the beginning, but you know, it's like a fighting game. Every single combo, it has your startup frames, your active frames, and your recovery frames. So exactly what it sounds like. Your startup is, you know, getting into the attack, versus the active frames are when it's dealing damage. So for example, something with a very long startup would be your rush, as you can see there, and then the active frames are at the end of it when you're dealing damage. And the recovery is the little, you know, there's like a tiny animation that Eve does. Sorry, there's a tiny animation that Eve does to recover. So you can see here, that's her recovery, okay. Of course, recovery frames you can cancel out of with a dodge or a block. So here is rush, and I'm gonna just cancel out of the recovery frames, but I'm gonna try not to attack into the enemy. Okay, so once my rush comes back. Alright, so here's rush. And then as you can see, I canceled out of the recovery frames. By the way, I'm not used to having double dodge. I don't use this ability. We'll talk about that soon. But that is, you know, just a quick overview. We have startup, active, recovery. Okay, and so why is that relevant to Incursion 3? Because look at how long the active frames are on this. So it's kind of dangerous. Like if you are, you know, sometimes it's pretty easy, at least for me, it's easy to fall into just a flow state of like, I'm not even thinking of what combos I'm doing. And I don't reach for this combo too much because of the fact that this second attack is so dangerous. So I value everything. By the way, I might have a skewed perspective because from doing challenge runs that are like, from doing the no camps run, which was just hard as hell, I have so much value for the combos that are safer where I can quickly cancel out of any attack. Because, you know, in that challenge run, for example, we couldn't interrupt anything that the bosses were doing. So I have more stock in the abilities, or rather, the combo attacks, where every attack is safe, it's easy to cancel out of everything. Compared to something like this, like this second attack is really the killer for me. Now, I do use this one regularly in speedrunning early on, at least on normal difficulty. This is my preferred combo for killing creepers early on before you get any damage upgrades, because the creepers die at the end of the 3-hit part there in the middle of the combo. So those quick 3 slashes, that will kill a creeper with no damage upgrades on normal. So I use that sometimes, but just on creepers. That's basically the main application for me, but it does look cool. And like I mentioned earlier, you know, it's pretty good at building beta energy. And having a jump at the end is also kind of nice because, you know, this game has incredible hitboxes. So if an enemy has, if a boss or some enemy has a low attack, a great example is the Beholders. The Beholders have a low sweep, as well as, you know, basically everything Demo Crawler does has a low sweep. And then there's a variety of attacks that will hit low. If you jump over it with this, you know, that's always a cool moment. So the hype on this one's pretty good because it does look cool. And the jump at the end means that sometimes they'll be jumping over attacks. And whenever that happens, it's an amazing feeling. So I like this one better than Incursion 1, but still not in my regular kind of rotation of combos that I do all the time. But not bad. Still, it's going to be kind of low. That's Incursion 3. Hello, Kento. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, next combo. Hey, by the way, if you're a real OG, if you've been here since the beginning, I actually did a stream just like this. I did a stream talking about every combo and every skill back during the demo, but that was, you know, this was back on, like I was using a headset to stream, and, you know, it's time. I have so much more experience now. That was like, I hadn't even played the full game, where I have a lot more to say now, so. Although I'm curious, I don't remember what I even talked about during that stream. Maybe some similar stuff. Alright, so Incursion 4. Next up, we have the last Incursion combo. This is Incursion 4. I love this combo. I strongly recommend this to any new player. It is super safe and deals good damage, but let's jump into training mode and look at it more in depth. Okay, Incursion 4. I'm excited about this one. Alright, so let's break this one down. Basically, it starts as an Incursion N, so the first 3 hits are just Incursion N. But then, if you don't want to do incursion N. If you have an opening to deal more damage, bam, you do 2 strong attacks, rather 2 heavy attacks, and they're both aerial. So similar to the last hit on incursion 3, both of these aerial hits can avoid a lot of stuff. This is a great combo against Demo Crawler because, you know, if you time it correctly, you will be jumping over his attacks, and it's always super cool whenever that happens. Also, as, you know, it has 2 heavy attacks mixed in, the damage on it is pretty good. And if you didn't know, square is a light attack, triangle is a heavy attack. So whenever you see it in a combo, you have a general idea of how much damage that combo will do if it has more triangle inputs. So incursion 4, very cool for the jumps to avoid attacks. And when I combine it with one of my favorite exospines, the burst exospine, which we're going to be talking about later, you know, that gives you a boost if you do level 4 combos. So incursion 4 and an onslaught 4, both of those you get an extra boost. So I like to mix this one in as much as I can. However, similar to how incursion 2, the one with the rush at the end, that one can sometimes whiff. This on the same bosses can whiff. So Gigas and Juggernaut, but sorry, not Juggernaut, Gigas and Providence, but specifically I feel like it whiffs for me like more than 50% of the time on Providence. The last hits will just not even connect. And so Providence has a very peculiar hitbox where a combo like this could just be completely useless for you depending on where you are in the arena and what Providence is doing. So it's pretty reliable in general, but against Providence, I am actually not really going for this one. Still, it's a great combo. Anything where Eve is jumping a lot, I am a fan of because it's really hype. It makes for hype moments. And the damage on it is good. And the beta chain on it, you know, it's satisfying. I would put this one higher than Incursion 3, but I don't think I have it higher than Incursion 2. That's going to be a close one, though. That'll be a close one. I might have it just like... I might have Incursion 2 just barely higher than this. But yeah, Incursion 4, it's a good one because of the extra beta charge. Not typically. It only does 1 connection for burst energy. Did I say beta charge? I meant burst charge. But if you're using the burst trance exospine, it does charge more burst because that is one of the perks on that exospine. So yeah, pretty good combo. Use Incursion 4 all the time. Super based. It's really strong. Use the chain exospine with combo gear plus Incursion 4. Yeah, chain type, that was my jam back in the demo. I love the chain type. And I still use it in the normal difficulty speedrun just because I love it so much. Let me go ahead and move on to onslaughts now. Yeah, we're into the onslaughts. Okay. Moving on, we have the onslaughts. So all of these combos will start with the heavy attack. Hold on, let me rephrase that. Moving on, we have all of the onslaught combo attacks. Now, these all start with triangle. They all start with a heavy attack. And the very first one is onslaught 1, which is triangle, triangle, triangle. It has a pretty flashy animation at the end there, which has some implications. Let's get into it. Okay, so let's take a look at this one. Now, one of the coolest things that happened to me early on in this game during the demo was I jumped over one of Stalker's like low sweep attacks with Onslaught 1, and it just looked amazing. And that was one of the things that sold me, like, holy hell, this game is amazing. There's so much care that they put into the hitboxes. So that aerial part at the end does avoid low sweeping attacks. And because it's multi-hit, if you're charging it with a beta chain, you get extra charge for burst energy. So I put a lot of value into this one. My favorite way to use this one is out of a reflection 1. So let me show you what that looks like. So basically coming out of a... let me turn off attacks here. So basically coming out of a reflection 1, you have a speed boost. And then that's my favorite opportunity to get in an onslaught 1 and beta chain it so I can build a lot of burst really quickly because it does multiple hits, so it charges burst 2 or 3 times. Unlike, you know, any of these other combo attacks where it's just 1 connection, it makes multiple connections, and since the sword is charged, you get more burst charge, you know, so it's very useful in that sense. It also, kind of like Incursion 3, You know, it's multiple hits. It charges beta pretty well, but that's not the main application for it, in my opinion. The main thing is, number one, you have an awesome jump, and if you are trying to make a cool montage, you can use this to go airborne, avoid low attacks, and it's going to look amazing. And then charging burst energy. So that's my favorite application for this. I like to do it out of a Reflection 1 with the speed boost, beta chain it, get a lot of burst back. I love this combo. It doesn't deal... So like because it's an Onslaught 1, it's not a 2 or higher, it doesn't get the benefits that some gear might give you. So in that sense, it's a little bit weaker, but just the burst charge possibilities put it up for me. So I would have this one decently high. I'd say around Incursion 2, but by the time you're watching the video, you'll see my exact rankings. So I wonder where I'm going to put this one. The burst Exospine is a spine slot tax. You always have it on. Same. Literally, same. That's my favorite. It's literally my favorite Exospine in the game. That one and chain type as well. Moving on, we have Onslaught number 2. Now this is a bread and butter combo. This thing is so strong. Let's get into it. This has got to be like one of my most used combos for sure. If it's not the most used, it's like right there with number 2. I don't know what number 2 would be, but... Okay, Onslaught 2. Now, this one is triangle, square, square, triangle, and the final hit is actually 2 hits. So, just like Onslaught 1, you get extra burst charge. You can see she does like a kick and then a slash. And as a result, this one has so much value. So much value in just charging bursts really quickly. You know, it's got 2 heavy attacks in there, so it does good damage. But the main thing is just the charge. The burst charge is amazing. And you do go airborne. Now, you don't go airborne too much, and it's not for a very long period of time, but you do go airborne, so sometimes you'll get cool... some enemies will whiff their attacks when you're airborne with the final hit of Onslaught 2. This is definitely up there for my most used combos. If it's not number 1, it's like number 2, or it's like number 1 and 2 tied. But yeah, this one's very much one of the best combos in the game if you're using burst energy a lot. And even if you're not, I mean, it's a very quick combo that is pretty safe because, as you can see here, you do 1, 2, 3, like these 2 attacks in the middle, the 2 light attacks. There's basically, like, the active frames are very short, so it's quite safe. Out of any of them, out of hit number 2 or 3, you can dodge or parry really quickly, so you're not putting yourself at risk basically at all. That's one thing that I kind of forgot to mention on Onslaught 1. When you're doing this, of course, that's a super long attack. It's very dangerous, so I wouldn't ever do this if I'm not beta chaining it. At least if you're beta chaining, you can interrupt whatever the boss is doing. But yeah, and another thing I forgot to mention on Onslaught 1, the second attack is also kind of slow because it is basically like this. It's a bit of this, it's a pretty similar attack length, I would say. So, like in the beginning of, this is square triangle. So this is the beginning of Incursion 1 and Incursion 3. Those 2 combos go square triangle. And you see how she does like kind of like the overhead? It's similarly slow. Onslaught 1, triangle, triangle. It's similarly slow, if not, actually, this is probably a little bit slower. So, you know, you're going to be only really using Onslaught 1 when you know you have an opening. While Onslaught 2, you can just, do this all the time. You can literally do it whenever because it's so safe. And, you know, once you get to that last hit, you can just beta chain it for extra safety. And so I really like this one for the safety, the burst charge, and its applications in, you know, doing lots of burst attacks or speedrunning or challenge runs where you need a safe combo. This is a great one. One of my bread and butters for sure. Although I think we're approaching my actual favorite. Well, we'll get there. We're going to talk about my favorite combo soon, which is Onslaught 4. But we got one more. Now, this is probably the coolest combo in the game, in my opinion. Combo tag. Okay. So, Onslaught 3. Can I not get this to go down? There we go. Okay, next up we have Onslaught 3. It's the same input as Onslaught 2, except you're holding down the second light attack. So it goes square, or goes triangle, square, hold square, triangle. And as you can see, Eve does an awesome backflip and then dashes through the enemy. So let's take a look at this in training. Oh, by the way, if you guys were curious about the hitless runs, we're going to get back to them soon. I'm just playing Lies of P at the moment. So while I'm playing Lies of P, I really don't want to be playing Stellar Blade because it's just hard. It's kind of hard just going back and forth between these two games. So that's one of the reasons we're doing the discussion today, because it's like a much lighter task where I can just talk about it. I don't really have to play it all. So once we beat Lies of P though, I'll be right back to doing hitless stuff. So yeah. Oh, and by the way, if anyone here is new, just in case you're new and you don't know about our Discord or anything, you don't even know me, this is like one of my favorite games that I cover a lot on this channel, and we do giveaways and stuff in the Discord. So if you care about giveaways and you'd like to, you know, be part of a community, we're doing a giveaway that's a short story contest right now. So you just gotta write a story, and then there's instructions in there on the Discord. But if you were interested in winning a controller, because the current giveaway is for the Chroma Teal controller. If you haven't seen it, I made a community post about it. But it's basically a green controller that's like, it has some sparkle or like flake. It's like a metallic finish. And it looks like Eve's green, literally like the same kind of green. It's beautiful. We're giving one away. And I'm also giving away some gift cards as well. So if you don't win the controller, you can win a gift card for PSN or Steam, whatever you want. So yeah, there's that. And I'll also put I'll put the giveaway link. Well, this is a giveaway explanation, but the link is, you know, the Discord link is in the description. Okay. So next up we have Onslaught 3. Something straight out of Bleach. Really do less mashing and more of those intentional combos. Hello Lucifer, bonsoir to you. Thank you for tuning in. Nah, mashing is okay. I mean, if you're having fun playing the game, that's all that matters. And you know, I do think about what combos I'm doing, but honestly, a lot of the time when I'm just like doing boss fights or whatever, it's kind of just like, it's just like it's like a flow state. I literally don't think about it like actively, like, okay, these are the inputs I'm doing. I just like kind of am naturally mixing things up. I think that once you play enough, which I've played an excessive amount. So, I mean, like, obviously, like, if you've not done 40 something playthroughs, maybe you're thinking about it a little bit more. But I think that like after like your first couple playthroughs, you kind of know which combos you like. And then you might just know like, okay, these are my kind of go-tos. And then just mixing it up naturally, I think makes for a really fun gameplay loop. Even if you don't use all of them, because I mean, I don't use every combo. There's basically two combos that I never use, which are, well, I talked about Incursion 1 earlier, but actually, no, that's really the main one. Incursion 1. I mean, Incursion 3 a little bit, but yeah, all of the other combos are great. I could try to mix those in more at some point, to be honest. You know, I really should. Okay, whatever. Onslaught 3, moving on. Okay, so this is, in my opinion, the coolest looking combo in the game, and it's not even close. This backflip has led to the most amount of hype clips. I'm going to put some over the video. So like when you're watching the YouTube video, because this is a live stream, you're going to see some clips that I'm going to put there so you can see how awesome this thing is. But it leads to so many hype moments. I just love this combo. Now, it is very dangerous, so I can't just be going for it willy-nilly because it's going to lead to, you know, getting hit. So you can't do it all the time, but when you do it, and when it works, it's awesome. Eve's backflip naturally has evasion. She's moving backwards, so that can avoid some things like, for example, there's some attacks that have really, really short range. I can't think of them off the top of my head, but like, actually, honestly, Stalker has an attack where if you take one step back, he misses. The boss at the end of Matrix 11, if you take one back step after when they start their repulse, they miss. And so there's occasions where just the backstep part of it will lead to making a boss attack whiff. Other times it's because it's a low sweeping attack and then they'll whiff because you were airborne. And either way, whenever it happens, it's awesome. Another thing is if you are not locked on, you can actually aim where the rush goes. So I can go in whatever direction I want with the rush afterwards. Although, sorry, it's not a rush. It's not a rush because it's not literally a rush like this, but you know, it's like a dash attack. So you can aim that if you wanted to go in some other direction, but you can't have lock-on happening. So if you do want to do cool stuff with that, you would need to turn auto lock-on off, and just make sure that you're not locked on, and then you can aim it. So you can go in any direction, but yeah, the main cool thing about this one is just the evasion, and that's it. I literally just do this thing because it looks cool. As far as like DPS, it's a slow combo, so, and it's only 4 attacks for being such a long combo, but man, does this thing look awesome. I absolutely love this one. Definitely number 1 for me as far as the coolest combos, and it's gonna get a few more brownie points. I'm gonna put it higher just because it's so sick. It's led to so many sick moments. I would love more combos like this. Like at least one more that looks super hype. Just because the moments that it creates are awesome. So yeah, love Onslaught 3. I love this combo. As dangerous as it is. And by the way, you always have the option to... You can decide, like, because you might be in the middle of doing like an Onslaught 2. Like, you might be doing an Onslaught 2, and then you decide, oh, you know what? Whatever the boss is doing, like, this is safe. I can go for this one. And then you can just change your mind right there. It's just a matter of holding down the 3rd square input or not. So it's nice that it's part of, like, a safe combo. Rather, if you were planning in your head, like, if you're in your head, you're thinking, I'm going to do Onslaught 3 right here. I want to do Onslaught 3 right now. And then the boss does something like, oh, I don't like that. You just tap square, and then you finish off with an Onslaught 2 instead. You can even beta chain it, and then, you know, then you're very safe. So you can kind of like option select what you want to do in the middle of the combo, which is great. You can't do that with every combo, but this one you have a very dangerous combo right next to a very safe combo. They're just one input hold away from getting one or the other. Love that one. Okay, next we got my favorite combo, Onslaught 4. This is definitely my most used. If it's not Onslaught 2, it's this one by far. But let's get into the skill tree or the skill list, and then we'll do the whole YouTube thing and then talk about it afterwards in the practice room. Onslaught 4. Okay, here we go. Don't forget to subscribe if you like the content. Trying to get to 3K subs helps the channel out, and it's free. Thank you, Sage. I do appreciate that. Yeah, we're actually coming up to 3,000 really soon, which is crazy. I might even hit 3,000 before my first year of streaming, which is an insane number. It's like very awesome that we have such a cool community. And I do appreciate everybody just for watching, as well as lurkers. I didn't greet my lurkers today. Anyone who's just lurking, if you don't message in chat, I still appreciate you if you're watching on your TV on the YouTube app, because YouTube has an actual really good TV app, unlike other streaming services. Shoutouts to you. Thank you for lurking, and I appreciate your viewership. And then if you are in chat, also thank you so much. And if you're in a Discord, thank you so much. I love you guys. Okay. Onslaught 4. Are you guys ready? Onslaught 4. This is my number 1 combo. Definitely. My most used, for sure. My bread and butter, my go-to. I've loved this thing since the demo, and I remember talking about how this was my favorite combo in the demo. My opinion has not changed. It's only, my love for this combo has only grown. This is my, literally, my most used. I was talking about Onslaught 2 earlier, how it might be my most used. It's probably close, but I still think this one would eke out, like, maybe if it's like, it's not 50-50, it's probably like 55-45. Like, this one I use so much, especially during our challenge runs. During the no camps run, you know, I definitely was using this more than anything just because of the safety of it. And I'm going to talk about the safety soon. As soon as I get to the practice room here. Your name is pronounced Aerodel. Okay, I can say that. That's not bad. Pronunciation's pretty easy. I'll call you Aerodel then. I wasn't sure. I was calling you Sage. You figured it out. You caught me. I was saying Sage because I don't, you know, it's that AE thing that it trips me up, dude. It trips me up. So I was going with the safe option. I'll just say Sage. But okay, Aerodel. I got that. I got it. I do like to pronounce your guys' names correctly. Okay. Alright, Onslaught 4. Look at how safe this is. Every single attack is pretty quick, except for the last one. But once you get to the last hit, you know, you're beta chaining that, and so then it's safe. It's going to interrupt basically everything. Also, the animation is beautiful. The sound effects are beautiful. When Eve does her kick, look at this kick right here. Bam, like when she does the kick. Oh my goodness, the sound is, I'm obsessed with it. I can't get enough of it. This is like one of those, like, just instant dopamine injections. Just doing this combo, I love it. And then, of course, the beta chain, you know, looks awesome. I love this combo. It's also very high damage. I'm pretty sure this would be the highest. We don't have like damage values because we're still playing on console. Once we get the PC version, we'll be able to see like literal exact damage numbers. But this has to be I think it's the highest damage combo in the game just because it has 3 heavy attacks built into it, you know? So having those 3 heavy attacks, it hits hard. It hits very hard. Every single combo, or every single attack in this combo is easy to parry out of. All of them. And so this whole thing is pretty safe. Basically all of it. I don't have problems with this one, whereas like doing this, for example, Incursion 2, you know, the second hit of that, like this, it's so slow, or like, this is like the worst one, Incursion 1. That's like one of the most dangerous. Actually, no, the most dangerous definitely would be Onslaught 3. Because that third input. So in a sea of these dangerous combos with, you know, like long active frames where you can't quickly parry out of something, we have Onslaught 4. And I love this thing. I mean, the 5th attack, the last triangle input, also goes airborne. Sometimes you can, it's not for a very long time, but sometimes you do avoid low sweeping attacks with this. Not as much as something like Incursion 4. You know, you're airborne for a long time there, you have better evasion. But dude, the damage from this, how cool it looks, and the kick, perfect. It's absolute chef's kiss. S rank, this is my #1 combo. Easily. The safety, the damage, everything is perfect. Now, it's not the only combo I use because, you know, there's other combos, like I mentioned earlier, that I might want to charge more burst energy with, or I might want to, like, do something cool for, like, a cool clip or whatever. And, there are other combos that offer better evasion possibilities. So, you know, the evasion's not really there. It's not one of these big evasive combos where, like, you're gonna be dodging stuff like crazy and jumping over attacks and it looks awesome. But the damage makes me very happy. I adore this combo, and that's why it's my #1. Pro tip, use the long unsafe combos after a blink while the enemy is stunned. Yes, indeed, you can do that. You can do that. Love this one too. Yeah, man, dude, Onslaught 4, if, like, I could just play the game with this combo, and it wouldn't even feel weird. It wouldn't even feel weird. Like, if I was locked into only doing one combo, like, if we deleted the other ones, I'd feel like, oh yeah, this is fine. But, you know, maybe it would make me hate it, though. Maybe I appreciate this one so much, mixed in with the other combos, where it's like, damn, Onslaught 4 is just, it's really that, dude, like, the sound effect on the kick is so underrated. It's a really underrated sound effect. It sounds very satisfying. If you're wearing headphones, you listen to that kick, you're gonna love this game. Hello, Dr. Oculari. Thank you for tuning in. Good to see you again. So those are the combos. Let me just double check. I believe that's it. Oh yeah, the rushes. Okay, no, we'll talk about this. On the dive kick. Okay, yeah, sure. We'll talk about rush. Next up, we have rush. Now, rush by itself is mostly a movement tool, but you can also extend it if you upgrade it on your skill tree. So I'll talk about the extension as well as the beta chain right now, because the beta chain is one of my favorite beta chains in the game as well. It also has this extension. These are both abilities that you have to research. Okay, back to training mode. Back to training mode. Meta square gun. It's high damage output. Okay. Okay, let's get into rush. Now, the main use for me that I use rush for is in speedrunning, it's our movement tech. So if you're running and then do a rush, then you cancel out of the recovery frames, and then you just dash forward. So basically, you're doing a rush and you're dashing forward to cancel out of the recovery frames, and then you go back into sprinting immediately. So this is basically, if you watch me speedrun this game, I do this the entire run. And, you know, you're constantly managing your rush meter in the bottom right, because rush, you do have to charge it up. So it's not constantly available. Oh, double dodge is so annoying. I forget that we have double dodge here because we're in the practice room, so everything's unlocked. But yeah, this is our main movement tech in the speedrun. So you'll see me doing this quite a lot. Is that a spoonerism? Not quite, but almost a spoonerism. Did I go over everything? I mean, I'm gonna talk about rush to the attack itself, but that's all I use it for in the speedrun, right? Yeah. Let me just go over that one more time. So we start the game off. Oh, wait. Oh, that's interesting too. We don't actually start the game with rush. But you unlock it like right away. Okay. So the speedrun really picks up as soon as you unlock rush. You're doing it for the entire game. As long as we're sprinting, once we get our rush back, we do a rush. We do one dodge forward. That's actually a great segue into the fact that this thing locks on. So it is great movement tech in speedruns, but you can get caught up because if an enemy is within the range of your rush, and this will change as you upgrade it, because when it starts at the beginning of the game, the rush only goes like this far, but then you upgrade it and it goes like this far, and then you upgrade it one more time, now it goes this far. And so you have to constantly, well, in a few areas, you have to worry about, oh, is that enemy too close to me? Because you don't want to slow yourself down. It's like you might be trying to go this way, and then it's like, bam. Even if you're not locked on, it'll automatically lock on anyway onto that enemy and send you in another direction. So there are a few moments. The first one that comes to mind is running to Altesse. So when you're first running in the Wasteland to get to Altesse Lavoir, there is a machine gun guy, or like he shoots like missiles too, outside by the scrapyard. And he's in a position where you're typically just getting your rush back, but you got to hold it for a second. That happens to me all the time. In fact, I might put a clip of it here of where I'm talking about. But that guy, he can trip you up. And that's like one of the main ones where I'm like, ah, damn, I didn't want to rush into that guy. But it can happen. So you got to be mindful of that. But the attack itself is a heavy attack, so it deals good damage. And it also has 2 extensions. So you can, technically 3, I guess, if you're considering the beta chain a separate one. But let's talk about them. So the attack itself is good, but mainly for movement. I won't really be doing this one in boss fights if I'm not beta chaining it. Unless I just need to get back in a boss's face. The main boss that I think of is Gigas, where, because, you know, at that stage in the game, it's so early, I don't have the rush chain researched yet. But typically, if I am rushing towards a boss, I'm extending it with the rush chain. So this is the beta chain version of rush. You just hold down, you press triangle to hold, you hold down triangle to rush, and then you hold down triangle again. So the inputs are like this, as you can see, via my controller graphic. But this beta chain is really, really useful because, recurring theme here, anything that beta chains with multiple hits builds more burst energy. So just like Onslaught 1, for example. Bam, you see it does multiple hits. Rush chain 1. Bam, multiple hits. And so it's a quick way to get back in a boss's face while being safe, because, you know, if you're beta chaining it, you're interrupting whatever they're doing, unless they're doing an invincible attack. But it charges extra burst energy, so I adore this thing. I don't think of it as a combo because it's just one input, but if you do think of it as a combo, it's also one of my most used. However, I don't unlock it in the speedruns right away because, you know, you got to research this thing. It's like, it's not a priority either. You get it, I get it later. I like to have it for, mainly for Belial, because Belial does a good job at getting away from you. But Belial, as well as the Karakuri boss fight and the Demo Crawler boss fight, I like to open up all of those with just getting in there with a rush chain basically right away, as early as I can. So the applications as far as burst charge, very strong, very good combo. And of course, you can still interrupt, so like you could even start this and then still cancel out of it. So it's a very safe attack as well. In case you misjudge, maybe you think like, oh, I can get in right here. Like maybe this boss they just finished doing something. This is my opportunity. I'm gonna get in, and then bam, they like as you're rushing towards them, you see another combo coming out. Not a problem. Even mid charge, you can still cancel out of it. So it's very parry friendly, very, very parry friendly combo. The other extension for Rush would be Rush Chain 2, which, hold on, wait. I can just do this one, can't I? It should be unlocked. I don't have it, I might not have it researched, let me see. Okay, it's unlocked, alright, I wasn't sure. Okay, so Rush Chain 2, you hold down triangle to rush, and then at the end of the rush, you press triangle circle. So here's what it looks like. I messed up the input there. I gotta wait for my rush to come back. I never do this thing. So that's what it looks like. As you can see, it costs 1 beta energy. It has a big sweep, so lots of AoE there if perhaps you're rushing into a group of enemies. This might have good applications outside in the Wasteland or Great Desert where, like, you fight mobs of enemies. But outside of that, I never use this thing. However, most of my playthroughs are speedruns, and so, I'm not playing with a full skill set. And as a result, this is I just don't research this thing. I never ever research this just because if I'm doing a rush, I'd rather be doing a beta chain because I want to charge more burst energy. That's just me. So like, I'm not really spending my beta energy on things like this. I think that the best use of this is going to be against mobs of enemies, or if you're doing like a combo video and you just want to mix it up more. Because then it's nice because it does look very cool. I mean, the animation's beautiful. And the AoE, you know, it's marginally helpful against mobs of enemies. Against a single boss, though, there's no extra benefit. I think that it's just straight up better to do a beta chain. So I'm still spending one beta either way, but this beta that I'm spending on beta chain 1, on the rush chain 1 rather, nets me some energy. I'm getting burst energy out of the deal. Versus the other thing, you know, they both stun, so it's like I only would use this thing if I'm trying to mix up the combos for, you know, for watchability to make it more entertaining to watch, or if you're doing a combo video, or if you're out in the wilderness, like at either the wasteland or desert, and you want to rush into a group of enemies and stun all of them, because it does stun. Or rather, it does interrupt. I usually say interrupt, by the way. I like to say interrupt because a stun, there is a mechanic in the game called stun, which is after a blink, you make the enemy like dizzy because they'll have stars over their head. That's technically a stun in this game. That's what it's called. But yeah, it does interrupt, and so there's some value to it there. But I just prefer Rush Chain 1. So overall, I would put Rush Chain 1 very high. Love this thing. Meanwhile, Rush Chain 2, I would have like at the bottom of my list. Personally, I don't have much use for it. And I would rather be spending my beta on a beta chain. And then, of course, Rush itself is, I mean, it's just one of your bread and butter moves that you're doing constantly. I mean, you're doing rushes the entire game, like, just to get around. It's great for traversal. It's great for getting back in on enemies, in case, like, you know, if someone's doing something crazy, like a big AoE or whatever, you just want to get away from it. Bam, this thing lets you get straight back into the fight, which is awesome, because it keeps the pace of boss fights, you know, really good. If you had to like manually run over every time, depending on how far you run away from a big AoE, I'm thinking of one particular boss. I'm thinking of the penultimate boss in the game, which I'm not going to spoil. But, you know, they have a big AoE. I always dodge it because I've been playing this game for 600 hours. But if you were running away from it, now you can rush back in and get straight back to the fighting. So it's a very useful tool. Big fan of Rush and Rush Chain 1. Rush Chain 2, not so much. Let's move on to the next one. So some skills say they're a combo skill. When does that matter with the chain, exospine, combo gear? And without those, why does the fact they're a combo skill matter? Well, the only time it matters is if it is a level, if it has a 2 in front of it. That's the only, yeah, because like the gears and the exospines would, I'm going to answer this again. Hold on. I'm going to remember to answer that once we get to talking about the gears, because that is a good, you know, it's definitely worth mentioning that, because it might not be clear, because the game just says like level 2 or higher, but, you know, it's not like it says the level on here, but that just means it's like, because it says incursion 2, but it doesn't say level 2. It's kind of just like implied, but yeah. I will talk about that for sure. Any chance you can move your image so it's not covering the key press list? It would help your aging brain absorb the combo patterns if you could see them several times. Ooh. During the training? So the thing is, I actually don't think I can. That's a good suggestion. I just don't think, because I'd have to re-record everything. The thing is, I'm going into the training room just to talk about stuff, but my inputs are on my controller graphic. I guess having the long list is also would be useful for some people. Damn, I didn't think about that. Honestly, didn't think about it at all. I think we're just gonna have to go like this though. Thank you for the suggestion, but yeah. I don't think I'm gonna redo the whole talking about all the combos. But yeah, unfortunately, I guess the only way you can really look at it is just by looking at my controller graphic on the screen. I will keep that in mind though for future videos. We did talk about every single combo now though, including Rush. Let me see. We did Rush, Chain 1, 2. Oh, Aerial Blow. Yeah, the dive kick. Boy, have we got some stuff to say about this one. And then after that, it's just... After that, it's only actual abilities. So then we can just jump over to the skill tree. Yeah, okay, nice. Let me see something here. Doesn't it call it stun? I just want to make sure that I'm not lying. But, Blink, I remember calling it a stun somewhere. Maybe it's in the skill tree, possibly? Let me look at Blink. Can only be used when the enemy is attempting a fatal attack. Dodges and teleports behind the enemy to attack. Oh, it says stuns the enemy. Okay, yeah, so it does say stun. Okay, thankfully I wasn't spreading misinformation, thank goodness. Okay. Oh yeah, the aerial blow. Okay, next. This is the last kind of just input, like basic input. That's just a combo. I mean, it's not a combo, it's one attack. Alright, here's our last attack, the aerial blow, or the dive kick as I like to call it. This thing is pretty useful in a few different ways. The beta chain of it is quite nice, it does a good amount of damage. But yeah, let's jump into training and look at it. Alright, so I'm going to start from up here because aerial blow does not have infinite range. If you do it off of a tall surface, you get this animation. As you can see, Eve kind of finishes her kick, and then you're done attacking. And this usually doesn't matter, because typically when you're fighting an enemy, you're right in front of them. But if you were thinking that you could like dive kick down to enemies like on a lower level below you, that's usually not going to work, because it only has a certain range. Now, the dive kick, or aerial blow, it used to have quite a few applications in speedrunning. It still has a couple, but it used to have more applications in speedrunning because you could do things like wall climbing. There were more surfaces where you could, scale the surface using aerial blows. And it was mostly a tool for just doing glitches. As far as in combat, which is what we're really talking about here, the aerial blow is, pretty good damage. It's nice because if you're jumping over something to avoid, let's say, for example, let's say that, a boss is doing like a big sweeping attack, and you're not necessarily right next to them. Now, if you were right next to them, you could just be jumping up and then staying above ground to, using the aerial attacks to kind of stay above the attack. But if you were like running away and then you wanted to jump over them to get an opening, aerial blow is a great way to get back in, because if you're like kind of running from them, and then you want to get back in, like you might not be at the correct range to even do these aerial attacks. So then you would just do an aerial blow. You can also do your aerial combo and then go straight into an aerial blow. So you can do all 4 attacks and then end with the dive kick. And that was my favorite way to use it during the demo. During the demo, like my bread and butter, if a boss was down for a retribution, like if a boss was groggy, I would like to do, these 4 beta chain, and then I would be able to still do the retribution animation. Just like as I'm landing, I'm mashing triangle. In fact, I could probably show you right here. Let's get this guy to attack us. That's a 2-string? Okay. I'm just gonna get this guy groggy and then I'll show the combo. One more. Okay, so as you can see here, you can do that whole combo and still do a retribution. The retribution, rather the amount of time that enemies are down, like basically the duration of a groggy state, so while they're down and you can see their weak point, that's going to be the same for every single retribution, whether it's a boss or an enemy. They're all down for the same amount of time. It's not very long, unless the sole exception is if a boss gets groggy from doing an insta-kill. Rather, if you stop their insta-kill, and there's only like a couple bosses that do this, there's literally 3 bosses, but if you stop an insta-kill from happening, where, you gotta shoot targets and stuff, then they'll be groggy for a bit longer, and the reason is that, the game, it can't assume where you are on the map. Like, if you're really far from them, it's not really that fair, like, that you can't even get the retribution in if you're sprinting full speed. So, you can take advantage of those insta-kills by staying close to them, shooting the targets, and then as soon as they land, you can get basically like an extra... I haven't timed it, and I should time it, but it feels like roughly 33% longer. You have a bit more time during that groggy state to do, more combos, and then still get the retribution in. Okay, so the aerial blow. We actually did a full challenge run using only aerial blow. This was called the Dr. Doom Challenge, where it was just dive kicks only for the entire playthrough. And that was a really fun challenge. We had some funny moments where just like just some random things happen. Like the thing is, when you focus 100% on just using one thing, playing in a weird way, which is like, you know, limiting your toolkit, you end up learning just cool things about those things. And we had a crazy moment during our Belial fight where like we interrupted Belial while he was midair, and it was just the strangest thing, the way he descended. It was really interesting to see. It was very cool. And I don't think I even made a YouTube short about that. I should make a short about that, but whatever. Aerial blow, it's a very fun ability to play with. If you haven't seen that challenge run, we did it during Christmas Eve, actually. Christmas Eve. All right, sorry, that was a dumb joke. But we used aerial blow, and we learned about it during that entire playthrough. It was cool. I found that let's see, how many was it? I believe that during a groggy state, I could do 3 aerial blows. If for some reason you want to only use aerial blow as well, you can do 3 aerial blows during a groggy state and then still get the retribution in. Or maybe it was like 2 charged ones. Something, I have to go back and watch, but yeah. Aerial blow, I like to use it at the end of a combo. So at the end of this combo, as well as still during the speedrun, although they have patched out most of its application, it still has a couple things where you get that extra benefit. I forgot to mention this. When you do an aerial blow, Eve does go up slightly. She gains a tiny bit of vertical, like there's some verticality to it where you gain a little bit of height. And that tiny bit of height helps to reach some ledges that you normally would not be able to reach. And so that's its main function from a speedrunning perspective. I don't research this thing though, if I'm just playing like normally, whether I'm doing, you know, like a speedrun or if I'm doing a challenge run. I basically just don't research this thing because, you know, typically if I have a groggy enemy, my go-to, like my actual go-to combo that I mostly do would be 9 attacks, 9 light attacks, and then I do the retribution. So I would do this. Wait, hold on, what? I don't have a gun here? Oh, I do have a gun. And then bam, retribution. So as you can see there, I did, those were pretty fast aim cancels, so you barely even saw my reticle pop up. But that's what I would typically do. That's like my go-to combo if an enemy is groggy. But if you want to mix it up though, aerial blow, it's cool. It is cool. Like, it is cool. Like I showed you the combo earlier, you know, doing this, and then bam, and then getting in there. That's another cool way to transition into a retribution. But yeah, that's pretty much it on aerial blow. Let me think. Is there anything else I want to talk about? Oh, fun fact, completely unrelated. Since I said reticle a second ago, reticle, you know, another word for crosshair. Did you know that reticule is it's like an archaic word for handbag? Wait, let me Google that. I swear, I remember learning this at some point. Let me just make sure that I'm not lying. I don't want my, I swear, I'm not trying to misinform people. Reticule. I believe it is a handbag. Because like I misspelled it at one point and I was like, oh, that's a handbag. Yeah. Historical. A woman's small handbag, originally netted and typically having a drawstring and decorated with embroidery or beading. Okay, anyway, sorry. That was just my dumb fact of the day. Moving on. Oh, also, I've sketched about enemy shield damage / balance damage skills. But what about... Oh, you asked about that. But what about skills that down an opponent are the best to use in the meta, especially with suppression? Oh, true, yes. Actually, I plan to talk about the most, like the highest DPS build that you can have, and it is suppression. It's suppression Eagle Eye. Like as far as most damage possible, it's just popping a grenade and then shooting down enemies or bosses. But I'll talk about that once we get to the gear. All right, now we are moving on to the skills. Now, we just finished talking about every single combo, which they are on the skill tree, but as you can see, not everything is on the skill tree. Now, these things do start researched, but the ones we're going to talk about now, you have to spend money to research. Or rather, not money, but you got to spend skill points. I'll actually reset our skill tree, just so I can show you, like... In fact, that way we can keep track. We can keep track of it better that way. Okay, let's reset the skill tree to get started. I'm going to reset every single one. All right, bam. Okay, so this is what a blank skill tree looks like. You start off with the combos, and you start off with rush, and that's it. You start off the game with... Actually, you don't start off the game with perfect dodge. But once you research perfect dodge, you can't unresearch it. Same thing with blink. Interestingly, for some reason, I have no idea why. I wish that this... If I reset my skill tree, I really wish that blink would go away. Because there's many times where I want this off. But yeah, it's one of those abilities that's built in. Not repulse. Repulse is basically the same thing as blink, just the opposite. But that one, your skill tree can remove it, but not blink. Anyway, let's start with the attack ring here. So we'll just go kind of around in a circle. Oh, you also start with Assault. Assault is an automatic skill. But you know what? We can still talk about it. So Assault is, you can see there, it's a stealth kill. Or an execution, technically, I believe they're called. Now, the stealth kills are really good. Both Assault and Ambush, I have them pretty high. They're quite useful in a lot of situations. So this is what it looks like. Alright, that's Assault. And you have to be airborne. You got to be above an enemy. And the enemy cannot be aware of your presence. Those are the only requirements. If an enemy is actively hunting you, you cannot do an assault. Same thing with ambush. So you can't just get behind them. It's not like Dark Souls. You can't just like, you know, circle behind them and backstab them. No. They need to be unaware of you. And this thing is very useful for not just one-shotting enemies in a stealthy way. That's like, you know, maybe like it's an annoying enemy, for example, and it's really helpful in Matrix. Like there's a lot of cricket slashers or cricket butchers where just stealth kill them. You don't got to worry about that because like they'll put them in some really enclosed spaces that you don't really want to be fighting them in. And so the assault is really good there. But it's also really helpful, particularly in the construction zone. It's good for getting down from high locations and not taking fall damage. So in construction zone, which is, you know, like pretty much before Gigas, there's a creeper where after the first ID card to activate the cranes, after the very first ID card, you jump down and you assault kill your way down with a creeper that you keep alive on purpose. And that's how you avoid dying to fall damage. We do that every single time during the speedrun. It's probably the most useful thing that assault does. But there's a ton of enemies throughout the game. Like also the first dozer that we kill right after the parking tower. We kill a dozer with the assault kill by just like jumping over. I'll put a clip of it actually. We jump over, you know, we dash to get close enough and then we assault kill him. So this thing has a lot of applications in the speedrun, and it's also just very handy in casual play. If you don't want to fight something, you can lead it somewhere, climb up a ladder, and then wait for it to de-aggro. And then as soon as it de-aggroes and it's walking away, it's all peaceful, then you just murdered it. So it won't even see it coming. It'll completely wipe you from its mind. It's actually crazy. The enemies forget about you so fast. Even though you were just there, they're like, must have been nothing. And then they just walk back, and that's when you hit them with the assault. So assault has a lot of value. It's not going to be one of my like top tier ones, but it does have good value. I would put this as like this is kind of like a middle of the road to useful. I haven't even figured out the tiers yet, by the way. In post, when I edit this, you'll see me organize the tiers, but I have this one around the middle towards the top because it is good. Can you do assaults in talking mode? No, you cannot do assaults in talking mode. Good question. Hello, JHP, Mr. Park. Thank you for tuning in. Annyeonghaseyo to you. Yeah, no, assaults don't work in talking mode. Let me show you. Hold on, let me show you. Because what happens is that you just get a, you just get the ability. So there's no way to do assault kills in talkie mode. That is impossible. Same thing with backstabs. You cannot do an ambush either. Good question. Okay, the other... Wait, hold on. Let me let the menu load. The other stealth kill option that we have is ambush. Now, this is just a backstab. This thing has a lot of applications too. Let's show you what it looks like. Hello, Mark. Thank you for tuning in. Good to see you, man. Dude, you must be hyped. You only got like 2 more days. Dude, 2 more days until Monster Hunter Wilds, right? Okay, so here's ambush. Now, just like assault, the enemy cannot be aware of your presence. And you saw, that was a little preview. That was a preview of the next ability called Chain Charge. But ambush has... Honestly, there's probably we probably backstab less enemies in a speedrun than assault kill. But I mean, ambush kills are still good. They're still good, and I do research it every time right after a baton. This is for me, it's a luck. I research this always before going into the parking tower because there's a barnacle on the first floor that I really prefer just ambush killing him. I just want to backstab him because it's kind of slow to fight him. So ambush is nice. It's a very quick one-shot kill, even on big enemies. Like even when you're running around in the desert, a lesser behemoth will still go down to an ambush. This huge-ass battle droid, one of the toughest regular enemies in the game, goes down to one ambush kill. In fact, there's one in the speedrun before the hypertube that we have to ambush, and it's very handy that we're able to do that because he has a lot of health, you know? This guy's a he's pretty nasty because he usually comes with an aid bot. He has a healer. So having the ambush kill is just wonderful. So let's see if he can... As you can see, I can't do the ambush right now. Eventually, though, he will de-aggro, I think, if I'm just standing behind him. I might have to move back a little bit. Let's go over here. Let's go back a little bit more. Damn, this guy is pretty tense. He needs a massage or something. Well, this just illustrates that you cannot backstab. You cannot do an ambush kill if they are aware of your presence. So, ambush. Any other fringe uses for it? Let me think. I don't think so. There's nothing weird you can do with ambush. Oh, look. Eve put her sword away, so now we're not in combat. There you go. I think that's it on ambush. Ambush is a pretty simple one. Friday's the day. I'm excited for you guys. Gino, let me ask you a question. If the Raven DLC comes out, do you like the battle system would be more similar to DMC or Ninja Gaiden than Stellar Blade? Oh, if we got to play as Raven? You know, I trust Shift Up, where if they go for a very arcadey, like fast, like really fast combat, I think it's gonna be fun. And I guess it kind of suits her if they wanted to make different characters feel different. The only thing is that, you know, I wouldn't want Eve to lose like any kind of shine in players' eyes because like, oh, she's slower. Like what's awesome about this game is so fun because how satisfying and crunchy the combat is and how methodical it is, like how you approach bosses compared to, you know, just going full ham and cheese all the time is fun too, but for different reasons. As long as they maintain the identity of like having like really satisfying crunchy combat, like where her, like if her parries feel fun, I think it's going to be fun. If they want to give her like some more combos to make her feel like a little faster, I think that would suit her and that would be perfect. Good question. Can't wait, heard it's kind of easier than the others, but you don't care? Yeah, I hope you have a lot of fun, Mark. You're going to have an awesome vacation. Moving on. Okay, the next ability is Chain Charge. I should research these as we're going. Just to keep track of where we're at in the skill tree, because it's so many skills. Okay, so Chain Charge. Let's talk about this one. Hold on, I should read the description. I'm gonna start doing that right now. I'm gonna read every description. Alright, so Chain Charge costs 2 SP. Oh, the cost? I don't care about that. Okay. So here's Chain Charge. Can only be used after defeating an enemy with ambush or assault. Charges at a nearby enemy to attack. Downs the enemy. So a couple things here that are interesting. It downs the enemy. So similar to using like a grenade. Oh, I can't use grenades in training mode. Oh, interesting. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. You know, the shock grenade. If you pop a grenade, enemies, they fall down. As well as after most abilities, enemies go down. If you're using something like the suppression exospine, that would increase how long an enemy stays down after a chain charge. So this is what it looks like. So we do an assault, and then we chain charge into the enemy. So as you can see, there was kind of like a... there's a pop-up too. It'll give you a prompt so that you can't miss it. It does give you a few seconds as well It's kind of like 1, 2, 3. You have like not quite, maybe 2 seconds. Maybe 2 seconds you have to react if you want to do a chain charge. And then you just press it, and it charges into them. And that's chain charge. As you can see, the enemy went down, and they stayed down for a little while there. I believe it's because I do have suppression equipped right now on Eve. So it did stay down longer. In fact, I should double check that. Hang tight. I'll edit this out in post, but I'm going to go check my gear to see if that's true. And in fact, I'll unequip it. I don't have it equipped. Oh. Oh, I don't have it equipped. Huh. Okay. They just stay down for a long ass time anyway. I see. I also think that the combat that suits Raven is hack and slash like DMC. Well, I wouldn't consider DMC a hack and slash game, but don't want to argue semantics here. I'd rather have Stellar Blade stay Stellar Blade instead of becoming DMC. Personally, I think the Raven DLC is a progressive move that tries out a different combat system than Stellar Blade. Well, you know, it'd be interesting to see when they announce this, if, you know, we can start speculating, I guess, once they announce it. I agree, love Stellar Blade combat, would only want it to evolve, not change. Exactly. I fully agree with that. So as it turns out, I did not have the Suppression Extra Spine equipped. So that guy really just stayed down for a long time. And let me show you as well, if you do a backstab, it's the same thing. So there's an ambush. And then you got, like, you know, 2 seconds, and you can do a chain charge right after. So that's chain charge. It has a couple uses. I used to research it a lot every speedrun. But I'm not as high on it anymore. I don't think it's as important as I once. Like, I don't value it as much. But, you know, typically I still do grab it. Mostly for, I find that it's pretty useful in a couple sections in Matrix, as well as Spire, like the section right before Hypertube. I like having it for basically those 2 sections, as well as... Do I use it anywhere else? I don't think so. I think those are the main spots that I use it. So, you know, it costs 2 SP to research. It has its fringe uses, but, you know, not really as high as the other ones. I would put Ambush and Assault much higher than Chain Charge. That's kind of like a, you know, fringe, useful occasionally. The next ability... Okay. Let me research it. The next ability that we have is Beta Energy Theft. It says recharges more beta energy upon a successful ambush or assault. So, right after you do an ambush or assault, you get a tiny bit more energy back. This has to be one of the bottom... I never researched this thing. I actually can't think of... Outside of a casual playthrough, I have never researched this. And, you know, I don't really notice the benefit of it. I think it recharges just like an extra... Let's test. Hold on, let me see. Does it show me in training how much it recharges extra? I'd have to turn off infinite energy, but... Oh, perfect. So you can see there that I have 3.5 missing above my health bar. So it gave me 1.5. This thing's gonna be very low on the tier list. Don't have to say much about this one. Let's see, can I compare it right now? Let me go to regular let me go to assault. Where's everyone getting this idea of a Raven DLC? Last I heard, Chita was only doing Nikkei DLC. Yeah, it's just speculation. It's purely speculation. Let me spend some beta energy. Let me first turn off infinite energy. There we go. Okay, so here's a test. I went into a different training simulation. I turned off my energy. How much does this charge? 1.5? Wait, so it was the same. It was the same. Hold on, for posterity's sake, let me go back here and try. Let me just check again. Okay, so as you can see, I'm missing 3.5 cubes. And it just charges 1.5 either way. So... Anyway, at least in training mode, it seems like this thing charges the same as a regular assault kill. I don't really feel like going out and finding an enemy to test this. How long would that take me? Probably not very long, right? Okay, let's go. Let's do some research. Let's do some research. I feel like it's good to be thorough. No, I'm not ready. We'll just go to 807. Since Raven is not Eve, I think different approach to combat would be refreshing and would help shift up single game development ability in the long run if they try a different approach to action. If you look at the trend of action games coming out these days, it feels like they're returning to a more traditional hack and slash. That's why I thought about it. Okay, well, I mean, it's fun to talk about. It's fun to speculate, but yeah, as long as the identity of Stellar Blades, it still feels like Stellar Blade, as long as it's still, like, you know, satisfying, and the parries feel like they do here, and the dodges feel like they do here, I'll be happy. Like, you know, I do want them to add a few more combos. I just hope that it maintains its identity. It'd be really sad if they just changed the identity completely to, like, for example, like, you know, like the Digimon World games, Digimon World 1 and 2, they're, like, completely different, and then Digimon World 3 is something else completely. If they did that to Stellar Blade, I would cry. But I don't think they're gonna do that. I don't think they would do that. Let's go to Parking Tower. I guess this works. I can run backwards to the library, and that'll be a quick... I think I can check there. Okay. Here we go. So I can do an assault kill over here. In fact, let me burn my... Get rid of all this. All right, perfect. Okay, so we're in 807 because I really want to test this. Now I am at half of 1 square of beta energy. I'm going to go assault kill this guy. And let's just see how much it charges it. So again, this is with no... Sorry, no. I have beta energy theft research right now. It is researched. It filled up 1.5 squares. Okay, so that's what the ability researched. Oh, you know what? I just realized it makes sense that it would feel the same because I guess, like, when you're in training mode, it kind of includes the skills that you have. Reset this. Okay. Oh, this guy's dead. Right. Okay, now I have it unresearched. I reset my skill tree again. Oh my gosh, that's right. I don't have ambush. Sorry, I literally reset my skill tree, which gets rid of since I reset, it got rid of ambush. So what I'll do is I'll rest here at the camp. And I'll just go assault kill something. That way the test is also 100% the same, with the only difference being that, you know, we don't have that ability. However, let me attack this guy a little bit. Perfect. That's all I wanted. Now I have the same amount of energy. So we're at half of a cube, half of a square. Okay. Aha. Aha. So it charges only... well, 3/4 of a square. Okay, so that's... it doubles how much you get. You know, if you're doing them a lot, that could be good. Honestly, that's not bad if you're doing a lot of exploration. Getting extra energy, you know, it's nice to have beta energy. Because, like, for some of these mobs of enemies out in the like in the wasteland and the Great Desert, your abilities, like your burst and beta abilities, they're probably more useful than ever. Just for crowd control. So, okay. Okay, I'm a believer now. Not bad. Still gonna be low. Still gonna be low, but at least it's not the worst ever. I'm gonna have like a worst ever tier. This would be, you know, in the marginally useful tier for outside exploration. Okay, now let's go back. Let's go back to Zion. Although, do I even need to go back to Zion? Not really. But I'm going to. Actually, no, there's no need. I'm not doing anything outside of... in case I need to fight another enemy, let's just do it here. Yeah, I can just go to the skill tree. Okay. Alright. Now, I had this researched, and this researched. So we did these. Okay, moving on. Now, across the way, we have Beta Energy Recharge 1. This is a pretty easy one to talk about. It just recharges more beta energy when an attack lands. So as you're doing your combos, every connection you make with your sword, you get a tiny bit more beta energy back. And you have 2 levels to this. So there's Beta Energy Recharge 1 and Beta Energy Recharge 2. Same thing, more effective. It just has more effective than Beta Energy Recharge 1. These are pretty useful abilities. They're not going to be like very high, but they're good. This is nice to have because especially early game, these are one of the first things that I research because, you know, we're using beta a lot in the early game. And so it's nice to be able to build up beta. Honestly, we're using beta the whole game because, you know, beta chains cost beta energy. So let's get into our beta chain. But yeah, definitely there are 2 similar abilities. In fact, I might want to talk about them together. I guess we can, because look, we have Beta Energy Recharge. I'm going to talk about these abilities together because they're all like the same thing. Or rather, they accomplish similar goals. We have Beta Energy Recharge, which gives you back energy. It gives you beta energy. Sorry, tripping up my words. Let me have a drink of water. What am I trying to say here? Increase the amount of... This one's... What sucks is that these things have the same name, too. So the only difference is, like, the skill tree that they're on. Alright, anyway. So, Beta Energy Recharge 1 and 2 on the attack skill tree share the same name as the ones over here on the survival tree. Beta Energy Recharge 1 and 2. The only difference is that these charge extra energy per successful perfect parry. And so they accomplish basically the same thing, but, you know, depending on... For example, Juggernaut. That is a boss where they barely do any parry strings. It's mostly dodging that you're doing against Juggernaut. So something like beta, these on the attack skill tree, these to charge more beta, is much more useful against something like Juggernaut, where this is much more useful against like other bosses, you know, like some of the final bosses, for example. You have to parry a lot of stuff. And so then these, I have more stock in these towards the end of the game. But I like to research this early because it's going to help your entire playthrough. And then these, I do like to research fairly early, but it's not as critical as these. So I would put these a little bit higher. I would put these a little bit higher because they're always helpful. And these are extremely helpful too, but they shine most against particular bosses that have, you know, longer parry strings. For example, like Belial, you know, the second to last boss in the game, stuff like that. Still, similar abilities, both good. I would put these a little bit higher though. Next, we have Beta Chain. This is, if not S tier, it's an A tier ability for me. It's going to be high up there. One of my favorite mechanics in the entire game. It is super fun. You know, I love resource management. I adore resource management in games. My favorite franchise is Resident Evil, which is all about managing your resources. And so, or like StarCraft is all about managing your resources. And this gives you some of that. So you're managing constantly. You're managing your beta energy and your burst energy. And Beta Chain, in a way, it kind of falls into both, where it costs 1 square of beta energy to use, and then it gives you back some burst energy. So you're trading beta for burst. And depending on the combo you do, like we talked about the combos earlier, you will build more or less burst energy. And so this thing is super handy. It, as you can see, it says strengthens the last blow of some combo attacks. That means every combo attack, because there's nothing that you cannot beta chain. Literally, as you saw, you can beta chain everything. Yes, you can. So it strengthens the last blow, it deals higher damage, stuns the enemy, and recharges burst energy if the attack hits the target. Now, it says it stuns the enemy. It does not stun in the same way that a blink stuns. As you can see here, a blink, you go behind the enemy and it really stuns them because they have the stars over their head like a cartoon. This really stuns enemies. This does not do that. It just interrupts them. But, you know, for some reason it says stun here, so that's kind of wrong. But whatever, it does interrupt though. And so you can interrupt anything that is not an invincible attack. Bosses generally have like 1 or 2 invincible attacks. As well as, you know, phase transitions are always invincible. So you can't interrupt those from happening. but it's very handy. It provides a lot of safety if you know, if you're just trying to beat a boss, for example. Like if you just want to beat something, beta chains are a great way to interrupt anything that boss could be doing that is uncomfortable. Anything that makes you even a little uncomfortable, just beta chain your combo, whatever combo you're doing, and then bam, interrupt that thing. Now you do have other options to interrupt, but you know, this is a great one. And just because of the cool sound effects, the flashy visual effect that you get on her sword, the way it charges up, you know what it reminds me of? It's kind of like Nero's, hold on, what's it called? Isn't it Red Queen? Let me make sure that I'm not lying here. Nero Red Queen. Isn't it called the Red Queen, his sword? It is called the Red Queen. So similar to Nero in DMC4, you know, in Devil May Cry 4, one of the protagonists, Nero, has a sword called the Red Queen, and you can charge it up, you like rev it up, and like it glows red, and it's not the same thing, but that's what it makes me think of. I love the way it looks, and I love the sound effect. I can't get over that. It's another one of those instant dopamine things, similar to the kick in Onslaught 4. I love the sound that this thing makes. And yeah, beta chain is my favorite way to play the game. If you've been watching me for a while, you know that I pretty much am always doing these. So I put this very, very high up. Super handy. And combined with some exospines that we're going to talk about later, you know, you get some good damage from this. Okay, moving down to the bottom half of the attack ring. We talked about all the combos, so let's move on to this. We have Rush here, and then Rush you can upgrade using Lightning Rush and Infinite Rush. So all these do is it increases the distance and how much damage it does. So these are great upgrades. I get these quite early in speedruns just because, of course, you want it to travel more. Like this is our main movement tech. And so as a result, if you can increase how far you go, you're just saving time over the course of the entire run. So I try to get these quite early, and they're very useful. In fact, like the latest that I'll get them is right before Gigas. I will not wait longer than that. And the reason is Gigas is an enemy. Gigas is a boss where he will get really far away from you really quickly. And any boss where they create that distance, you want to have a quick tool to get back in. So I love Infinite Rush. I pretty much get this as early as I can, and it makes the trek across the wasteland and Great Desert much faster, especially the wasteland. The wasteland that trek is quite long, so having Infinite Rush before you do that is wonderful. So I put these, you know, they're good. They're around the middle, I would say, around the middle of the tier list. They are helpful, but they're not like a standout. It's not like a beta chain standout one. Next, we have the Aerial Blow. I talked earlier about how... Wait, I talked about this already. Wait, sorry. Aerial Blow we already talked about, so I don't need to go over that again. Rush Chain 1, I talked about this one as well. And Rush Chain 2 we also talked about. So we're done with the attack skill tree. Moving on to the next one. Resident Evil 1 Remake on the GameCube was the GOAT. Literally my favorite game of all time. That is my favorite game of all time. I sold my soul to GameStop to get a GameCube back when I was a kid. When I was like, literally, I was like 12 years old. I was like, all right, I'm going to trade all these games. I regret it so much. But also I don't regret it because I was smitten with that game. I love Resident Evil 1. And to this day, it's still my favorite game of all time. And it's not even close. It's just the perfect video game for me. Speaking of DMC, there's a strong rumor going around. There are rumors that it will be a remake of DMC 1 or 3. DMC 3 in particular is the most likely. That'd be amazing. That's my favorite action game of all time. DMC 3 is my #1 action game ever. And I have such fond memories playing it as a kid. That's one of those games where DMC 3, I play through it like every year or every other year. I'm playing through that game. It's just so good. Virgil's voice actor was aired. We was asked to do a younger version of Virgil's voice. Interesting. Yeah, no, definitely, I would love it if they did 1 and 3 together in one release. That'd be awesome. Just because 1 could really use it. I mean, if they were going to remake 2, that entire game needs to be remade, I think. Like, they got to change a lot of things. Versus, like, if they just, like, update 1 and 3, that'd be awesome. Just, like, basically the same game. I want it to feel the same. It wouldn't bother me if they added some modern... Like, if they added some touches of DMC 3's more refined combat to 1, I'd be happy with that. But I also would be happy if they left it the same. Either way, honestly, I would be happy. I just want to play those games updated. I'd be playing those games till like the day I die. Invisible Enemy Mode and Real and Resi 1 was brutal. Yeah, no, seriously. No, I love Resident Evil 1. I like speedrunning that game. I mean, that was like the first game that I speedrun just casually, just doing jail real survival. Love it. Okay. Next, we have the survival skill tree. Now, here are the ones that start automatically. You get this research by default, perfect parry. You have this by default, and perfect parry is, you know, it's like your bread and butter. This is like the main, this is why you play this game. You play this game because it's so satisfying to parry stuff. I mean, by default, the settings have the perfect parry sound comes through your controller speaker if you're playing on a DualSense. I'm saying that because in the future, if you're playing this on PC, you could be playing on like an Xbox controller, but on console, the original version, I hope they have this functionality on PC too, but the parry sound comes out through the speaker on your controller, and it's so cool because you got that audio feedback, you get the vibration feedback, and you got the cool visual effect feedback. This, okay, like if I were to rank how cool parry effects look, I'd have Stellar Blade number 1. Okay, definitely. I mean, look at it. It's gorgeous. I mean, you have like lightning and stuff. It looks insane. And then I would have probably Sekiro right below that. But since, I mean, it could be recency bias, but since we're playing Lies of P right now as I'm recording this, we're like, that's the game we're currently doing a Let's Play of. I don't know. I mean, Lies of P, Sekiro, both of the animations, like, and the sound effects are cool. They're so close, but I do have Stellar Blade above them. I honestly don't know. I have to finish playing Lies of P and then like let it gestate a little bit and think about it before I think about if I like it more or less than Sekiro's effect. I'm talking about just the sound and visual effects of which is the most satisfying. I definitely have Stellar Blade way above, but those two games they're really good. They're really, really good. So the perfect parry, I mean, like, does this even need to go on the tier list? It's obviously amazing. I guess we would put it into, I guess it would be kind of almost basically an S tier ability. The thing is, you start off with it from the beginning of the game, so it's always there. So you don't really think of it as an ability, but yeah, it's up there. Maybe not the highest tier. I'll reserve that for the stuff that like blows my mind. This does blow my mind, but it's so like it's just your bread and butter. You're doing it constantly. That I probably would. I'll still have some things higher, but it could be at the very bottom of S tier. Maybe I'll have it like that. We'll see. But that's perfect parry. Right above it, we have Focus Boost. Now, wow, this thing is really good, while at the same time being somewhat useless. Now, the parry timing is interesting in Stellar Blade because, you know, I'm saying this having a lot of experience playing without Focus Boost. You know, we did an entire challenge run with no skill tree. So in that challenge run, we got a great feel for how parries feel, and dodges for that matter, with no upgrades. And so, without Focus Boost, the game is definitely harder. Like, it's definitely harder to nail perfect parries. Like, definitely during that challenge run, I had more just regular parries than ever. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, let me actually illustrate. Let me illustrate here. So this is what, okay, that's a dodge. I need an attack. Let's do attacks, standard attacks. 1, 2. Okay, so right there, I just did 2. I did 1 of each. The first parry was a regular parry. The second was a perfect parry. And so you can see the difference there. Now, if you are slightly early, you'll get the regular parry. If you're perfect, you get the perfect parry. And that's when you get the awesome sound effect, as well as Eve does not look so kind of like off balance. If she does imperfect parries, which is what I call them, just because, just to make things as clear as possible. Because if you just say parry, someone might think that you mean a perfect parry. But if I'm doing an imperfect parry, you don't get the damage on the enemy's balance, and you don't charge up. As you can see here, beta energy recharge increases the amount of beta energy charged with a successful perfect parry. You're not charging beta if you do a regular parry. And so, you want to be doing perfect parries. And so in that sense, this is awesome. You want to research Focus Boost if you are trying to parry stuff. So for hitless, for example, I have this very high. During hitless practice, we research this basically as early as possible. It's not the literal first thing we research. We get it like, if not before Corruptor, like just after Corruptor. I definitely get it before Gigas, but it is not critical otherwise. I would say that in hitless, you want this just to make it, you don't want to hit. The hitless playthrough is so long. I mean, it's, even if you're not dilly-dallying, it's still longer than a speedrun. Like, you're probably going to spend like 3.5 to 4 hours in your hitless playthrough, depending on how cautious you are across different areas. So in my head, it's like a 4-hour speedrun, or sorry, a 4-hour playthrough. And if you can improve your survivability in a hitless run by just researching this, I would put it quite highly. However, I don't think it's really great if you're trying to learn timings. It's not bad. We're going to talk about something that's really bad later, which is the reflex exospine, the worst exospine in the game. But the reflex exospine increases the window even more. And I think that thing is 100% detrimental and just awful. You should never ever use it. But this is reasonable. Now, I say that because when I went from using this all the time every day in speedruns to then playing without it for roughly like 70 hours was the length of our challenge run where we, didn't have a skill tree. I didn't feel too like messed up as far as like my timings weren't so off, but there was an adjustment period for sure. If you're used to playing with like the reflex exospine and this, the adjustment period to playing without both would be, I think, crazy. But I didn't feel like I had to study too much extra. It was an adjustment period, but it was still like reasonable. So this thing just is like a nice little cushion. It's not such a big cushion, but it's like it's a nice just safety net where I don't feel bad playing with this. I don't feel like I'm hurting my timings. Like the reflex, I think, just is the worst thing ever. But I think it's not critical. So for example, like when we speedrun the game, even on hard, like even new game hard speedruns, I don't feel this is critical until I get to Shael, which is just before the Abyss Lavoir. That's when I'm like, I need this. Because if you know a Shael on hard, honestly, I'm not sure if she does it on normal, but she has a very long string. And that string, you're gonna get bodied if you don't parry it, or at least survive through it. So that's the point in the game where I'm like, okay, I need focus boost here, just because I don't want to screw up my speed run when I'm like, at that stage, it's like 2 hours in, And so it's nice to have focus boost for that. That's the main part where I like to research it. In Hitless, I like to research it just before Gigas, sometime around there. Maybe if I don't feel like I'm playing that well, I'll get it before Corruptor. But around there, early on, like in 807, I research focus boost. In casual play, it's great just because, well, it's going to increase your survivability. So focus boost is definitely, it's in a weird spot for me. Because, for the reasons I just talked about. But I definitely have it high. It's on the top half of my tier list. But it's kind of a complicated one. So I'll see where this one lands. But yeah, that's focus boost. Next, we should talk about the counter to that one, which is reflex boost. Because it's basically all the exact same things. Reflex boost makes your perfect dodges a little bit easier to do. It gives you a bigger window. And everything I said about focus boost for parries applies to this. Literally everything I said. So the exact same things, but just for dodges. So the difference is that I like to research this one earlier in a speedrun. So doing a normal speedrun route, I would research this before Juggernaut. Juggernaut is the point in the game where I'm like, okay, I want to have it just for Juggernaut just because he does a lot of, heavy hitting unblockables. Fun fact though, Juggernaut, similar to Demo Crawler, is very susceptible to jumping. So a lot of the things that Juggernaut does, basically not everything, but a lot of the things he does, you can jump over. But I don't really like doing that. I'm dodging stuff just because I like practicing good habits. And also to build up burst energy, which you by now at this stage in the video, I love burst energy. So that's why I researched this one just before Juggernaut, because it's the one boss where it's like, they do so many unblockables, it's nice to just have that cushion just for Juggernaut. That's the stage in the speedrun where I would get reflex boost. But yeah, same thing. Everything I said about focus boost, same thing applies to reflex boost. Moving on. Now we have counter 1. Here's where there's kind of like some interesting stuff to talk about. Counter 1 is really cool. We had access to this in the demo. We also had access to counter 2. But counter 1 has so many cool things that you can do with it. I mean, this is like a really, really cool ability. And it has an extension as well. I may as well talk about the extension at the same time because it just one goes into the other. So let's go ahead and talk about those. Oh, hold on. I just realized something. I don't want to do it here. I want to go, because every time I parry, it's going to give me a success. It's going to give me the big success notification. Does the Reflex Exospine Mark II increase the parry timings more than the Mark 1? Yes, I believe so. I haven't played with them. But I can't say from first-hand experience, but it does. Hold on, let me check. It does just say that it does though, I believe. Yeah, it says effect is increased using Mark II, so it gives you an even bigger window. Okay. So I'm going to go over here to Assault, because we've done everything in Assault so far. Good question, by the way. Good question. If you played Onimusha series, parry plus chain multiple attacks is just crazy. You know, I haven't played the Onimusha games. They were always so expensive or like so hard to get as a kid. I had heard about them, but I never played one. I never played a single one growing up. What was I doing? Oh yeah, counter chain 1. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So that's counter 1. And here's the extension. Oh, whoa. This is actually, I'm glad that happened. As you can see, there is a little bit of a startup. There is a startup to doing counter. And so as a result, if an enemy's doing a quick like 1-2 attack, it will interrupt you before you can actually get the combo out, like the counter. Before you can get counter 1 out, you'll get interrupted. So it depends. You have to kind of pick your spot when you're going to use counter 1 or counter 2 for that matter, just because some great examples of this would be like Belial. Belial has very fast strings. You would not be able to do... Should I just boot up Belial real quick and show what I'm talking about? Okay, let's boot up Belial. Let me show you an example in the field. Let me just go to boss challenge. Let's go over here and do this real quick. By the way, sorry, I missed some messages. Hot take, I like Stellar Blade better than Black Myth. Doesn't really have a parry to speak of. I didn't play that game, I have no opinion on it. I like the parry sound of Wolflong Fallen Dynasty the most, but a lot of you haven't played it. Yeah, I don't know anything about that game either. Black Myth Wukong was a great game, but the combat was lackluster. I have no opinion. Okay, hold on, let me just see. Did anyone have a message directly? By the way, if you have a message directly from me, please at me. Please at me. That way it'll show it highlighted. Don't think that's far-fetched at all. Thought that Black Myth was way overrated. I saw a video of an experiment on Reddit. Reflex Mark II and normal. Mark II seems to have a faster guard motion and a similar parry window to normal. Since the guard motion is faster, it parries better than normal. That makes sense that it would speed it up, and that's how it opens up the window. Yeah. That kind of makes sense. I guess I could see that being the case. But yeah, don't use that Exospine. It is the worst. Let's go to Belial here. And I'll go max. Okay. Alright. And I do have everything, of course. Okay, so let's do, I'm gonna do this test on Belial to show you an example of when you could do counter 1 versus when you cannot do counter 1. I'm looking for his 5-string, so I'm just gonna wait until he does that. Alright, so hopefully he gives me the 5-string real quick. I'm looking for the 5-string. Come on, do it. No. This might take a while. Your back's... I'm not even attacking you. Why is he so passive? Is it because I put the difficulty on normal? It might be because I put it on normal. Bro, do your 5-string. I want to show this example. My boy. By the way, Belial's my favorite boss. Why is he not playing nicely? And 2, 3. That would be a great example, by the way. When he does that, that's a good opportunity to do counter 1. Because he goes 1, 2, 3. So you have like a little gap there. Okay, so I'm waiting for his 5-string. And then as soon as he does the first attack of the 5-string, I will try to do counter 1. And that's how we'll kind of show this example. Good idea to show it against Belial. Also better in editing, true. Yeah, no, once I edit it down, it'll be very smooth. Because the people watching on YouTube, like after the fact, the video, it'll just be instant. Bam, here's the example. He still hasn't done the 5-string, wow. 1. Right there. Oh, interesting as well. Ooh, I'm so glad that happened. I was thinking, oh, because that's a 3-string. He goes 1 and 2, 3. Between 1 and 2, you have a very big opening to do your counter 1. As you can see, I got through no problem. The startup animation did not get canceled, but counter 1 does not actually interrupt an enemy until the second hit. So as you can see there, if you don't catch them with the second hit, you're still going to get hit. So you can get hit out of the middle of counter 1. But once you do connect with that second attack, then you're safe. I wish he would just do my the combo. Let's see if he'll play nice. Ooh, I'm glad that happened. That's a great thing to get on video. Okay. Five string? Please do your 5-string, my guy. And 2, 3. Maybe he needs to be in second or third phase. You know what? That's a fair point. Let's just attack him. That's a good point. Maybe he'll get more aggressive once he's in phase 2. Oh, there it was. That was the 5-string, whatever. Now we're in phase 2. Okay, phase 2. Please be more aggressive. Oh, he got more aggressive, all right. Five string? So what I'm going to do is, let me get the example of after the 4th hit, because there's an opening after the 4th hit. Hang on, though. This is actually not good, because his balance is low. So just to reset his balance bar, I wanted to get it down to 0, because I would hate it if I got the 5-string and then it gets interrupted because he goes groggy. All right. Any minute now. By the way, you know what's interesting about that is that I just dashed forward through that explosion. That doesn't happen too often, but when you are dodging, you do technically have... I mean, I think you are airborne, technically. So that's like an extreme rarity. That should never happen. You want to be dodging that. Honestly, I'm not even sure how that happened. But it happens sometimes. With other attacks, too. Anyway, for anyone just tuning in right now, I'm trying to get a good example of counter 1 and situations where it is safe to use versus not safe to use. Okay, it didn't work out for me that time. I went for the same kind of forward dodge to see if it would work again. I wonder if it's tied to doing a forward dodge. That might be it. I don't know. Hello, Victor Perez. Good to see you again, man. Thank you for tuning in. We're doing a big discussion video. Currently, I'm trying to get a clip of an example for counter 1 so I can edit it in and show like a good example of when it's not safe or when it is safe to do. Please do your 5-string. Please. 1 and... Let me just start dodging. I want to save his balance. Oh my goodness. And you know what's crazy is that he actually, that sucks, dude. Of course, he started the 5-string when he had 4 balance left. Ugh. This clip is like hard. You know what's crazy is because when you fight Belial 1, right after the Hypertube, he just opens up with a 5-string every time consistently. But you can't fight Belial 1. I mean, in boss challenge, you can't fight Belial 1. It's actually kind of cute the way he like waddles towards you. 1 and 2, 3. That would have been, that's an example right there of when it would have been awesome if I let it rip. 1, 2, 3, 4. So check it out. That's an example right there of the gap. That's a 5-string. The gap between attacks 4 and 5 is that gap is actually not big enough to get a counter 1 in. Despite you might think like, oh, I have enough time. No, you don't. So counter 1 is really better for situations like right here. Doesn't work there either because as you can see, the falling attack afterwards still gets me. So counter 1 does kind of have that big, you know, there's some time you gotta wait between the first and second attack. So let me find an example of an opening where you do have enough time. Of course, after any combo, like on the last hit of a combo, that's always a guarantee. That's safe to do. You can just go ahead and do your counter 1. But if you want to do it in the middle of a combo, it's not going to work. You're just going to cut off. But Lyle definitely has stuff though that I could interrupt. Let me think. Has Shift Up announced when Stellar Blade is ready to pre-order on Steam? I have no idea. We can only wishlist it. Oh, I forgot to talk about something. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So yeah, obviously after the end of any combo, you can just go ahead and do a counter 1. Like right here. We did it earlier, but I'm just gonna cut that out. Doesn't matter. I can't believe this one doesn't work though. I thought that maybe you could, you know, make that happen, but even that attack, if you parry the first one, doesn't work. I know Bala has something I can do it on. He's got something. 1, 2, right here. Right there, that's safe, although it's not effective because he gets away from you. But you can get the counter 1, technically. In fact, if I extended it with counter chain 1, it probably would have hit him. One, 2, 3. I wonder if Shift Up will release the demo on Steam a month before release. They better release a demo. Just the same demo. It's awesome. 1, 2. 1. So yeah, that's consistent. That consistently does not work. Man, there was something I was going to talk about too. I just remembered. I remembered an extra detail to talk about. Goodness. Like a second ago I had it. It was not tied to the rush. Oh wait, it is tied to the rush. I remember now. I meant to talk about the free rush that you get after dodge. I gotta talk about that. Let me do a different boss. Honestly, Belial's not good for this. He's good for showcasing, hey, your counter 1 can get interrupted, but let me just do like a slower boss. Like, for example, like Gigas would be a great one. Gigas is a nice one. Let me see here. So, it doesn't matter which Gigas. I think you can pre-order Stellar Blade right now on Steam. Last I checked, it was just a wish list. I could be wrong, though. Okay, let's jump into Gigas for 1 second to show counter ones against an enemy, you know, a boss with slower strings. That's a 1 string, that doesn't count. 1, 2. That still hit me. Okay, so that one doesn't work. 1. That one doesn't work either. However, I would be able to do it if I... Before the blink, you could do it. 1, 2, and 3. Like, that's still not enough time. You know, I don't think I've ever dodged that. I always, like, run around it. I wonder what the timing is on that. 1, just 1. How unlucky. He gave me the 5 string when he had 1 balance left. Oh, that's right, that has a follow-up. And 3. Early. Alright, here's a string. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that one... Actually, no, I didn't even contact him. That was just pure luck that I was underneath him, that his attack whiffed. So that one's not really effective for counter 1 either. 1, 2. That's okay, that's got to be like the only string. Hopefully he does that again. 1, 2. By the way, you do have time to do a counter 1 and still do a retribution. You actually have plenty of time. And that's always a cool sequence. Oh, whoops, let's reset the boss. By the way, thank you guys for hanging out and tuning in. We will be continuing Lies of P on Thursday, Friday, by the way. And then Sunday, I'll be playing Rebirth again. So that's the schedule for this week. And then we're approaching... Hang on, does my giveaway end next Friday? Today's the 25th. Oh, my giveaway is... We're going to be doing the giveaway stream next Friday, actually. So, oh, wow, dude, today... If you don't know about the giveaway, you have 1 week left to write a story if you want a chance to win a controller or gift cards. So yeah, definitely, if you're not in the Discord, join the Discord. It's free to join and safe for work. I'll put a link again to the Discord in the chat. Exactly 1 week until the cutoff. 1, 2, and 3. Nice fitting glasses. Thank you, Seekensu. Thank you for tuning in. 1. Yeah, this is 4 seconds denim. Wait, right? This is yeah, it's 4 seconds black denim is the outfit. 1, 2, and 3. Man, you know, a really easy one is on Raven. But I don't want to show bosses like that in a video like this. I don't want to show spoiler bosses, obviously, in a video that like a PC player could be watching just to learn about the skill tree. 1, 2, and 3. One, 2. Right there. So that is an example of a string where if I did a counter 1 right after the second parry, you have plenty of time to interrupt that before the blink, you know, goes off. One, 1, 2, and 3. One. Okay. Gigas, please do it again. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Oh, that's the 3 string. Just kidding. Good example you just did to rush. 1, 2. Yeah, indeed. Gigas. Actually, that's a good point. I might include a clip with that. One. 2 string blink. 1, 2, and 3. I'm waiting for the 2 string blink now. 1, 2. Right there. Don't have enough time to do that either. There's a lot of combos where actually you get interrupted out of your counter 1. It's like there's more examples of counter 1 failing than counter 2 than counter 1 working. One. All right, we got to get this soon. We got to get the show on the road here. We still have so much to talk about, honestly. There's quite a delay between 2 and 3. 1, 2. There we go. Counter 1. And you are able to interrupt the blink. So that's an example of having enough time to get back with the second attack, which does interrupt. So counter 1, sometimes useful. However, should I show? I don't want to put a. I'm not going to put Raven in the video. I'm just not going to do that. But Providence, though, I feel like I could put Providence kind of, but that's also kind of a spoiler. Just less of a spoiler. Like seeing Providence as a boss with no context. Like if you have no context, it's like not even a spoiler in my opinion. Versus Raven Taki, those are spoilers. What's a good example? Because like Providence has the 1 attack where he does like 3 attacks. He does a 1, 2, and then an overhead, and then he backs up. And when he does that, it's the perfect thing to use counter 1 to approach him. Does anyone else have an attack like that I could show an example of using it to catch up to a boss? Does anyone do that? Actually, Abaddon does. Yeah, Abaddon does. Okay, I can do Abaddon. Abaddon has an attack just like that. Behemoth too? Does he? Hold on, I don't know Behemoth though, but I do know Abaddon. Okay, so here's that's not what I want. That's not what I want either. Right here. So as you can see, an attack like this where Abaddon, he gives you a parry opportunity and then he jumps backwards. Perfect use of counter 1 to then basically get right in his face again. So it does have some fringe cool applications like that. Okay, we got it. Nice. That was, thank goodness that was a quick clip to get. Damn. Hello, Django Uni. Is that Enraged Abaddon in here? The rematch? Yeah, the Great Desert one is in Boss Challenge. It's called Abaddon Great Desert. Okay. Wow, that was quite the excursion, but we're back. And I forgot to talk about something. I'm gonna make a timestamp that I'm talking about this right here. 241, rush, follow-up. Oh, you know what? I should have talked about it. I can pull it up in the skills, like in the manual rather, like right here. Here we go. I forgot to talk about this. Okay. I missed one. My apologies. So I'm going to edit this. I'll put it in the video. It'll be in order, but This is perfect dodge additional attack, which is you get a free rush after doing a perfect dodge. So let me show you what that looks like in practice. Okay, so let's dodge something that this guy does. So as you can see, I tap triangle, and then I get a rush, and then I can do another rush right after. Normally, that's impossible. Let's do it again. So as you can see, I have my rush available. I tap triangle, and then my rush is still available, so I can just go straight into another rush. And that is that's the free rush that you get after doing a perfect dodge. Very useful. During challenge runs, it's an extremely handy extra damage source because it's a heavy attack. It's a rush. And you know what's interesting about it? I should actually show this. The other interesting thing about this free rush is that it is a full-fledged rush, meaning you can beta chain it, or you can do the follow-up. So let me show that real quick. So tap, and then hold down. So there's a beta chain example, and I still have rush available. Oh, hold on. I messed up the input there. I messed it up again. Damn. Is it because I don't have it researched? Wait. Let me go to Rush Chain 2 and just go... Because... Wait, I do have it researched, though. I do have it researched, so what the hell? Alright. I'm just messing up the input. But I know you can do it. I know it works. I feel like I've definitely done it before. In the past, like in the demo. As you can see there, you can also do a Rush Chain 2 as a follow-up to the free rush. And it's so cool because it doesn't burn your rush gauge. So, very handy. Oh, there's probably one extra thing I could talk about. Here's one extra thing I could talk about. Okay, the last thing is that if you do your rush, so now I don't have my rush available, you can still do the free rush. So, and you can see my rush down there charging. So you don't need to have your rush gauge available to do the free rush. No matter if you just used your rush, if it's still charging or if it's still available, you can still do the free rush after a perfect dodge. Very handy, super useful. Okay, so now, what was the last ability we were on? Oh my gosh, we were on counter 1. Okay. I'm going to pretend like, I'm going to talk like as if we just came back from boss challenge. So that sums up counter 1. Counter chain 1 is, you know, in all the applications where you can use counter 1, you can just add this on. It's a cool extra damage source. I'll show it just in case you've never seen it. And what's cool about it is that it does have some AoE, so it kind of affects a fairly wide area. And so if there's several, like if you're fighting a mob of enemies, it's very cool to, you know, suddenly knock everything down, because it does down. It says, can only be used if counter 1 is successful. Attacks quickly and downs the enemy. This is a combo attack skill. So it does have the benefit of downing everything around you. Oh, by the way, Aerodel, I just realized what you mean, because it does say this is a combo attack skill. Why the hell? Why does it say that? It's not like a level 1 or level 2 or anything. Oh wait, maybe it is. Hold on. Let me read this real quick. Let me go to count chain type. Increases attack power of combo attacks level 2 or higher. Oh yeah. Oh, dude, I'm so glad you pointed that out. Because honestly, I never realized that. I've been playing this game for over 600 hours. Literally, I have like 650 hours of playtime. And I never, ever knew that this actually gets buffed by your chain type. Because, well, this one does. This one doesn't, but this one does. My favorite one. Okay. Let me add that note. Because this one is, Counter 2. Oh, yeah, okay. Another interesting note. This is counter 1 and counter chain 1. So these abilities, as you can see, the last sentence there is, this is a combo attack skill. What does that mean? So if you're using something like the chain type Exospine or a combo enhancement gear, this does not get a buff, but you know what does get a buff? Perfect segue. Counter 2. So this is the second level of counter. And so if you're using chain type or those combo gears, this does get a little buff. You know, the basically anything that says like combo attacks level 2 or higher, this counts as one. And so counter 2 is my favorite counter in the game. I adore this thing and I get it every speed run towards the end because it's so cool and it just looks insanely badass. Plus, sometimes I have a surplus of burst energy and I really like doing this counter chain 2 as a great follow-up because it downs the enemy. It's, you know, it's a nice way to spend my burst if I have too much, and it just does so much damage. Why does it do so much damage? Because counter 2 itself, the benefit of it is that it boosts your melee attack for a brief period of time. As you can see in the little preview, Eve, her sword is glowing red for a little bit. It says, can be used upon a successful perfect parry of an enemy's attack. Counters and stuns enemies, temporarily increasing melee attack power. This is a combo attack skill. Oh, hold on. Let's go to the skills shop here. So let's go ahead and research that. Okay. So if we look at counter 2, now right there you can already see a big difference. The startup of counter 2 is much faster than the startup of counter 1, and so you're able to, you can insert counter 2 into some combo strings from bosses that you normally, like for counter 1, you wouldn't be able to get them in. So let me go to counter chain 2 here to show you that one. And I'll show an example of counter 1 failing. So there's a combo that he just did. You can see there, counter 1 does not go off. Let me show it again. Okay, that one went off, but it did a different combo. Do the other one, please. So it gets interrupted. Now if I do counter 2... Okay, actually that one got interrupted, but it worked earlier? I guess because that's interesting. Wait a minute, it worked earlier? It definitely is faster though. Like, it's for sure faster. I've never been like really cut off with counter 2. Oh, because they're different combos. So as you can see for that string, like that one is still too fast, I believe, where it would interrupt counter 2. Let me get a good clip of all of these things. Because it's really important, I think, to illustrate, like, hey, look, this is safer. So right there, that combo where he holds his arm up for a while, you can safely get that in where you normally wouldn't get counter 1 in. So let's see if he can do the same combo again. Here it is. Oh, counter 1 makes it 2. Oh. Hold on, there's a different one that does work. Damn, this guy has kind of too many combos to show this easily. He has kind of a lot of combos. Hello, Moose. Thank you for tuning in. So right there, as you can see, my counter 2 is not fast enough. There, it's also not fast enough. You know what I'll do? I'll just show just an example of each one. That's it. Wait a minute. Then here I got cut off? Was that another combo? Let me do it again. I gotta get a good video of all these things. So there, as you can see, we interrupted that safely. That's a different combo, so that's not a fair comparison. I want him to do the same thing. Could be almost frame perfect. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if like if you do your parry slightly earlier, you're then able to get a combo in. Rather the counter. Is that first slash a guaranteed flinch? On counter 2, yes, it is. It stuns. So that's a great question, and I'll show it in the descriptions as well when I get back to the skill tree. So you can see just the startup of both of the counters is different. Counter 2 is a little bit faster, and so in some situations where like earlier against Belial, how counter 1 was not fast enough, counter 2 could be faster, where you know you can actually get it in a combo string. Another great point. How should I Django, do you guys mind if I just like call out your usernames, or would you rather just say like, would you rather I just say like, oh, that's a great question? Because I don't have to call you out if you want to remain anonymous, but you know, I mean, you guys, it's not like you guys are using your government names as your usernames. Okay, I'll say Aerodome. Don't mind personally? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Aerodel, for bringing up that last little clause there about this is a combo attack skill, because I had never noticed that until this point. Django, that is a great question. So, yes, if you do counter 1, only the second attack will interrupt, versus counter 2, you know, if you don't do the extension, counter chain 2, if you just do counter 2 by itself, as you can see, it says counters and stuns the enemy. So it does interrupt. And since it's just one slash, you just got to make contact with that one attack, and then it will interrupt whatever attack they're doing. As long as the boss is not doing an invincible attack. Okay. Oh yeah, let me show counter chain 2. Oh yeah, the other thing I'd like to mention is that, as you can see, Eve's sword is glowing red, it's glowing red, it's glowing red, and now it's... Hold on, and now it's back to normal. So it's not like an infinite... The boost is for like a few seconds. And this is what counter chain 2 looks like. So as you can see, it downs them. It looks amazing. And so I love mixing that in when I am... You know, maybe I have too much if I'm overflowing with burst energy. It's a nice quick way to get more damage in. Okay. I would rate that one... Let me get back to the skill tree and then I'll say it. I would rate counter chain 2 pretty high. I have it pretty high on my tier list. Like if counter chain 1 is going to be much lower, still I like it because it's so cool. And you know, it does have uses against crowds of enemies, but at least for me, you know, mostly just speedrunning the game. I've only done like 5 casual playthroughs. I'm not fighting crowds too much. Like basically, I never research this in a speedrun, but I always research this during a speedrun. Albeit at the very end, but I make a point to get it because it's awesome. Moving on. Perfect dodge. Now, this ability is interesting because it's... When you start the game, you don't have it. So the opening sequence, when you do Star Descent, you don't have perfect dodge. And then as soon as you get to the first camp in 807, you are forced to research this. In fact, interesting note, this is the only forced upgrade you cannot... Unless there's a way to skip the first camp, which, you know, I have not found... I don't think anyone has found that. There's no way to avoid sitting... Like, you gotta rest at the camp. Rather, you don't have to rest at it. You gotta sit down, just kidding. That first camp is only skippable if you're in, like, New Game Plus, because then you don't have to watch the cutscene. Oh, I'm really hungry. I just realized we've been live for 3 hours, so I'm gonna have my snack real quick. As I gather my thoughts. But damn, dude, we got a lot to talk about still. Well, honestly, the talking mode, this is going to be pretty fast. And then burst and beta. Well, this looks like a lot. It's really not. I really only have to talk about 4 abilities, and then over here 4 abilities. Like the upgrades themselves. The upgrades themselves are going to be pretty quick. Like, we can just bang that out. It's mostly going to be talking about the individual abilities, and that's it. And since these are all kind of like rehashed abilities, it's like the same thing. I'm mostly just going to talk about talking about in general once we get here. So yeah, once we are past the survival tree, it should go a little faster. We might be live for another, like, maybe another 2 hours at the most, I would say. My snack is a... It's a Belvita sandwich. Dude. I eat one of these every day on stream. We've done like 160 streams. Since I started streaming almost a year ago. We've done just about 160 streams. I always have one of these during stream, like in the middle. They should really sponsor me. Also, hello, single player enthusiast. Thank you for tuning in. Happy Tuesday. I do not need a snack. That line from God of War Ragnarok, me and my girlfriend, we quote that all the time. It's like, that was one of the funniest things in the game for us. Well, there's a few really funny moments, but yeah, I do not need a snack. One of the best. The two things we quote probably the most. We always quote, I do not need a snack, as well as in the first game, when Atreus is like, but we're gods. We can do whatever we want. We say that all the time. We're so goofy. Haven't streamed in a while. Plus the audio is janky with your Stellar Blade streams. But I loved your Jedi Survivor stream. Oh, I'm playing Survivor soon. Soon. It's not soon. I'm going to be going on vacation for a month next month, so... And then once the Stellar Blade PC version hits, I'll be busy with that. But soon, when I say soon, I mean this year. Since they just added Survivor to... I think I have it downloaded already. I haven't downloaded it? What the heck? I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. Oh, yeah, I don't have it. Damn. Well, whatever. I'll download it later. The point is... I'm gonna play Survivor, because I liked Fallen Order. Okay, back to Perfect Dodge. We're back from Snack Break. Back from Snack. Okay. What was I talking about? Goodness, I definitely talked about the... Oh, I was talking about it's unskippable. Okay. So, interestingly, Perfect Dodge is the only unskippable ability in the entire game. And I know this because we just... I mean, back in December, we finished our challenge run where we didn't use our skill tree for the whole game. And this was the single camp. Okay, in the game there are there's like 2 forced camps where you have to sit down. And that is the one at the beginning of 807 and the one before the hypertube. You have to sit down there because they force you to sit down to listen to some dialogue. But the first camp in 807 is the only camp where you're forced to research. You have to open up the skill shop. They force you to, and then you have to research Perfect Dodge. Now, there are some camps like the one before Baden where if you open up the skill shop, then you are forced to research Blink. But you are not forced to open up the skill shop. It's just the first one. So this is an ability where you can't avoid it. So if you wanted to do a challenge run without Perfect Dodge, well, you can't. At least not yet. I mean, unless there's like a way on PC to disable this. But honestly, I wouldn't want to do that anyway because that would not be very fun. Not having Perfect Dodge would be very unfun, for sure. it's a, you know, one of your core abilities, just like perfect parry, it's always there, and so it's gonna be in the same tier as perfect parry. Well, the parries are a little cooler. Because when you do a perfect dodge, the sound effect, it doesn't come through the speaker. When you do a perfect parry, the sound effect does come through the speaker. It's very nice. So I guess if, you know, I'll probably have them in the same tier, but I'll just have perfect dodge second. So I had my perfect parry's a little bit higher, but then perfect dodge is like right there, right next to it. And just because of like, you know, silly little reasons. But yeah, both amazing. It charges burst energy. Meanwhile, perfect parry charges beta energy. And so they have different uses, depending on, earlier I was talking about energy management, depending on what you're short on, or if you have too much of this and so like, if I have so much beta energy, I may as well dodge, you know, if I don't need, unless you're working on okay, so there's multiple things. If you are looking for more burst, of course you're gonna dodge. If you're looking for more beta, of course you're gonna parry. But let's say that you have equal amounts of each one, then I'd probably lean towards whatever I have better upgraded, because I'd want more energy for that, which is in my case always burst. Or if I'm trying to specifically get a retribution, then I'd be more focused on the parries. But sometimes, you know, it's nice to just like mix in one dodge. For example, like at the end of a string, the perfect dodge is interesting because unlike parries, you can't parry 2 attacks at once. In fact, it's impossible. And I've tested it by syncing up enemies, like 2 creepers. I had them attack me at the exact same time. And if you press parry, it only parries one of the attacks. So one of them will connect with you while you parry the other. So like I had 2 creepers with their tails hit me, and I took damage for one, parried the other. So since there are no simultaneous parries in this game, perfect dodge in a way fills that void, because if you dodge, as you can see, you have quite a bit of invincibility. You have iframes for like, I don't know, like a second and a half or something like that. It's a pretty big window. And so if a boss is doing, for example, like if a boss does like 2 quick attacks, normally if you're parrying, you'd have to parry both. If you're dodging, you only have to dodge one. And if you're interested and would like to follow along on my channel, very soon I will be doing a dodging only challenge run. So stay tuned for that. I stream a lot, 3 days a week only on YouTube. So, you know, keep it right here. But we're going to be doing that soon. And when we do that challenge run, I suspect we're going to learn even more about the perfect dodge, which is going to be fun, because I've never played the game like that, so it should be interesting. And plus, we're going to combine that challenge run with burst only, so I can only deal damage with burst abilities, which we're going to be talking about very soon. But yeah, that's perfect dodge. The you know, the main application is that you use this if you want to charge burst energy. And of course, there are also unblockable attacks, so in some cases you can't parry them, and then you have to dodge, or you could jump over as well. Jumping over stuff is a very valid form of evasion too. The downside being, of course, that you're not charging anything, so I like to do my dodges just because I want to charge as much burst as possible all the time because I love it. Burst attacks make me very happy, if you couldn't tell. And it's also nice if, you know, if a boss is doing a particularly fast combo where, you know, maybe you don't feel comfortable parrying multiple, well, perhaps one dodge, like if you dodge the first attack in that string of attacks, you might end up dodging, you know, multiple hits because of the extra invincibility frames. So the iframes are definitely a benefit, and I like it because it charges burst, but I still have perfect parry a little bit higher just because I feel like it's a little bit cooler with the sound effects and like the controller speaker stuff, so there's that. And then earlier I talked about reflex boost already. Next we have double dodge. And double dodge is an ability that I never ever researched. In fact, we have 2 of them here in this same little, right next to each other. I don't like this ability at all for any reason. I recommend never researching it. The only application where maybe double dodge is useful is like maybe against groups of enemies. Like maybe there's some random like group, like a mob of enemies somewhere in the wasteland or the desert where, you know, having double dodge to get away from like a weird combination of attacks that they do where like it's hard to just straight up dodge them because they're all attacking at the same time, so you might want to be spamming dodge to run away. But the thing is, like, you can just what would I actually do? I would be crowd controlling them with my big crowd control abilities, which we're going to get to later, like some of the big beta skills or some of the big burst skills that let you crowd control and down enemies, I'd be using that stuff. Or like counter 1, like we talked about earlier, you know, this downs all the enemies around you if you do counter chain 1, I mean. So counter chain 1 is like, you know, the reason I don't like this ability, I dislike it so much, is because for me, it really messes with like my inputs. Sometimes I want to be mashing circle, or I'll just do it without even thinking. Or especially like if I'm doing something like a counter chain 2 or a counter chain 1, sometimes I just for the mental, I like to have that kind of reassurance that, yeah, I made the input. Even though you only have to tap it once, I like tapping it like a couple times. And if you have perfect dodge researched, or sorry, if you have double dodge researched, it'll now give you a double dodge, and it'll actually cancel you out of your cool counter chain 1 or counter chain 2. Furthermore, like if you're just perfect dodging, this thing is useless anyway. Like you only need one dodge. You only need one circle input. So I feel like the benefits of this are so fringe and random that my fringe and random complaints of like it messing with my inputs, I hate this thing because it just gets in the way. That's how I personally feel about it. The animations though, like positives that I can say is that it does look very cool. I mean, if you actually just look at this thing, it looks awesome. Like if you're just like dodging around, like if you're just dodging around, she does like backflips and stuff. Like it looks sick, right? Like you can be dodging in this direction and then bam, go this way. So it looks very cool. I appreciate what they've done with it. But yeah, I don't ever research this thing. Even in my casual runs, I very explicitly do not research it because I don't want it messing with me. And, you know, I feel like if you just have your one dodge and you're focusing on perfect dodges, that's just going to build better habits. It's going to make you have better timings because you're not going to be basically like, you're not going to be panic dodging. So yeah, I don't like this thing at all. This is definitely at the bottom. This is going to be a brand new tier. I'll probably make a separate tier for like just the worst possible abilities that like just avoid at all costs. And I know there's gonna be at least 2 in that tier. One is double dodge, the other one is threat detection. Oh my goodness, this thing is the worst. It is in some ways even worse than double dodge. I think double dodge is less offensive than this. This thing is avoid this at all costs. Let me explain why. Threat detection, what does it do? Makes it easier to use blink and repulse. First of all, blink and repulse are abilities where it gives you a big audio cue and a big visual cue. It gives you 2 huge cues. And if you mess up and you don't press like the analog stick in the correct direction, if you still just press dodge, you'll at least still get a perfect dodge. What threat detection does is it literally slows down time. And so this thing makes your timings, it just makes it harder to learn timings. That's all it does. It makes it harder to learn the game. And so I strongly recommend don't ever research this. This is the 2 abilities that I never research are this and this. And I guess this one too. Beta energy theft, I also never researched this one, but in my casual playthroughs, I still get it. I don't avoid it. It's just one of those things where I don't like think about getting it. In a speedrun, for example, I never get this. But in my casual playthroughs, like in my 100% save file, I explicitly avoid double dodge and I explicitly avoid threat detection. Because if you're doing challenge runs, here's a very practical application. If you're doing any challenge runs with no skill tree, if you're ever doing no skill tree, you don't have access to blink and repulse. Okay, you don't have these things. And so having, like if you've been playing the game for a while and you're used to the blinks and repulses getting slowed down because of threat detection, it makes it harder to learn the proper timings of dodging them. And, you know, also, the thing is too, it's nice to have your options open as far as wanting to dodge something. Like you don't have to do a blink every time. It's generally correct. Like it's generally always good to just do it, but sometimes you might want to do a perfect dodge for some reason. And so having this screwing with you is just, it's horrible. Don't ever get this. It's literally the worst ability, threat detection. It's at the bottom. In fact, I might make a second tier below double dodge because at least double dodge, I have positive things to say about it. I don't have anything positive to say about threat detection. And if you know me, if you've been watching me for a while, I love to keep a very positive atmosphere. You know, I don't like, if I'm going to be negative, I'm going to be constructive. And I just have nothing good to say about this. Don't ever research threat detection. Avoid this at all costs. It is the absolute, it's like the plague. Okay, that's threat detection. Okay, rant over. Wow. Now we can talk about just all cool stuff after that. We got rid of the 2 bad ones. Not a fan of the speaker on the controller. Oh, for the... Yeah, personally, I turn it off just because I stream, and so I'm wearing a headset. But when I'm playing on my TV, I like it. I like the sound, personally. Heard about this game when it was first called Project Eve, downloaded the demo, thinking it was a Lunar game. I was so wrong and glad you were. One of your favorite games. The game's amazing. Parry and meta is better than dodge. Parry takes away balance, circumstances permitting. Yeah, it completely depends on your playstyle. That's a good point, Aerodel. I mean, you would think naturally, of course, parries, you want to be parrying everything. But depending on your playstyle, like if you aren't going for retributions, like the retributions are handy, but like on New Game Hard, they don't deal much damage anyway. And so rather it scales with your damage upgrades. And so I say this because if you wanted to do like a random, if you're doing like random challenge runs, like we did no camps, which was no skill tree, no upgrades in general, no damage upgrades either. And so the combination of no skill tree, no damage upgrades made the retributions very good. They weren't like a good damage source, but they were very useful to do. Meanwhile, if you were doing, say, only no damage upgrades, but yes, skill tree, then you would have access to all these cool abilities and stuff. And then in a situation like that, I would think it's, plus you'd have burst and stuff. In a situation like that, I think it's actually better to be dodging stuff just to build up your burst energy, because the retributions aren't going to really give you much damage. If you don't have your damage upgrades, they do so little, it's like barely even worth going for. But of course, you know, I think they're cooler. I put parries above dodges as well. But it does depend on your playstyle. Plus, if you are more focused on doing burst energy, like burst attacks, if you value burst energy a lot, then also dodges, you know, you would have more stock in them. So it really depends on your playstyle too. But yeah, great point. Also, one of your favorite games, I've been following its production when the Project Eve trailer dropped at 2018. VGA? Yeah, it's crazy to think it's that old. Double dodge is your panic button? Exactly. Exactly, it's a panic button, it's not productive. I think it's so bad for learning. I think you could get some cool photos while Eve is doing the back handspring on double dodge. Yes, for sure. It's such a cool animation. Probably could get some badass photos. That's a great idea. How come 24/7 is your max skill point? Mine capped is at like 35. Well, the reason is that my skill tree is empty right now because I unlearned everything. But I believe that when it's capped, it's like 36. Oh, but that's also because I never researched these two things. So then I think it would be 32. We'll find out soon. Retributions give a lot of burst energy back. Oh, that is true. I forgot about that. Literally. That's a great point. But I mean, pound for pound, like if you're dodging everything, if you're dodging all the attacks, no, you are right. But if you're dodging all the attacks that it would take to get to a retribution, you are still getting way more burst energy as a result, you know? 32 is the cap? Okay. There you go. Oh, High Life is overrated. Sorry, your guys, your profile pictures looked really similar, so I thought that was Aerodel. But thank you for tuning in. Life is overrated. Okay, moving on. I talked about reflex boost. I talked about these damn things. I'm gonna research them. I'm gonna research them so I can remember that I already talked about them. But now let's move on to Blink. Okay, so here are our two cool special abilities. Now, we have perfect dodges, of course. You can perfect dodge anything in the game. Literally, you can perfect dodge absolutely anything, any attack in the game. But there are some unblockables that you can only blink, or some unblockables that you can only repulse. Now, this is really cool because it's kind of like a Makiri counter sort of thing, where it's like, you know, like in Sekiro, for example. I mentioned Sekiro because it's such a similar, you know, Stellar Blade is inspired in so many ways from Sekiro, where, you know, in that game, some stuff you gotta Makiri counter, some stuff you gotta jump over, some stuff you just have to avoid because it's like a grab. Or rather, if it's a thrust, if you Makiri counter, that's the best response, but you can't jump over it, for example. Versus, if it's a sweep, you can't Makiri counter that, but you can jump over it and then jump on their head and stuff. So this game's version of like different dodges, or like different unblockables. Oh, but you know, that's not a good example, because Sekiro, even though sometimes they do red attacks, you can still parry them. It just breaks your guard. Forget all that. I'm not going to mention Sekiro. Okay. Perfect dodge, blink, and repulse. Now, these are all of our responses to unblockable attacks. You can perfect dodge absolutely everything, but there are some abilities, or some boss attacks that you can only blink. Actually, regular enemies also have blinks and repulses. Some things you can only blink, some things you can only repulse. It's similar to God of War. Like, so in Ragnarok, which we just did a blind playthrough of recently, you know, there's some abilities where it's like the response is you have to shield break them, or like you have to dodge it because you can't parry it. So this is kind of like this game's version of that kind of like variations, where we have blinks and repulses. So the blink is a blue circle, the repulse is a pink or like purple circle. It's kind of both colors. I'll just call it a pink circle. And the difference is, for blink, you do left stick forward and dodge. Repulse, you do left stick back and dodge. So I'll show you what they look like. They also have different... the benefit is different after doing them. So here's a blink. So you do the blink. You can see Eve's sword will glow blue. So you get a visual cue on top of the audio cue. And then, as you can see, the enemy has stars over their head. It's like a cartoon. So in that moment, they are stunned, and it's a great opportunity to do a full combo. So typically what I'll do is I'll do a blink, and then I'll do my longest combo, which is Onslaught 4. I'll just do the whole thing because, you know, they're stunned, so you have a lot of time. Also, it charges a lot of burst energy, especially if you've got buffs to charge, you know, how much extra burst you charge. You get so much burst energy back. In fact, I'll show you an example. So let me just go into overdrive twice. So we have 2 squares. Bam, we just got 3 squares of burst energy from that. That's amazing. Not to mention that right after you do a blink, you can do a combo and then bam, do like an Onslaught 2, charge up. And now you got a lot of burst back. So that is blink. Now what's interesting about blink is that if you step out of the range, in fact, Stalker is a great example of this. Back during the demo, this threw some of us for a loop because, you know, we didn't know enough about the game yet. But Stalker has a particular, and I'll try to show a clip here. Stalker has a particular grab where it has a very short range. It's a blink attack. If you are not in the range of the blink attack, your sword will never glow blue. You'll never get the visual cue. And so you might think that it's bugged, but if you want the cue to show up, you have to stay in Stalker's face. The thing is that he'll do it sometimes at mid-range where you're already out of range of it. And it's an interesting, you know, little quirk about blink, but yeah, you have to be in range of the attack for the visual cue to actually pop up. However, what will always pop up is the blue circle on the enemy will always pop up. It's just the blue circle on Eve may not pop up if you're out of range, so keep that in mind. The same would be true for Repulse, but I can't think of an example with Repulse where it does that, but I can think of Stalker immediately. Stalker has a really short range grab. But yeah, that's pretty much blink. It's awesome. Next, we have Repulse. So it says can only be used when an enemy... Did I read the description for this? Blink says can only be used when an enemy is attempting a fatal attack, dodges and teleports behind the enemy to attack, stuns the enemy, charges burst energy upon landing a successful attack. Then we have Repulse. It says can only be used when an enemy is attempting a fatal attack, pushes the enemy away and steps back, temporarily increasing ranged attack power, reveals weaknesses of certain enemies. So if an enemy has a weak point, in fact, every single enemy and boss has a weak point. The only ones that don't are the 2 final bosses. So, oh, I shouldn't even mention that. Sorry. Let me not even mention that. Damn, what was I talking? Let me just read the whole thing again. Sorry, I'm not sure where I stopped talking about it, but I'll just read it again because I'm not sure. Then we have Repulse. It says, can only be used when an enemy is attempting a fatal attack, pushes the enemy away and steps back, temporarily increasing ranged attack power, so your gun gets a little stronger, reveals weaknesses of certain enemies. So let's just jump in so you can look at what a weakness looks like. Basically, every single enemy, besides the final bosses... Oh, I said final bosses, damn it. Okay. Hold on, where... I'm sure I have somewhere I can edit it out, but... Okay, so let's take a look at this enemy. He's gonna do a Repulse here. So the timing is the same as Blink's. And as you can see, that is a weak point. So every single boss in the game, besides the final boss, has a weak point. And it's interesting because for some reason they didn't give it to the final boss. Should I even mention that? Oh my gosh, hold on, let me think about this. Is it even worth talking about that? Like... Maybe I should just say, I could just allude to, like... It's very rare. I could just say it's very rare for an enemy not to show a weak point. I could just do that. Because, yeah, I don't want to spoil anything. The thing is, like, I'm assuming we're inevitably going to get, like, a larger... there's gonna be a brand new wave of players, you know, that come, like, they join... they hop onto the game. They've never played the PS5 version. Oh, goodness. Hold on. I need some water. I'll be right back. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. We're doing quite a lot of commentary today, but luckily, Liza P should be pretty chill. I'll be right back. Thank you guys for hanging out. Seriously, I do appreciate it. Okay, I'm back. I took a shot of honey too, just so I can get through the stream. I can literally feel that my voice is going out. I mean, although, like, during regular streams, I am talking the whole time. But something about this, like, this is different, you know what I mean? 잠시만요. Yeah, no. Be right back. Just wait a moment, please. You know, I know there's other ways to say 잠시만, but, I don't know. I just put the most basic way I could figure out how to write. Don't forget to subscribe. Thank you, Aerodol. I appreciate that. In your no camp run, does that mean you don't activate the camps completely? Or do you just not use the skill tree and shop? So life is overrated. Good question. Yeah, the no camp run was literally not touching the camps at all. So we didn't activate any of them. The only camps that were activated were the forced ones. But for the entire game, we didn't touch any. So, and even, like, but we also don't use them anyway. So, like, even the ones that are forced, for example, like, right after Stalker, that camp activates by itself because it's in a cutscene. Like, right before Karakuri, that camp activates by itself because it's in a cutscene. Either way, we don't use them. So, yeah, it was pretty hardcore. It was like, you know, no skill tree, no upgrades, no damage upgrades, no extra spines, no gear slots, all that stuff. No nothing, basically. The thing that made it hard was the no skill tree. Everything else is pretty whatever. If we did the entire challenge run again with a skill tree, it'd be pretty easy. I think. Like, the no damage upgrades barely matters. Yes, the fights are long, but if you have a skill tree, every fight is easier because you have focus boost, you have reflex boost. Those are like those are the two abilities that make the game way harder if you don't have them. You want to try that run with the skin suit? Go for it. Go for it, definitely. I'm not gonna pretend to be the best player. You could definitely make it harder. Because, for example, like when I did the boss fights, I took damage on most of them. Only like the final boss, we did no damage, just by necessity. But you could do the whole thing no damage too. So there's a much higher ceiling if you're like, you know, a more dedicated player than me. But yeah, I would love to do skin suit stuff as long as I can wear a costume. Because, you know, I don't want to use skin suit on stream. I don't want any issues. Like, just, I don't want to, number one, attract degenerates. I don't want any degenerates in my stream. Because, like, our stream has been so awesome. We have the coolest community. Like, literally everyone's an adult. And I also don't want any issues with monetization. So I don't want any problems there. So those two reasons, that's why we just don't use skin suit. But I would like to do the challenge of it just because, like, then there's nothing else you could say. Like, that, oh, you could have done this, but with that extra. It's funny because, like, that particular run, having no shields would change basically nothing. That would change basically nothing. New game hard, dude. New game hard. No health upgrades. You get one shot so quickly that the shield wouldn't really make a difference. What's your favorite outfit? And have you ever played Nier Automata? We did a full playthrough of Nier Automata on stream. Yes, we actually did, and I love that game. It was a really fun playthrough. And my favorite outfit though is probably no. My favorite outfit is the black suit, the planet diving suit second. Is it second? Yes, it is second. This is my favorite outfit. But then my other favorites are like, you know, all these that I have marked here. Well, not really these. I mean, I like these, but I just have them marked for convenience because they're at the very bottom of the list. But I would say it's these. So it's Sporty Energy, Punk Top, 4 Seconds Denim, Daily Denim, 4 Seconds Biker, Daily Biker. Basically anything with jeans and like cool tops I'm into. I think those are really cool. Photogenic I have here because, yeah, it's pretty cool. And it also is the same colors as 4 Seconds Black Denim. So I like that. And then, of course, the default suit is, like, probably in my top 3. It's top 3 or top 2. I love this one. Like, definitely this is number 1. This is probably number 2, and then it's the other ones. This is also a cool one because it shows up in some promotional stuff. This is also promotional, so I like these because, you know, they show up in, like, the official screenshots or, like, some of the, like, other official, like, gameplay or trailers or whatever. You'll see these two outfits, the Raven suit and the Planet Diving suit 6th V2. This is the one that you find in 809. But probably these, or the one I have on would be number 3. But yeah, it goes number 1, number 2, and then whatever. Like the other ones are all tied for number 3 pretty much. Protection Exospine boosts shield's effectiveness a crazy amount. It does. It's very, very good. The Protection Exospine is so solid because of the extra. I learned this from testing in the demo. Since it gives you a whole extra shield level, it's amazing. It's very good for learning bosses. Super, super useful as a practice tool. I wish they added A2's haircut. I like the outfit of the 8th diving squad has at the end of the game, and the outfits the 7th are wearing at the start of the game. Oh yeah, the final angels, yeah. Okay, let's get back to it. 3:30. Damn, dude, I have 2.5 hours left before this Lakers game. Lakers Mavs, dude, that's gonna be a fun game to watch. I hope Luka drops like 40 on them. So we are now at 3:30. Back. Okay. The last thing I was talking about was I still on Repulse and Blink? I talked about Blink, that's for sure. I haven't talked about Repulse yet, okay. Oh, sorry guys, this is like the 3rd time I'm reading this description, but let me just start over again. I might sound like a broken record at this point. The accident was I kept making the mistake of mentioning the final bosses. I'm not going to mention them. I'm going to say that because literally Providence, Elder are the only bosses, no one else. Everybody else shows a weak point. There's not a single other thing that does not show a weak point if you do a Repulse. Literally, in the entire game. So they're very unique in that sense. But I'll just say like it's very rare. I'll just say it like that, very broadly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Moose. I'm not going to mention them. Okay, because I don't want to spoil PC players of nothing. Nothing. I want them to have an awesome experience like I did my first time through. You know what I was thinking about? I should go back and watch some of my my blind playthrough. It's still on my channel. It's there. I have a playlist about it. But my blind playthrough, dude, I wonder like how... I want to see myself getting bodied by some bosses. It'll probably be funny. And just like seeing what the hell like I even thought of some of these bosses, because I don't remember. It's been, you know, almost a year now. That was a fun playthrough. I'm glad I got to share that on stream. Okay. Next we have Repulse. So this one says, can only be used when an enemy is attempting a fatal attack. Pushes the enemy away and steps back, temporarily increasing ranged attack power so our gun gets stronger. And then it says, reveals weaknesses of certain enemies. It's very rare for an enemy not to show a weakness. Very, very rare. But let me show you what it does look like when it happens. So yeah, this is a... And by the way, in the rare case that an enemy does not show a weak point, you still get the boost of your ranged attack gets stronger. So your gun is always going to get more powerful. So here's what it looks like. That's the weak point, and you can shoot that for extra damage. So your gun does get stronger. And just like... Hold on, let me check something. Just like Blink, you do charge a bunch of burst energy when you do a repulse. So it's very, very handy. If you're ever low on energy, always just let the Blink or repulse happen. Now, sometimes, and it happens to me too, I'll make the mistake where I don't let it rock, but sometimes you might be in the rhythm of like doing combos and doing a beta chain and doing whatever, all these attacks, and you might accidentally interrupt a boss's Blink or repulse, but really, it's generally like you should just let it happen because the benefit is so good. Like you get the burst back, you stun them, or you get like a free opening to attack their weak point, and that weak point plays into... Later we'll talk about the Eagle Eye Exospine, but the Eagle Eye Exospine, you get some ammo back if you shoot the weak point, so it's like a nice, you know, like 2 for 1 there. So yeah, that's the repulse. Other little things I could mention about, like, you know, these attacks is that wait, hold on, let me look at the Blink again real quick. Yeah, it just teleports behind. There goes my alarm. One other cool little detail about Repulse is that Eve essentially does a shield breaker. You can see her doing a backflip and a kick to knock the boss away, or the enemy away, and it looks like shield breaker. It's pretty nice. So visually, very cool. I love these abilities. They're part of, like, you know, they're like some of the main mechanics that you experience throughout the whole game is Blink and Repulse. Okay, next is a simple one. We have Burst Energy Recharge 1 and 2. They do the same thing. All this does is it increases how much burst energy you recharge when you do a perfect dodge. Now, similarly, just like these, which give you more beta energy when you do perfect parries, this is not a critical ability, in my opinion, but it is nice if you have a preference between... The thing is, when you're playing casually, you're going to have plenty of SP. You can just research stuff, you know. There'll be like it'll matter a little bit the order that you get stuff in. Like, you don't want to be wasting your energy on... You're not going to want to be wasting your SP on, like, invaluable upgrades like, you know, like these two, like double dodge and threat detection, or like some of the abilities over here, which are not that useful. But anything that gives you more energy is worth getting, but I don't rush to get these myself. So in speedrunning, I get these, but more like towards the end of the game, when I'm more likely to be dodging stuff because I'll be wanting to use more burst energy. But yeah, they're good. I think that as far as generally being handy, I think that the beta energy recharge is a little bit more useful because I end up parrying more things typically compared to how many things I'm dodging. We are doing big dodges, but typically I get more value out of beta energy recharge. So I would put these a little bit below, but they're right around the same. So burst energy recharge, good, but not great. Okay, then we have reflections. In fact, I might reorganize. No, I shouldn't do that. I was gonna say I should talk about these right after the counters, but because they're like similar. But nah, we're just gonna go in order. Okay, so the reflection abilities. Now, these things are really cool. I love these. Specifically, I love Reflection 1. This is my favorite one. But this one says, can only be used upon successful perfect dodge of an enemy's attack. Counters and stuns the enemy and temporarily increases attack speed. This is a combo attack skill. So you might be noticing a theme here. When either counter or reflection, when it gives you an extra benefit, I love it. So like this one increases your attack speed, while counter 2 increases your melee attack power. You look at like counter 1, it gives you no extra benefit. And then if you look at if you look at reflection 2, it gives you no extra benefit. But this one, reflection 1, it increases your speed, which is nice. Now there is a max speed cap in this game, which is 160%. So if you're putting on speed gears, or if you're in overdrive, or if you use a reflection, you can't go over the cap of 160. So pretty much, if you're already at 160, reflection 1 isn't going to do anything. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. I haven't tested it, but there's a speed cap in the game. You just can't go over 160. Because I guess maybe they like haven't animated it, or like it would look weird or something. Like maybe the animation is broken if it did go over 160. We could probably find out in the PC version if we just put it up over 160 anyway, and we'll see how janky it looks. But yeah, that is reflection 1. Let's take a look at it in training. How do you have so many skill points over 200? It's because I reset my whole skill tree, and this is a new game plus save. You can just say there's only 2 enemies that don't have weak points. Yeah, I made it more broad. Hello, Max Cannon Thunder. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, let me do it again. So there is reflection 1. And as you can see, because I did a perfect dodge, the dodge gives me iframes, which avoid both of his attacks. And so because of that, the perfect dodge giving you invincibility means that... So as a result of having those extra iframes, you know that your reflection 1 is basically always safe. It's possible still to get hit out of it if perhaps, like, let's say that you perfect dodge a ranged attack and you're not right next to the boss or whatever that's doing the attack, and then you want to follow up and get closer to them with reflection 1. You can do that sometimes. You might be able to use reflection 1 to get closer. I do it in some cases, but I'm not going to show you in the cases that I do because it's kind of a spoiler. Don't even want to mention that. Sorry. I'm not going to talk about that. I gotta stay so far away from spoilers. I'm talking about Raven, by the way. When Raven does her 2 projectiles and then slams down into the floor and creates like a shockwave, I like to dodge over the shockwave and then reflection 1 towards her. That's probably my favorite use of reflection 1, I would say. But there's other situations. Can I think of one that I could show? Let me think. Who does good... Taki's a spoiler boss. I'm not going to do that. I could do like... Oh, I could do Abaddon. I'm going to showcase this in Abaddon. Here, let's go to Abaddon real quick. When Abaddon does his lightning attack, or like when he does his shockwave at the beginning of phase 2, that's a good one that you could do reflection 1 on. Right after reflection 1, you can pause the game to see the actual speed increase percentage. Oh, that's true. Here, let me show that right now. Thank you for pointing that out. Because the same is true for overdrive. Alright, so let's jump into this Abaddon boss fight, and I'll show you an example of how cool reflection 1 can be. Alright, so... let me just build up some energy. So here's phase 2. Alright, so... oh, damn, that killed him already? Let me fail this QTE, that way... because we have a lot of damage stuff on. I should have taken it off. Or honestly, I should just be on hard mode. Whoops. I should just... let me put this on hard so I don't kill him so quickly. What's my favorite OST in the game? Personal favorite is Belial or Raven. Yeah, mine is definitely Belial 1 or 2. I go back and forth all the time. So the Hypertube music or Belial 2. Both of those songs I've probably spent the most time listening to. But then other ones that immediately come to mind are Stalker's theme, the Stalker theme, 807 music, Star Descent, the area music for the second half of Abyss Lavoir. So like, when you first enter Abyss, there's a certain song playing, but then it's the one after. So when you get to the second half of Abyss, that's one of my favorite songs in combat. It's amazing. And then the Gigas theme, Taki's theme, Raven's theme, Providence's theme. UN's theme in the final phase, Karakuri's theme in the final phase specifically. I love the second phase versions of those. And yeah, it's probably like, is that 10 songs yet? I don't know, it's like my top 10 or something. But there's so much good music in this game. Oh my goodness, the one when you get to the underground the sewers after the construction site, the bass guitar when you're in combat, amazing. So much good music. So much good music. But yeah, my number one, like 2 songs tied for number 1, Belial 1 and Belial 2. Alright, so hard mode, Abaddon. Let's just go regular max so that they don't die so quickly. Everglow's underrated, it's really good. Yeah, no, another one of the best songs for sure. I always, whenever we're speedrunning, I always raise my volume just for Everglow specifically, so that we can hear it more. Cool. Okay. I don't think that song's underrated at all, by the way. I think it's very properly rated. Everyone loves that song. In stream, every time we get to it, it's always awesome. I think it's very properly rated. It's like one of the best songs in the game for sure. Okay, so here we go, phase 2. Oh, he's doing this? Right. I'm looking for him to do his big projectile attack. There we go. It's right there. That's an example of getting in with Reflection 1. Now, I got hit by the lightning, but still, you get the point, right? Oh, however... no, I'm not going to mention anything else. That's enough. That's a good enough example. You can see how I got closer to him. That's it. Okay, back to the skill tree. Oh, true. Oh, yeah, okay, let me go back. Let me show the speed increase. Thank you for reminding me. Alright, so let me just show that I have nothing on. Okay, so currently I have nothing on, so there's nothing else boosting my speed. And currently my speed is at... Wait, what the hell? Where's my speed? Doesn't it just show you your speed right here? What? Wait, unless you put... If you put something on, then it shows you, I guess. I guess there's no point in showing you it's at 100%, it's regular. Okay, right, there we go. So here you go. As you can see in your stats, like if you press pause and then press square to view stats, you can see that my attack speed here is 115%. That's because I just put on the speed increase gear. So we know that our baseline is 100% because this one adds 15. So let me take this off. So now we have nothing on. There's nothing boosting my speed, as you can see. It doesn't even show you your speed anymore. So it's at 100%. It's at base level. Now let's go into a boss fight and use Reflection 1, and I'll show you how much it increases your speed. Oh, also worth noting, I guess I'll show it in overdrive later as well, but overdrive, if you activate it, you can see my attack speed is now at 130%, and this is on max preset, which means that my overdrive is... Oh my gosh, but it doesn't give you the full thing. Alright, well, we'll talk about it once we get to overdrive then. I'll talk about it later, because I'll want to show the increase when you have just this stuff, and then plus the New Game Plus, so... Okay, now my overdrive is gone. Perfect. I just wanted the overdrive to finish up so I could show the increase from just Reflection 1. Alright, dodge, Reflection 1, and now as you can see, we go to our stats, and my speed is at 130%. So you get a 30% bonus from doing Reflection 1, which is quite nice, and there is no way to go over 160. I should show that just in case someone doesn't believe me. Let me put increases on. Let me put on a bunch of speed gears. Can I get over 160? I should be able to. Or I can get really close. Let's see. Speed increase gear. Let's put on 4 of them. Oh, wait. This is only the... Let me go to maximum new game plus. We're going to be thorough. I'm going to have a lot of editing to do, but that's okay. I'm going to be thorough, and I'm going to go to max new game plus preset so I can put on all of the speed increase gears. If not listed, it's normal. You can use both overdrive and reflection to stack for 160, and it turns yellow. Ah, I'm glad it turns yellow. Okay, but just to just to super show people, let's go max new game plus. All right, so speed increase gear. There we go. Yeah, so the best I can do is 18. It's so far down the list. And then the 16%, okay. And then 13%, and then the 15% one, and that's it. That is the most I could possibly put on through gears. And we are at 160%. Oh, in fact, that's really nice. It doesn't just turn yellow, it shows you max. And here's a shot of max attack speed. So I just put on every speed increase gear that I could, and you can see our attack speed maxes out at 160%. You cannot go over that. So if you know that overdrive, sorry. So if you know that reflection 1 gives you a 30% boost, and you wanted to, you know, play really fast, maybe you could only use, for example... I'll just talk about this once we get to the overdrive skill, because it's kind of more relevant there. Yeah, so that's it. Let me just go over this one more time. As you can see here, I put on a bunch of speed gears to increase my attack speed, and it's caps out at 160%. So it even says max for you there, so it's very clear. You cannot go over 160. And so the benefit of 30% from reflection 1, you might not get all of it. If you have some speed increase gears on to make you faster, you know, and maybe you only have like 15% until you hit the limit, reflection 1 will not be boosting as much, of course. It does not take you over that limit. And then let me just go into the fight and do it anyway, just so that it's like 100%. I don't want a single comment asking like, what if you do this? I want this to be as like definitive as possible. Alright, so here we have all of the speed increase gears on. We still have them on, okay. This takes me to my 160% limit. Now let's dodge something and do a reflection 1. Okay, I did a reflection 1. And as you can see, I'm still at the max attack speed of 160, so that there's no way to get over that. Okay. I think that's pretty definitive. What language do I use? We're playing on Japanese. I mostly play on Korean, though. We're just playing on Japanese to mix it up. You know, I've played so many hours on Korean that... Just so that, you know, I don't want you guys to get tired of hearing the Korean voices, so I've been playing on Japanese recently. Actually, you know, we actually gave away a Japanese copy of the game through the Discord. That was the first giveaway I did. We're on our 3rd giveaway. I've done a Japanese copy giveaway, then we did a bunch of copies of the Nier Automata DLC giveaways, and now we're doing a controller giveaway and gift cards at the same time. I thought Japanese wasn't an option. It's not an option on every version of the game except for the Japanese version. So it's not available anywhere else. You have to have either a Japanese disc or a Japanese digital version if you want to play on the Japanese dub. I was mistaken, it doesn't turn yellow. Thinking of max tag on the stat. Ah, okay. Hello, Duke Cyrus. Thank you for tuning in. Good to see you again. But yeah, luckily PS5 is region free, so it's awesome. Okay, where was I? Alright, so that's reflection 1 in a nutshell. It's nice because it closes the distance. However, typically, after a perfect dodge, I would just be using the free rush that we talked about earlier. So after a perfect dodge, you can just tap triangle and it gives you a rush for free without consuming your rush gauge. That would be generally how I get closer to bosses. But sometimes Reflection 1 is just what the doctor ordered. And that goes into Chain Reflection 1. So it says, can only be used if Reflection 1 is successful, attacks quickly and downs the enemy. This is a combo attack skill. Now, you know, because I love Reflection 1, by extension, I love Chain Reflection 1. Because it looks really cool. So that's what it looks like. And, you know, the animation on top of being very cool, it also downs the enemy. It does cost 3 burst. So I'm not always going to be going for this one. I gotta be like really overflowing on burst energy if I want to do a Chain Reflection 1. Because typically if I have extra burst, what I would like to do is counter Chain 2. That's kind of my go-to. Like if I just have an extra 3 burst to spend, I would do that one instead. But sometimes I'll do this one just because it looks cool. And here's Counter Chain 2 in case you forgot what it looks like. But yeah, that's how I usually like to spend my extra energy if I'm overflowing with burst. But, you know, I'm not always overflowing with burst energy. And so I don't really use Chain Reflection 1 very often. But sometimes, you know, because it is very cool. And I like doing Reflection 1, you know, pretty frequently. However, like I mentioned earlier when we were talking about Onslaught 1, my typical follow-up to a Reflection 1 is just doing Onslaught 1 Beta Chain. That's like my favorite thing to do because of the quick charge. And the extra speed that you get from Reflection 1 adds some safety to doing this particular combo, which is kind of slow. So this is like one of my favorite fastest ways to just quickly build some burst. Reflection 1 into Onslaught 1. But sometimes if you just want to mix it up, Chain Reflection 1, not bad. It's a good one. Okay, then we have Reflection 2. Now Reflection 2 I have a lot lower. Oh, hold on, let me research this. Reflection 2 I have a lot lower. It says, can be used upon successful perfect dodge of an enemy's attack, counters to stun the enemy. This is a combo attack. Now, all of these reflections and counters, they're the same as far as this, like the energy used. Counter 1, counter 2, they both use 1 beta. And then the counter chains, they both use 3 burst. So both counter chain 1, both counter chain 2, both of these abilities cost 3 burst energy. And then the lower ones cost 1 beta. The same thing is true for Reflection. Reflection 1, 1 beta. Reflection 2, 1 beta. Chain Reflection 1, 3 burst. Chain Reflection 2, 3 burst. So it's all the same. And, you know, besides this one looking cool, I absolutely never upgrade this thing because I also just never upgrade Reflection 2 for any reason. Because, you know, if I'm going to do a Reflection, I want to get a benefit out of it. So that's why I like Reflection 1, because it gives you a little speed boost. However, there is a benefit to doing Reflection 2. It's that it's again, like it says at the end, this is a combo attack. That means that any gear or exospine that increases your combo attacks level 2 or higher will increase the damage of this particular Reflection. So Reflection 1 gives you the speed boost, but you don't get the damage boost if your loadout, you know, complements it. So if you have the loadout for it, you might be getting much more damage from Reflection 2, and then in that case, it might tip the scales where you want to use this one instead. Now, the one cool thing about it is that it has a very wide slash, and so against crowds, I mean, against a crowd, Reflection 1 is not very good because it's singling out one enemy. Against a crowd, though, Reflection 2 is awesome because it's very wide. So in that sense, it's cool. Let's take a look at it. Oh, however, with Reflection 1, if the enemy that you attack, if the enemy that you hit with Reflection 1 dies, you can keep attacking with Reflection 1, like it'll keep going, and then it'll hit other enemies too. That's Reflection 1. As you can see, very wide. And this is the follow-up, Chain Reflection 1. Sorry, 2. I meant 2. This is Chain Reflection 2. So Reflection 2, wide attack. So it's only good if you are buffing its damage with ability, like with gears or exospines, or if you're attacking into a crowd of enemies. And then, you know, the follow-up is just more. Let me actually jump into the Chain Reflection 2 training so we can look at that better. Hello, JVision1. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, for anyone just tuning in, we've been on an extensive discussion of the entire skill tree. I went through all the combos earlier. I've talked about so much stuff today, I'm losing my voice. And we're almost done with the survival tree. And then once we're done with it, we're going to be moving on. It's going to be a lot faster because the betas and bursts are, I think they're quicker to talk about. So let's research that. Then let's go over to Chain Reflection 2. So as you can see, can only be used if Reflection 2 is successful. Perform successive strikes to down the enemy. This is a combo attack skill. So it's like 3 attacks. Eve does like a cool backflip as she attacks. And then she does another swipe. And then a final big strike. 1, 2, 3. So it's a cool one for sure, but if I'm looking to spend extra burst energy, like I mentioned earlier, I'd be spending it on counter chain 2. That's the main one that I like to spend extra energy on. But definitely a nice one. I always get this, of course, in a casual playthrough, but in a speedrun, I never research this thing. So honestly, it's kind of interesting to think about like these abilities as far as like if I'm doing a speedrun, if I'm doing a hitless playthrough, or if I'm doing casual, because the rankings kind of change a little bit. If I'm doing a speedrun, I have a very specific order that I get everything in, because like I have like the most important things that I would get, like there's a certain order to them. If I'm doing a hitless, it changes completely. Like in a hitless, the first thing I'm researching is focus boost, reflex boost. Those are like some of the first things I'm getting after like the basic ones, like after I get blink and after I get like ambush. But yeah, pretty much as early as I can. And after beta chain. So that wraps up the survival skill tree. We're going to talk about this one later. If I should even talk about it. No, I'll mention this last and I'll say spoiler warning. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Okay. Burst energy, I'm not spoiling anything. Like you can see the burst energy stuff just from watching any trailers. And like if you're watching any gameplay, like you've seen the right attacks, so I don't think that's a spoiler. Like you just get it after Stalker, you know. It's a cool moment for sure. It surprised me, but I don't feel like that's much of a spoiler. But betas we'll talk about first. Let's talk about the beta energy. All right, moving on. Moving on to the beta skills. Now these are kind of like your bread and butter powerful attacks. Similar to, for example, the runic attacks in God of War, the newer God of War games. We've got, you know, you can hold down L1 and press any of the face buttons for a different attack. However, you start the game right off the bat with triplet and slash. You have both of these unlocked right away once you get your beta skills. So let's talk about them. Now, first of all, the beta skills, you know, they're really powerful because you are often... Hold on. Thing is, you're more overflowing with burst energy, but the burst attacks cost more. I wonder what the average player, like, if someone's just doing like a casual playthrough, would they find themselves more... do you think you'd find yourself often having too much beta energy or too much burst energy? I guess it doesn't really matter though. I can just talk about them like for their, you know, their like utility and the damage. So actually, let me read about them a little bit, because honestly, I never use these things, and so I haven't read these in a long time. So this is just increases the damage, increases the energy you get back. Okay. Then you get quadruplet, which is, you know, awesome. I use this so much during the demo. Too much beta during newbie phase. Too much beta, it's a lot easier for you to parry than perfect dodge. Because burst is too costly to consider if you don't get it yet. As a casual of over 400 hours, I can say that beta is faster to charge and use a lot more, like by far. I was leaning towards that. Okay, you guys kind of just reaffirmed my belief. Thank you for that, all the comments. Because, yeah, it makes sense. Like, if you're not thinking about, doing perfect dodges, you know, you wouldn't really be getting burst energy. You're always getting beta energy, though, because you're always attacking. And, like, every attack builds a little beta energy. However, you know, a blink and a repulse, those both charge so much burst, so like... whatever. Okay, let's go into it thinking like these are your bread and butter, because, you know, you probably will use them more. The first strike of triplet also stuns the hit enemy, additionally increases the attack power of triplet. Damages the balance of the enemy hit with quadruplet, increases the attack power of quadruplet. Delivers unpredictable blows and completely subdues enemies by drawing out beta energy to its maximum. replaces triplet. Extreme enhancement increases the attack power. Okay. Okay, so let's start with triplet. Probably my favorite. Well, no, that's not true. This is my favorite, but... So let's go over all the beta skills. Do I talk about them one at a time? Because they're so... Oh, it's so situational, some of these things. Like in a speedrun, I don't research anything besides... You know, like we use triplet early on and slash early on sometimes, but I don't upgrade any of these. But then in casual play, they're really good. Alright, I'm going to talk about the beta skills from a speedrunning perspective really quickly, because Shield Breaker, this is my favorite beta skill in casual playthroughs. But, you know, I don't do casual playthroughs that often anymore. We've only done like a handful of casual playthroughs. And so when I think of beta skills, I really just think of when I'm speedrunning or doing a challenge run. And in those cases, I don't upgrade anything besides, you know, I start with base triplet and base slash. And these are the two skills that I think of all the time when I'm thinking of beta energy. So triplet and slash. Slash, of course, is great because it gives you crowd control. So this one you can hold down. Triplet you cannot hold down. This one's just you tap square once and it gives you a straightforward like attack for a single enemy. Slash gives you a very wide slash. It's great for crowd control, especially if you charge it. It does a decent amount of damage. Even unupgraded, it does decent damage. At least like on normal difficulty. On hard difficulty, it's not very useful. The only benefit of these two abilities on hard difficulty, if you're doing like a new game hard run, is that they do interrupt. And so as you can see, it says, here's triplet. It says, continuously generates arcs to attack furiously forward. The third hit stuns enemies. So unupgraded, triplet, the last hit of it, just only the last hit, will interrupt just like a beta chain would interrupt. Meanwhile, slash, if you only tap triangle, it does not interrupt anything. Unless it's a very weak enemy. For example, like a creeper. A creeper, if you just slash them, if you just press square with your sword, it interrupts them. Because, you know, creepers, they've got like no poise. So slashes would interrupt them too, but as far as like bosses go, if you just tap triangle to do a slash, it does not interrupt anything. However, if you charge it all the way, you do get a slash. Oh, I forgot that I have it researched to the max here, I guess. Damn, that's so cool. What the hell? Damn, I can't even show the basic ones. Oh. Because we're on, like, New Game Plus here. I'm gonna go to a different... I have to boot up a different save because since this is on New Game Plus, I'm getting different versions of these abilities. So let's go out to my main menu again and load up another save. A blink or repulse only recharges a used burst skill. If you use overdrive, then blink, you just get refunded the cost of your overdrive. Yes, indeed. Oh wait, not boss challenge, whoops. Yeah, I try to typically spend an overdrive if I see that I'm about to get a blink or repulse. This is new game. Yeah, this one is new game, this is safe, so I can go in here. Okay, here we go. I was trying some weird stuff. Oh yeah, this was a long time ago. I was trying anything. This is back when I was struggling to beat like Raven for the very, very, very first time on New Game Hard. That's actually, it's fun to think about what was at one point so difficult. Now we just speedrun. That's cool. I remember this didn't last. I remember because chat was suggesting, I think multiple people in chat were like, try out Shockwave, because, you know, I didn't like using this ability in my casual playthrough. And I tried it for like a couple attempts, and I was like, nah, I don't like this at all. But Shield Breaker, this is where it's at. Let me reset this real quick. And let me also change the music so it's consistent. Oh wait, that's not the right one. That's not the right one either. I don't have the song here. Wait, I can get the song. I can get the song. By the way, I'm talking about the Christmas song. Because the entire video so far has been with the Christmas song playing in the background. And so I don't want to mess up, like, I don't want to have different audio. Kind of like a ridiculous nitpick, I guess, but... I'm just going to run over here, go back to Zion, and then change my music. Let me also... Oh, wait, my outfit is... Whatever, I'll just do something default. I don't want to spoil the outfit either. Because we've been using a certain outfit this whole time, but whatever. That's not a big deal. I think the music is a bigger deal. One of the only sections in the game, by the way, where I always drop frames there. I guess because they're like loading in a new area. Shockwave is so good, boosted by range attack, including repulse, weak point, especially early before gun. Indeed, no, it's definitely the most overpowered for sure. I just don't like it. I don't like using it. But as far as power and pure DPS, Shockwave is by far and away the most overpowered thing, literally, that you can do. Aerial, like doing aerial strings into Shockwaves is what you typically see in like boss challenge individual level speedruns. So, like if you're doing minimum rather. So on minimum, that would be the most damage you can do. That was close. Okay, back to Zion. Oh, wait. Oh my goodness, I can't go to Zion. Ah, this save is messed up. Hold on, forget it. I can't use the save. I'm doing all this just so I can change my music, but since we're later in the game, I actually can't go into Zion, so I can't grab the song. However, I have other saves. It's fine. I can go to this one. Okay. You know what? I don't have the phone booth close to the entrance. I don't have that unlocked, so let's just run back. It'll be faster, I think. Maybe not. Maybe it's about the same. Okay, I'm gonna grab the gifts just so I can unlock the song. I think that's how it works. Like, once you just pick up any of these gifts, you should unlock the camp song. Yeah, turntable update, take me away. That's not the one I want, though. I want the other one. Dawn Winter, that's the one I want. Okay, so it's tied to the, it's tied to the drone costume. Now I know. If they were to add anything more to this game, I feel they should add an endless hypertube. I think it'd be pretty cool. I agree. I think it'd be really cool if they had just like a little arcade mode where you can do different tracks. Like, you know, different, just run through the hypertube and go for a high score. Like, I mean, it probably wouldn't be that hard to design little different obstacles. Or even just let me replay the same hypertube over and over. It's just really fun. Okay, here we go. So let's change our song. Take me away. No, to Dawn Winter. Perfect. This was like a speedrun save, so we were talking about let me reset everything just so it's consistent. I'm gonna upgrade this stuff too, just for consistency. Okay, there we go. Now it looks, besides the SP count, now it looks like I'm in, you know, the same thing. Okay. However, something else just came up. I just realized I could review the skill tree like this, showing this circle. Because is it kind of a spoiler to see that you get more abilities in New Game Plus? Like, very little. That just... To me, that just barely... Like, there's not much impact there. I feel like a lot of people aren't even going to play the game more than once. I mean, probably most people would just want to see the other endings, but, like... I feel like, generally, the average gamer would play through a game one time. And so, then you wouldn't even really see the New Game Plus stuff. Is it much of a spoiler? Is it much of a spoiler? Not really, but maybe I just won't talk about the New Game Plus stuff anyway. If you guys have an opinion on this, let me know. I feel like it's okay, but at the same time, if let's say I do talk about the New Game Plus versions, they don't change much. They just get a little better. So it's kind of, you know, it's kind of, my opinion is not going to change. So maybe it's better like this, yeah. I feel like this game doesn't have much to spoil. I mean, I think there's a lot to spoil, but as far as the skills go, I don't feel like this is much of a spoiler. Like, personally, I had some stuff ruined just from, like, you know, like, in my own Discord, just, like, seeing, like, people talking about, like, analyzing trailers and stuff. So it's pretty unfortunate, but, I mean, I like to think that I managed to delete enough things where I didn't have anyone else's experience ruined. But the things I had ruined for me, you know, I still enjoyed my first playthrough very much. But yeah, it's pretty obnoxious. Spoilers are no fun. So I think this is good. I'm gonna do it like this. I'm not gonna touch on the New Game Plus stuff because it barely matters. I think it barely matters. Okay. I guess I'll restart my whole conversation then, because I was mentioning some stuff on the other skill tree, the other skill ring. Next we have the beta skills. Now these are kind of like your bread and butter powerful abilities. Similar to like God of War, for example, the new God of War games. You can press L1, you hold down L1, and then press any of the face buttons. And that'll give you a cool ability. So right off the bat, as soon as you, like once you're out of the tutorial, you start off with Triplet and Slash. And these things have, you know, different applications. Triplet is great at attacking one enemy. Slash is nice because it has a wide range. Now, beta skills, all of them, they will interrupt enemies. However, when they're unupgraded, so just base level Triplet, this ability, only the last hit interrupts. It says continuously generates arcs to attack furiously forward. The third hit stuns enemies. So only the third hit, just the very last part of it, as you can see. Because it goes like bang and then bang. Meanwhile, Slash actually does not interrupt at all unless you charge it. So this is a chargeable one. I'll show you what that looks like. But it says launches an energy blade forward. When charged, damage is increased and enemies hit are stunned. So there's two benefits to charging. You get, you know, of course, more damage, and it interrupts whatever they're doing. Now, if an enemy is really weak, for example, like the creepers at the beginning of 807, those enemies are so weak that even just a regular light attack will interrupt them. So Slash still interrupts that. Like, it'll still interrupt anything that was weak enough to get hit by, or interrupted by one Slash. Rather, one light attack. Like, if this interrupts it, a regular Slash interrupts anyway. But if you charge it, it will interrupt anything that a boss is doing that is not invincible, any attack that they're doing, and that can save you sometimes. So, that's what the charge looks like. However, I charged it up fully 100%. To get a stun or an interrupt, all you have to do is charge it up to like here, like right there. As soon as you see her sword like glow, there's like a little lens flare on it. That's when you know, okay, it's good. So like that's your kind of your opportunity. And I'll show you that it does interrupt. So let me have him do a special attack. As you can see, it interrupted them completely. Let's do it again. Interrupted him. It stopped his attack from coming out. Interrupted. Because, of course, if they just die, that's not a good example. And the other thing to mention is that if you break an enemy's shield, it interrupts whatever they're doing as well. So, as you can see, if I do one Slash, its shield broke. Now I'll do some attacks. Wait, hold on. Let me do special attacks. I just, as soon as you see that glow, like the sword will glow a little bit, that's how you know it's done charging. However, You can charge it all the way. I don't have like numbers on this because we only have the console version at the moment, but on PC, we may be able to tell how much extra damage you get if you charge it all the way. Because I figure you must get a little extra damage, because as you can see, after the sword glows, you can keep holding it for a little bit extra. It's possible that the damage does not change, and it's only a matter of like, perhaps you're doing it while, like, maybe you're waiting for some enemies to come towards you, and as you're walking, you're, preemptively charging it up, but then having that little wiggle room of, like, you don't have to let go of the charge immediately when it's done charging. You can, like, hold it down for a little bit longer in case you want other enemies to get closer. So maybe that's the only benefit of holding it down more, but once we get a PC version, we could probably better figure out if it deals more damage. I could do, like, a little rudimentary test right now. Like, I could kill this guy and then, do a little test on his health bar. Let's see. Let's see if it makes a difference. Welcome back, Kaneki. So here is fully charged. So it took off all of his shields as well as 4.5 bars. Okay. It took off all of his shields and 4.5 bars. Now, if I only do it, like, until it reaches a glow... it's the same thing. It appears to be exactly the same. So whether you charge it all the way, or if you just charge it until, it's done cooking, basically, until the hilt of the sword glows, it seems to be the exact same damage. Now, compare that to... If you compare that to uncharged... Honestly, it looks very close. It seems like it's not much difference. Honestly, we might just need a PC version to verify all these numbers. It looks like it is a little bit less damage, but not much difference. At least unupgraded. However, you can put damage upgrades on Slash, and Triplet for that matter. But let's finish talking about Slash while we're here. So here are the upgrade, abilities that you can get. You can get damage boost. Basic, it just increases the attack power. You can get shield damage boost. It says Slash deals additional damage to enemy shields. So this is basically just good for bosses. Particularly good against bosses with, more than one phase, because they get their shields back when they transition between phases. And then beta energy withdrawal. Recovers some beta energy when an enemy is hit with Slash. So this can be useful if your game plan is based around, using beta abilities a lot, because then every time you use it, you'll get a little back. So you get some cash back there. And notice how if you get any of these, it'll continue the tree. So then as soon as you upgrade one of them, you can now get the upgrade to the weapon, to the ability itself, which is Crescent Slash. So it says attacks once more with an energy blade to deal a finishing blow and stuns enemies. Now this is pretty cool. And then you upgrade that and it unlocks the extra 2 abilities there. But let's look at the part 2 of Crescent Slash. Alright. There we go. So as you can see, it adds some distance. You can still charge it, by the way. And, wait, can you charge the second one? No, there's no charging the second one. Yeah, Eve charges it a little bit no matter what, whether you tap or hold it down. Okay, yeah. So, once you upgrade Crescent Slash, you have 2 attacks now. And it does push you forward more, which is nice. So you get more range there. But that barely matters. Let me think. This does increase the damage as well, naturally, because there are 2 attacks now. You can still charge the first hit, but the second hit is going to be the same no matter what. So, and I tried. You can't charge the second hit, so whether I'm holding down triangle or just tapping it, it's just the same. And by the way, the input to get the second slash to come out is pretty generous, where I tapped it very early there. You can see my inputs, but I just double tap it, and then I get the whole 2 slashes. But yeah, you can still charge. And then just do the part 2 there. But yeah, I like Slash. I do use it every speedrun early on in against some small enemy groups. And if you upgrade it all the way, you can get some very good damage out of this thing. Now, as far as the rankings go, I'm only going to rank Slash, Triplet, Shockwave, and Shieldbreaker like as one thing. Yeah, because like even the Crescent Slash, like I'm gonna have these guys just in their own tiers because I like there's no point in my opinion. I don't think there's any point in like ranking damage boost for Slash as its own little icon in a tier list. There's just no point. I think that Slash by itself, you know, can encompass the entire thing. So yeah, if we put all this stuff on, we can get a pretty strong Slash. So here we have the last two upgrades, which are Finishing Blow Increase. It says increases the attack power of Crescent Slash, so when you do this, the follow-up. And then Charge Enhancement increases the charge speed of Slash, additionally increases the attack power of Slash. Let's see what that looks like. So the charge speed will be a little bit faster. Now, it says it's faster. It probably is a little bit faster. I can't tell much difference, but to be honest, I don't have much experience upgrading Slash and like using the upgraded version of it. But yeah, my opinion on Slash though is good. I don't have any SP initializers. Let me buy some. Goodness gracious. I'm gonna buy 9 of them. That's all I have money for? Damn, I'm poor. Oh, this is a speedrun, I guess. Okay, moving on to our next ability that we start the game off with. We have Triplet. So this is another, you know, right off the bat, you get access to this. And Triplet, I love. I use this one more than Slash. And the nice thing about this is that there's no charge required. And so it's just right off the bat, you have a nice way to interrupt bosses. And it just says, you know, like we said earlier, continuously generates arcs to attack furiously forward. The third hit stuns enemies. So when you have it, just a base level Triplet, it's pretty safe, but if you are trying to interrupt a very quick attack from a boss, just know that the first hit of it doesn't interrupt them at all. You have to wait until the second, like the third hit actually connects. The upgrades are damage boost, self-explanatory, just like with Slash. We can increase the damage. We can, same thing with Slash, we can increase how much beta energy we get back with beta energy withdrawal. And then here's Quadruplet. First, let's just take a look at Triplet by itself. Thank you for the donation again. I appreciate you, Erido. Love the stream, but I got to go check out your eyelids for light leaks. Could take hours. Very sleepy. Happy to support. Thank you. Have a good rest of your night, man. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'll catch you next time. I'm sure you already joined the Discord, but pleasure to have you. Thank you for the super chats. That's the 3rd super chat this stream. I do appreciate that. It's a small streamer. Okay. Yeah, have a good night. Okay, so here is Triplet, base Triplet. So as you can see, it comes out as 2 attacks first. The very first connection is 1, 2, and then there's a third attack. The first 2 hits are basically like, they're like together, like right on top of each other. But yeah, that is 2 hits, and then the third hit does interrupt. So if a boss or an enemy is doing like, you know, whatever. Let's say he's doing a special attack. Let's interrupt something here. That was a bad example because I broke his shield. Okay, so as you can see, a shield break does interrupt. And then if he does a blink or a pulse, we can also interrupt it there. So Triplet is good at interrupting, and it's great for single enemies. So if you have whether it's a like beefy single enemy or it's a boss, I like Triplet a lot. I don't recommend it against mobs of enemies because, you know, it's a very linear attack, and so you're not providing yourself any kind of protection in other directions. It's just straightforward, and that's Triplet. Now, if you upgrade it, you can get Quadruplet. Quadruplet has some cool quirks. By the way, and it's the same thing like Slash, it adds a second hit, or a second, like a follow-up to Triplet. So it goes from Triplet to Quadruplet. And then we have Impact Enhancement. The first strike of Triplet also stuns the hit enemy. Additionally, increases the attack power of Triplet. I think that a second ago in the practice room, the first hit was actually interrupting because I believe that when you're in practice, everything is just unlocked, unfortunately, so I can't easily show you the difference. But trust me, the first hit of Triplet does not interrupt anything. Well, if you upgrade this, now it does. Also, it increases the attack power. And then down here, it says damages the balance of the enemy hit with quadruplet, increases the attack power of quadruplet. So on top of getting more damage, this also now attacks balance, which is a very unique ability. There are only 2 abilities in the whole game that attack balance. It's triplet and descending break. Those are the only things, as well as, of course, there's the grenades, which exclusively, you know, there are grenades that damage balance. And then, you know, besides from doing perfect parries, those are the only ways to get enemy balance down. But yeah, these are nice upgrades. I definitely think that to make triplet more reliable, the impact enhancement is a nice one to get. And then damaging balance is really underrated because, you know, I mean, it's a very sneaky, it's like sneakily helpful because there are some situations where like a boss just has 1 balance left and it's like, damn, I kind of want my retribution right now. So being able to have control over the timing of retributions more with an ability like this is helpful, in my opinion. Let's take a look at what quadruplet looks like in practice. Okay, so here's what it looks like. Now, notice how Eve does jump. Now, I've had some cool moments using quadruplet back in the demo, jumping over attacks that Stalker does, where it just looks so hype, because she does go airborne there. So it's a nice ability. I'm a fan of the way it looks. I think it's really cool. Like, it feels just so visceral. Like, she's so angry. Like, look at just the sheer violence of this attack is awesome. I don't feel that with triplet, you know? Or rather, I don't feel that with the slash. This one feels like, you know, she has a personal vendetta. So I do like triplet quite a bit. I would put this a lot higher than slash. And sometimes, just for having that airborne nature to the second hit, you get some hype moments. That's it for triplet, though. Triplet and quadruplet. Okay, moving on. How's the no-hit been? Last time we did that was a couple weeks ago. I don't remember. When's the last time we did a full no-hit run? Well, I mean, it was going all right, though. You know, we got a 16 hit, and then we got a 15 hit the day after. So, we were making good progress. But then we jumped into Lies of P, so I'm not, like, in form. I'm taking a break from Stellar Blade until we beat Lies of P. After Lies of P, I'll go straight back to doing hitless. Rest assured, we will be doing more. Okay. Okay, the next ability here is Shockwave. Now, this one you do have to buy. Luckily, it only costs 1 to research early game. But it says unleashes 2 waves of fatal energy. It's L1 plus circle. Oh, by the way, all these beta skills cost 2 beta energy. So 2 squares. And when you upgrade this one, just like the others, very similar pattern here. You can increase the damage with damage boost. Or you can do beta energy withdrawal to recover more beta energy when you do a shockwave that connects. You recover a little bit of beta energy. And then you can extend it again with a follow-up called crosswave. So shockwave grows up into crosswave. And then it just gets, you get an extra projectile. And it says unleashes an additional energy wave to deal a final blow, stuns the hit enemy. So notice how the basic shockwave does not stun. That's crazy. It really doesn't stun? Dude, this is kind of news to me. I don't use this ability, so I used it a lot during the demo, but the thing is, during the demo, we just have crosswave, so like, I was always playing with, you know, the stunning version. But base shockwave, damn, that's pretty weak. It doesn't interrupt. I almost can't believe that. If we keep upgrading, it says finishing blow increase, crosswave downs hit enemies. Oh, sorry. So finishing blow increase, it says crosswaves. Finishing blow increase. This says crosswave downs hit enemies and increases the attack power of crosswave. So now it starts to down them, which is nice if you combine it with, you know, something like the suppression exospine, which keeps them down longer. So that's a nice utility of having a down. And then we have wave enhancement. It says the first energy wave of shockwave stuns hit enemies, additionally increases the attack power of shockwave. So a little bit like triplet, in that the base form of shockwave does not stun or interrupt anything. At least triplet does eventually interrupt. You know, you got to get the last hit in, but it does interrupt eventually. Meanwhile, shockwave, if you don't upgrade it, is quite weak in that it doesn't interrupt anything. So this is a nice one. And, you know, it mirrors the upgrade over here for triplet, which was the first strike of triplet also stuns the hit enemy, blah, blah, blah. And so that's shockwave. Let's take a look at it. Am I gonna do a beta skill breakdown of the new game plus beta skills? I decided I'm not going to, Agatoki. I just decided right now because I figure I don't want to spoil it, because it's kind of a cool moment. At least, like if I go back to watch my blind playthrough, I remember having like a little bit of a reaction when I saw like, oh cool, we get more abilities. So you know, I think I'm just gonna save that for new players, because I'm expecting a lot of like mostly new players to watch something like this. Like if you've watched me play this game a bunch this past year, and if you've played it yourself, you might not care too much about the discussion, but I mean, maybe some people will, but then probably new players might be more interested because, you know, they're new. Okay, so let's take a look at Shockwave. Now, it does not have infinite range. As you can see here, this is not reaching that enemy. It does get cut off a little bit. But pretty much as soon as you're close enough to lock on, like that actually connected, and I'm still not in lock-on range. I'm clicking right stick to lock on. But you can just, as a general rule, like right here, I can lock on. You know it's going to connect. But as you can see, this is just out of range. So that's the absolute, like I would say right here is the max range. Yeah, so that still connects, and it's just one extra step back. And then the powered up version is here, crosswave, so you get one extra vertical slash, and it'll down the enemy. So, okay, well that killed him, but let me get a guy to respawn, and let's down him. So as you can see, he falls over, and then you can do whatever you want. But yeah, not much to say about Shockwave. It's a pretty self-explanatory. It's kind of just, it's a nice projectile beta skill. So in the event that a boss is doing something like, maybe they're starting up like a big unblockable attack from far away, and you know, it's like you don't like it, you're not comfortable with it, you want to interrupt that. This is a very safe way to interrupt that unblockable from a distance, so that you can stay safe at a safe range. Also, you'll see that if you watch, if you ever do like minimum preset boss challenge individual levels, the speedruns for those are basically aerial blows as well as shockwaves. That's basically the entire strategy. And the reasoning is that doing your aerial blow, sorry, not aerial blow, doing just the basic aerial string, this one, builds up a lot of beta energy. And so you do that a lot, you just keep looping this, and you'll kill stuff really fast. Because the attacks are so quick, you build up a lot of energy. In fact, let me show you. Let me turn off infinite energy. Okay, perfect. Now I have 0 energy. Just look at how quickly this fills up. So as you can see here, just doing this over and over, you get so much energy, especially when combined with equipment that exclusively upgrades your beta. So then and if you get all the upgrades, so like you get all the upgrades that give you more beta energy from attacks, you get the equipment that gives you more beta energy recharge, and then you're really cranking out these beta attacks. So that's the general strategy. This is also a good strategy in speedrunning. It's like the recommended strategy because it's the fastest, and it's also very safe. Like I talked earlier about the combos, the aerial string is really safe because it's quick to land. You're not tied into any big, like, sweeping, active frames that are dangerous, that might put you in more danger, because at any point in time, you can just land, parry, whatever, and it's very fast. So the power of this strategy is that it is super safe, super safe. There's not much commitment to the attacks, extremely fast at building beta, and Shockwave is really powerful with an exospine that we're going to be talking about later called the Beta Trance exospine, because occasionally Beta Trance exospine will give you pretty much a free pass to spam beta skills. It'll give you like your beta bar will start glowing, and then you have infinite beta energy. And beta, or the crosswave attack, is the only beta skill that is so fast that you can actually get like 3 of them in during a beta trance. So if you get lucky, if you get good RNG and get a lot of beta trances, you can be just pumping out these crosswaves, and that is far and away the most damage outside of using the guns. So if you're doing a minimum preset, or if you are out of ammo, this is the most damage you can do. Pretty much looping this string into crosswaves. That is the single fastest thing. Now, if you've been watching me for a while, I don't like using this strategy because personally, for me, like, it's very impressive how fast and damaging, like, the DPS is really good. But I like using my burst skills because they make me really happy. And, I don't want to get burnt out on a game. If I'm not doing a strategy that I enjoy, I'm not going to have fun streaming. And, there's a reason that I streamed 800 hours over this past year. My first year of streaming is because I've been having a lot of fun. But yeah, definitely strongly recommend. This is the best strategy for pure DPS. However, I like to, my strategy is a little bit slower, but I have a lot more fun. And those are, there's a lot of value to me with that. So I like to showcase Burst Trance, but as far as pure DPS, this is really, really good strategy. Shockwave, upgrade it into Crosswave, the Jumping String, and then the Beta Trance Exospine with Eagle Eye to, have a powerful gun as well. That's going to be your most DPS when you're speedrunning. Definitely on normal, and also I would say on hard. But if you're doing new game hard, I would encourage you even more to do a strategy that you're comfortable with. So, like on normal difficulty, this strategy, like this loop, you kill bosses so fast, like you just destroy everything so quickly that you almost circumvent the boss fights, borderline circumvent the boss fights. On new game hard though, the boss fights are longer. They're long enough to the point where that's where I think there's more value in playing a strategy that you really like, that you're comfortable with, because it is a much harder speedrun. So there's a little difference there. I feel like new game normal, I'd recommend doing this. New game hard, I would recommend doing whatever you are most comfortable with. So that's Shockwave in a nutshell. But yeah, very powerful beta skill. Hello, Arabic name. Okay, let me reset again. And now the final beta skill, Shield Breaker. Now this is personally my favorite one. I love using this one in casual playthroughs. I adore Shield Breaker. I use it a lot during the demo as well. And let's just jump into it and look at it because it's so cool. Now, Shield Breaker, I have a very cool moment, which I'll put the clip over the video when I'm doing the edit on YouTube. But this thing has some reach. It does send you airborne. You can also use it to, like, so because it goes airborne, you can interrupt enemy attacks that might be like jumping, which looks very cool when it happens. And since it goes airborne, you also have some evasion. Not much, but you are airborne for a little bit where you could possibly go over sweeping, like low sweeping attacks. So yeah, this is what it looks like. And notice how similar to Slash, you can charge it. So let me just do it straight up. Bam. So that's just a Shield Breaker. As you notice, he didn't fall over. Okay, there he died. Let me get this guy to respawn. Okay, so check it out again, one more time. He did not fall over. Now I charge it. The second flip, the second backflip, now he falls over. So charging gives you... In fact, it says it... Let's look at the description again. I got too excited I didn't read the description. So Shield Breaker says... Delivers a sudden strike, stuns hit enemies, and deals high damage to their shield. Attack power increases when used after charging. So it does not say that it downs them. I believe that we're just getting the upgraded version. It'll say it over here somewhere. Okay, here we go. So once you get to this point, once you get to Dual Breaker at the end, it says increases charge speed of Shield Breaker and strikes multiple times and downs hit enemies when using Shield Breaker after charging. So it is an upgrade because when we go into training mode, it kind of just like gives you every upgrade. So that's why you're seeing, and for that matter, earlier when we were looking at Slash, you were seeing the fast charge of it. So there's no way for, like, I can't really show you the slow charging Slash unless I like overlay some clips after the fact. Maybe I'll do that. But yeah, as far as here in training mode, it just gives you everything. So it unlocks all the stuff. So we are seeing the fast charge as well as we're seeing the second hit down the enemy. So he falls over. But the upgrades are pretty standard. Damage boost, increase the attack power of Shield Breaker. Okay, basic. Shield Breaker deals additional damage to enemy shields. This is nice combined with just Shield Breaker naturally deals a lot of damage to their shields. Just like Slash can deal a lot of damage when you upgrade shield damage boost. This one naturally does a lot of damage to shields, but then you can boost that as well with shield damage boost to deal additional damage to enemy shields. And then we have fragmentation. This is kind of a unique one. It says temporarily deals more damage to shields when attacking enemies after using Shield Breaker. So for a short period of time, if you do a Shield Breaker on a boss, subsequent attacks will continue dealing extra damage to their shields. Then, once we get up here, we have Beta Energy Withdrawal. So now, So unlike the other ones where like here we have beta energy withdrawal, here's beta energy withdrawal, here's beta energy withdrawal. So like in the second tier, basically in the first set of upgrades for all the other ones, you can upgrade energy withdrawal. Here you got to wait until the end. So you recover some beta energy when an enemy is hit with shield breaker. And then once we're past that, then we have damage boost 2, so another damage boost, extra damage boost, very nice. And dual breaker, which I think is super valuable in just that it charges faster, which you always want to charge it. You want to get the most out of your beta energy. And downing the boss or downing the enemy is very, very handy. So yeah, I like this one just because it looks amazing. And, you know, having cool moments in the past, like hitting enemies or like hitting bosses that are in the air, I just love this ability so much. It's just such a satisfying one to charge. Slash gives you a little bit of that satisfaction too, because you can charge it up. And so like I find this one also satisfying to use when you charge it. But shield breaker, I don't know, something about it just hits differently. This one hits differently for me. Something about the backflip, I think. I love the way it looks. So this one's like a nice, really kind of visceral, like, I mean, we're kicking them. It's such a personal attack. You know, we're kicking them with our heel. Like, that's so cool. I love this one. It feels like so up close and personal. Such a dirty, like, you know, I almost feel like I'm disrespecting the bosses when I use this. So I like Shield Breaker quite a bit. And Dual Breaker is just a better upgrade. Highly recommend. This one's definitely going to be at the top of my list as far as the beta skills. And then I'll probably have Triplet after that and then Shield Breaker. No, sorry. It's going to go like, I would put them Shield Breaker, then Triplet, then Slash, then Shockwave. Definitely. On my tier list. This has been mad fun to listen to. Thanks, Wig. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm just casually putting off my homework just to watch someone talk about a game. You know what's so funny? My girlfriend sent me something. She said that, she sent me this, like, post that apparently gamers spend more time listening or, like, watching games than playing them. Let me see if there's actually a source on this, though. Was there a source? Let me see. According to a new report, the average gamer clocks 7.4 hours gaming, but 8.5 hours watching gaming videos on YouTube or Twitch. Sounds legit. I don't know. there's no citation, but I mean... but yeah. And the top comment is, it's called studying. That's so funny. But I mean, I believe it. I probably do too. I mean, I like to have background... Like, I love watching just, like, background, no damage playthroughs of Resident Evil games, or, like, watching a friend stream a game or whatever. So, hello, Leo Jackson. Annyeonghaseyo to you. Thank you for tuning in again. Good to see you. Probably because some games are pretty hard. Could be hard games, or it could be just, like, a game you don't want to commit to. Like, you don't want to commit the time to. Or, like, I had a little brief stint playing, like, Apex Legends, and I liked watching Apex pros. Like, I liked watching Timmy and, like, Asu. Just because, you know, they're really good. And, like, watching high level of play is always fun, too. Especially with fighting games. In fact, and StarCraft, like, when I was grinding, when I was a StarCraft ladder grinder, I definitely probably watched as much StarCraft as I played. Because, you know, watching the pros, watching the Koreans play was always a pleasure. So that wraps up all of the beta skills. Now it's time to move on to my dearly beloved burst skills. I live for this stuff. Let's start with my favorite one, which is Descending Break. Okay, now Descending Break, similar to Triplet, if you upgrade it, it can damage balance. So once you get here, this one, it says Aftershock 1, it deals damage to the enemy's balance. Now, you can upgrade it again, and now it deals an extra point of balance damage. So if you upgrade it all the way, you get 2 points compared to Triplet's only 1. That's pretty nice. Having a 2-point swing when you are trying to get a retribution, being able to, like, I essentially have, like I have it's like flipping a light switch. It's like, you know what? I want a retribution right now. So just letting that happen whenever you want is very handy. The other upgrades are pretty, you know, simple. This one is just increases the damage range. So it'll give you a bigger AoE when you crash down. And then this one increases the damage of Descending Break. Additionally, increases the damage range of Descending Break. So if you max it out, you have a pretty big range. So it's actually decent for crowd control. And it downs everything. So by default, it just says jumps high and then releases burst energy to crush the enemy. However, it will not down. Here, it says increases Descending Break deals damage to the enemy's balance, and then at the very end, Descending Break downs the hit enemy, and then it deals additional damage to the enemy's balance. So once it's upgraded, you're now downing stuff, and it's quite powerful if you combine it with, you know, other stuff like suppression to keep enemies down even longer. So let's take a look at it. That's true, so we know what to do when we get stuck. Indeed, I like watching fighting games. Hell yeah. I'm a big Tekken guy, especially during big tournaments. Yeah, I used to love Street Fighter 4. That's my favorite fighting game ever. Probably. At least that I was like I played it the most. But I grew up playing Tekken 3. Like, I played Tekken 2 at like a friend's house, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. And then I played Tekken 3, it came out, and I was like, oh, this is sick. And like, it was so popular with my, like with my family that just like, literally, like, I had like aunts and cousins, like everyone played Tekken 3. So, love Tekken 3, great memories. And I played all of them since. In fact, well, actually, no, I skipped 4. Sorry, I skipped 4. But I played Tekken 5, I played both tags, I played 6, 7, playing 8. You know, I haven't played 8 much since it came out, but I played it when it came out, and it was really fun. But yeah, Street Fighter, for me, Street Fighter kind of died after 4. The one that I was really attached to was AE 2012. That was like when I got really deep into fighting games, and like, you know, like me and my friends at the time, like our friend group was always like, we all had fight sticks, we all played fighting games, and it was so much fun hanging out and like, you know, before everyone moved away. But though that was such good times, man. Such good times during college. Just taking your fight stick somewhere to a friend's house and just jamming some games. But luckily, you know, Tekken 8 is still awesome. You know, I'm not a fan of Street Fighter 5. Not really a fan of Street Fighter 6 either. But 4, though. 4, I'll still play any day. You know what else I've been playing? I played a little bit of Fatal Fury, the beta. And the Fatal Fury beta was really good. It made me feel, not like Street Fighter 4 exactly, but like, I enjoyed it. I don't know, it was just really cool. There wasn't so much stuff on screen. Like, but the problem I have with Street Fighter 6 is that I don't know, something about it is like hard for me to look at. Because there's like so many visual effects. But I just have bad eyes probably. Like, it's hard for me to read what's going on in that game. And something else about it, I don't know, I just don't really enjoy it. And I gave it a try. I played it for like 60 hours. Yeah, so Street Fighter 4. That game was amazing. Makes sense. You watch games all the time at work, commuting, cooking, cleaning. Yeah, you can definitely do a lot more watching than playing. Sometimes it's hard to make time to sit down and play a game, but like you can always make like 10 minutes, 20 minutes to, you know, watch something. For me, it's because of work in parkour and personal trainer classes. I like playing Street Fighter more, but love watching Tekken. Can't play on stick, been a controller guy since childhood. You play Street Fighter on controller? That's impressive. I think that's like so hard to do. Although I know there's lots of pros who do really well, like isn't Smug a pad player? Pretty sure Smug is on pad. I know there's other ones too. I know Chikarin just recently, oh well, he plays Tekken, but like, you know, there's a lot of pad players in Tekken because it's a 4-button game. So, you know, it's pretty nice to play on pad, and actually some movement on pad is actually easier than on stick, which is crazy. Like, you might find Korean backdashes or wave dashing easier on a D-pad than on stick. Especially because, like, on player one side, it can be pretty tough to, you know, wave dash really effectively. For Tekken Tag, your friend mastered Hwaring's 10-hit combo on the PlayStation 2 remote. Dude, the 10-hit combos, if you see those online, it's so insulting. I watched Bloodborne walkthrough like watching movies. Played New Game Plus 7 after that. Hell yeah. You know, I feel like I have way too many games. I literally spent a couple days just putting off Stellar Blade before you actually beat it. I've been there. Wave dashing is hard. Yeah, I have serious problems wave dashing from player one side. It's like impossible. And I cannot Korean backdash on player 2. I can do it like twice and then I can't. I literally just, it's so hard for me. And I even have a Korean stick. Like I have a Taeyong short collar stick. So I have modded my fight stick to have the Korean stick. It's like the best possible for Tekken. It goes back to neutral instantly. And it's still hard for me. It's still hard for me, but I could practice more. Sorry, we're talking about Descending Break. Let me get back to talking about Descending Break. Okay, Descending Break. Let me talk about why I love this thing so much. Look at the height you get. That is beautiful. The angle is cinematic as hell as well. So the enemy does get knocked down pretty far away. Basically, all of the abilities that knock away or that knock down, they put you a little bit farther from them. But it feels like, let me test. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong button. Well, here he died. I'm not going to mention it, never mind. Now, notice that when I down the enemy, they do kind of get pushed back. So, ideally, you would be using this, or anything that downs for that matter, you would be using it when the boss is in the corner. That way, they can't get away from you. So you're not missing out on any downtime. You can down them in the corner and then immediately get to doing a combo or whatever you want. So the fact that this thing gives you so much height, it makes it very, very handy for dodging things that, you know, of course, are literally anything, because it jumps over every attack. So while you're doing it, it's safe. However, it's not invincible. You can still get hit. You can take damage in the animation. So as I'm flying up, I can take damage. Theoretically, you could die, but your attack will still go through. So you do have infinite poise in that you cannot get interrupted out of descending break, but you still can take damage, so keep that in mind. There's only one attack, which we're going to talk about soon, that gives you invincibility. I guess I'll transition into Tempest. Probably going to explain this later, but why don't you use much to Tempest? Oh, here we go. I'm going to talk about it right now. Life is overrated. Perfect segue. And that ability is Tempest. So Tempest is really powerful because it gives you invincibility frames, like a lot of them. This is a great way to escape basically anything that you just don't want to take damage from. Let's talk about the upgrades real quick. It says, unleashes a devastating storm of blades with the power of burst energy. It really looks like something that Virgil from DMC would do. Kind of like his Judgment Cup, but just like a lot of them. So love that. Very pretty, very hype animation. Damage boost 1, you get more damage attack power. That's good. Tempest deals additional damage to enemy shields, you know, pretty basic. And then, here's a cool, unique one. Lifesteal. So it says, steals energy from enemies hit with Tempest and recovers HP. Additionally, increases the attack power of Tempest. So damage boost plus you can heal. Now this is extremely effective. I love Tempest in casual playthroughs if I'm running through doing, like, you know, all the quests, because, you know, we fight more mobs of enemies. Especially Ooh. Not going to talk about 809, sorry. I love Tempest in casual playthroughs because we fight more mobs of enemies if you're, you know, when you're doing all the quests and exploring every area. And this lifesteal is very, very effective if you're fighting, you know, if it affects a lot of enemies, you're going to be stealing life from all of the enemies. So the more enemies you can include when you're doing the lifesteal, the better. You'll get even more health back. Then we have Shield Break, you know, it's pretty self-explanatory. And then finally, Pulse Storm. When using Tempest, the Flurry of Blades unleashes powerful trails of pulse energy that deals an additional attack to enemies. Shields take more damage from this bonus attack. So this is like the super upgraded version of Tempest. Let's take a look at it. Now, it does have a pretty long startup, but during the startup, you are invincible. I think the only part of the attack where you're not invincible is like the first, like, second of it, or like maybe the first half second. Let's do some attacks. Like right there, I'm already invincible, as you can see. Let's see if we can figure out, like, how close can we cut it. Okay, so right there, as you can see, I did take a little bit of damage. He did, the enemy's attacks did connect with me, but my attack still goes off. And as you can see, basically once Eve is in her, as soon as she's in her crouching position, you are fully invincible. And interestingly, I don't think we can actually take damage here in training mode. Like, hit me real quick. Yeah, we can't take damage, but notice you can hear the attack connected. So, trust me, you can take some damage. But once she is fully crouching, she is invincible, and you're good. So, this is a very useful attack to give yourself invincibility frames if you're trying to avoid getting hit by something. The biggest downside to Tempest is that it costs 4 energy. So, I don't have to explain that. I can just show it to you here on the menu. Okay. And then I'll get into why I don't really use it. The biggest downside to Tempest is that it costs 4 energy. So unlike Descending Break, Punishing Edge, and Overdrive, these all cost 3 burst. This one costs 4. That is a real cost. And also, it's extremely slow. So if you don't need the invincibility, as far as like speedrunning goes, this thing is completely useless because it's just such a slow attack. Now, the one application where it might be useful for you is if you're doing a new game hard speedrun. You know, it's a pretty tough speedrun where having an invincibility, like an emergency escape button out of anything, can be nice if you're, about to die. So there is usefulness there, but typically, when I'm speedrunning, I'm trying to deal as much damage as possible, and so this doesn't fit into that whole, like, what I'm trying to do. That might sound a little bit, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Hypocritical, yeah. Now, that might sound hypocritical because earlier I was talking about how I don't like to use the most efficient possible attack, strategy. But this is on a whole nother level of being slow. So it's basically the high cost for burst, the super slow aspect of it, and that I place a lot of value in learning patterns. So instead of using in casual play, amazing. In casual play, super recommended. Definitely use this to just get through a boss fight. If you're struggling on something, use this for that problem attack. Use this for, whatever that one thing is that you keep dying to. But, I've played the game for over 600 hours. This has no value to me at all, besides that it looks cool, because I like to work on, learning patterns and always doing the most, like, optimal response. So if it's an unblockable, I want to dodge it. If it's whatever, I want to parry it. And so Tempest for me has no value, but it does get points for looking cool. And I think it's a cool design, not only like visually, but I think it's a cool design how like you can get lifesteal. Like that's really unique. There's nothing else in the game that does lifesteal. So it's a cool ability, but it's probably at the bottom right there with Punishing Edge, which is what we're going to get into next. So let's talk about Punishing Edge. All right, so our second to last burst ability, Punishing Edge, says releases burst energy to deal a fatal blow to nearby enemies, pushes back hit enemies. So this one is awesome for crowd control. Now, unlike Tempest, they both achieve a similar end result in having good crowd control. Unlike Descending Break, you have to upgrade the range to give it better crowd control, but this right off the bat has awesome range. It hits everything around you and it pushes everything back, so it's a good get off me tool. When you upgrade it, here's how, here's what you get. Punishing Edge downs hit enemies, very useful, which gives you even more breathing room. And then Dual Edge injects energy into the trail left by the fatal strike to deal an additional hit to enemies. Similar to Pulse Storm, it adds an extra hit. This now adds an extra hit to your Tempest, or to your Punishing Edge, so you get even more damage out of it. Then we have Damage Boost, pretty basic, just increases the attack power. And then finally, more damage. Nothing extra we gotta say about that. That's just like simple damage up. Let's see what it looks like in practice. So as you can see, it's a pretty fast animation. A little bit faster than Descending Break even. Yeah, it's a little bit faster, and it has a much nicer spin to it. So this one is kind of like my go-to for crowd control if I'm doing a casual playthrough, just because unlike Tempest, even in casual playthroughs, I don't really like using Tempest because it's just so slow. So it's more of like a nice kind of flashy, really flashy, extremely cool looking finisher. If you wanted to, like, kill some enemies with style, I like Tempest for that. But if I'm just like generally playing like normally, I would mostly be leaning towards Punishing Edge. I mean, she also does like this, she's upside down at the end. That's like impossible. How is she doing that? So I like that flair. But yeah, both of them definitely have cool animations for different reasons. But for me, I give the edge to Punishing Edge just a little bit. And the difference of 3 to 4 on burst energy, to me, that's a real cost. And so I just value the stuff that's cheaper. Now, if Tempest if it costs 3, then we have a ball game there. We might have a better discussion, but I think that it's like, this is a clear winner, in my opinion. I would put this higher. However, nothing beats the final overdrive skill. This is the most overpowered thing, besides what we talked about earlier. Okay, besides Shockwave, Overdrive is the most overpowered thing. This thing is insane. Overdrive says, overloads the body with burst energy to increase melee attack power and attack speed. It gives you a damage buff the entire time it's active, and it increases your speed. Now, when you activate it, it gives you... Hold on, actually... No, it's once it's fully upgraded. Once you have it fully upgraded, you get a 30% speed boost. That is super handy. There are a lot of bosses where, they are so aggressive, you don't have much time to do long combos, However, with overdrive, you are adding a lot of safety and less commitment to your combos because of just naturally having more attack speed. So I put so much value in this. Furthermore, when you enter overdrive, it's really quick. It takes like half a second, and then bam, she does a spin, she's in overdrive. And it makes it very clear how long it's active because there's a timer at the bottom. Let me quickly go over the upgrades and then we'll jump in and look at it. So Overload 1, you gain higher melee attack power while in overdrive, and then Overload 2, same thing. It increases the duration, so how long overdrive will last, and it increases the attack power that you have. Quick Boost gains a faster attack speed while in overdrive, and then same thing, more of that, as well as it increases the duration of overdrive overall. So once you have it all upgraded, overdrive lasts quite a while. It lasts like, I think it's like 10 seconds or something. So it lasts for a good chunk of a boss fight. As you can see, we have the bar, and this is upgraded, so that's how long it lasts. It lasts quite a while. It might be, honestly, I think it could be more than 10 seconds. I have never timed it. I guess in the video, you'll see how long it is because you'll just have a timer right there in the video feed. But it lasts quite a long time. So let's take a look at something like Onslaught 1. That's a good one to show. Okay, that's normal. Now here's an overdrive. Just look at how much faster that is. It makes combos that you might think are unsafe. Now suddenly, actually, this is pretty viable. You might, for example, like this one. Incursion 3 is a combo that I wouldn't dare do if I don't have any speed upgrades. But in overdrive, I'll mix it in, you know? And so it makes combos safer. It lets you do riskier combos more often. On top of, when you enter overdrive, you get an automatic interruption. So whatever a boss is doing, if they're doing a blink, if they're doing a repulse, if they're doing an unblockable that you don't like, if they're doing a parry string that you don't like, just bam, interrupt. And it costs 3 burst energy, which is actually kind of crazy to me. Honestly, I think that if overdrive cost 4, it would still be very good. That's how powerful I think it is. So the damage upgrade, of course, is invaluable because, you know, if you're speedrunning, if you're doing a challenge run with, you know, and you have overdrive available to you, these two things, the combination of having more safety because your attacks are quicker, having the built-in interrupt to enter, and having such a fast startup too, like it only costs 3 energy and you get thrown into it instantly. And once it's upgraded, it lasts quite a long while. You know, overdrive is like, when I'm doing boss fights, I'm always like playing towards the next overdrive. Like I want to be in overdrive the entire time, ideally. So yeah, overdrive combined with, you know, other abilities, like just doing the beta chains. Any beta chain that you do in overdrive is of course now going to deal more damage. And so it just makes you so much stronger overall. It's the first thing I research. In fact, when I'm speedrunning, the goal is always to save as much. I'm trying to pool as much SP, as much experience to upgrade overdrive as fast as I can to max it out. Because I want to get the most benefit of it for like, you know, as much of the game as I can get. So yeah, definitely I would go overdrive, then descending break, and then punishing edge and tempest like together. Basically, they're like the same thing, but I would put punishing edge just barely in front. So like if we went like, this would be like my A, my B, and then my C, and my C, my other C. And that's burst energy. Okay, we got through it. Nice. The last thing to talk about is just hockey mode. Now, the final skill ring in the skill tree that we have to talk about is a little bit of a spoiler. So if you don't want to be spoiled at all, I would just jump to the next section where I talk about the gear, like the exospines and the gear socket, or not the gear sockets, but just the gears. Just the gears. Okay. Let me do that again. Oh, you know what? Should I talk about the gun upgrades too? I probably should. Yeah, we can talk about this stuff. But I'll talk about that later. That doesn't matter that much right now. Let me redo the whole spoiler thing. Okay, the final ring in our skill tree is a bit of a spoiler. So if you don't want to be spoiled at all, if you haven't played the game yet, I would skip to the next timestamp. In fact, I'll make sure that I even don't put a spoiler as like in the YouTube chapters. So just jump to the next one after this to get to where I talk about exospines and gears, because that's just like spoiler-free stuff. Moving on, if you are okay with being spoiled or if you've played the game, let's talk about the Taki mode abilities. And to be honest, there is not much to talk about. Taki mode is I think very weak overall. The biggest benefit of talking mode is that, well, number one, it's very hype. But as far as like damage output goes, it's not like faster than simply being like attacking as Eve normally. But this right here is her most powerful thing. And what's crazy is that it comes unlocked. As soon as you unlock talking mode, you have the ability to do Blade Fury. So in speedruns or like hold on, what else? Like when else do we use the talking mode? So if you're doing a speedrun or if you're doing a challenge run and you are in talking mode, this is the single most DPS. This is the single most DPS that you can do. That's also the safest. Is just spamming Blade Fury. And I feel pretty confident saying that just because we did an entire talking mode only challenge run. So we literally did a full playthrough of the game where the only damage source we allowed was when we are in talking mode dealing damage. And, you know, naturally, boss fights they can take a while because you're just waiting, you're just surviving until you build up talking mode again. And Blade Fury is the way to maximize the short duration that you have because talking mode does not last forever. Now, there are ways to extend the duration of it, but yeah, it's still a limited resource. And so this is Blade Fury. And that's pretty much it. Now, there is one variation that I'll do sometimes on a couple bosses towards the end of the game. If the boss has a tendency to get away from you, I'll mix in one light attack, so I'll go like this. Oh, sorry. I did it too fast. So like I do just one slash. Let's start on this guy with fresh health bar. Okay, so here's the strategy. If a boss has a tendency to get away, only if. Otherwise, generally, you can just do only Blade Fury over and over. But you can mix in one light attack in between, and that will keep the boss grounded. So if you ever find a boss that gets away from you, like either they fly away or they teleport away or whatever, you can mix in light attacks to keep them grounded. Tempest is good when multiple enemies are around you. You don't take damage in Tempest in general, even during startup. Are you serious? I feel like I should test this. I don't want to be lying to people. Let me go to a boss fight real quick. And then I can just I'll include a clip that's showing like I was wrong. I'll just like put it over the audio. So like that way, like as I'm saying that, I'll just show this and I'll just put a caption, I was wrong. Let's go to like, it doesn't matter. Actually, no, let me do a boss that attacks me a lot. Yeah. I think Corruptor 3 is perfect for this. Alright. We have nothing on. Rude. My goodness, that was so brutal. I wish I could just start with that. I just want a little bit of burst energy. Man, this boss is rough. I'm not looking forward to the day when we do a full game hitless. I'll be happy with just doing the main bosses. Oh my goodness, I'm just trying to build up a little bit of burst energy. You know, forget it. I'm going to do it on an individual boss. I don't feel like practicing this right now. This is a boss fight that we just never do. You know, I've only been to Eidos 9, literally, like, 3 times. And it took me the longest time just to get there for the first time. Let's do Stalker. Stalker's a nice boss, everyone knows, because he was in the demo, so it's like, okay, this is not spoiling anything. In fact, Corruptor 3 is borderline a spoiler, because like the fact that it's the only double boss fight in the game, it's kind of a spoiler. But Stalker, this is the demo. In fact, this was also the one of the first gameplay trailers. Go to Wasteland by the shipwreck, where the can is around and... Well, hang on. If this doesn't work out, I'll do that for sure. Thank you for the tip, Daniel. Ah. I was wrong. Let me do it again just for good measures. Okay, here we go again. Alright, so let's do a Tempest in response to anything he does. So as you can see, we don't take any damage, even during the startup of Tempest. Great to know. I don't have that much experience with it, so I was wrong. I retract my statement. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for that, Daniel. Let's go back to load game. Oh, hold on. Wait, this is the new game plus. This is the wrong save file. Because I don't want to show the new game plus abilities. I was in Zion. If you need lots of golden experience, you can reset and do it over and over again, but you need to recharge the burst energy. Oh, so where the shipwreck is, where the can is, and around the field to get to the enemy's attention, and then stand in the middle and do the Tempest, you can clear out the enemies in one shot on easy mode. Oh, that's nice. That's pretty cool if you're grinding for money for some reason. Here we go. Hello, Danny. Thank you for tuning in. Trying to do a no-hit on a boss, and I don't know if getting hit on Tempest counts as getting damaged at the end, where they show you the stats. Well, I know that transitional attacks, so whenever a boss does a phase transition, those attacks also don't deal damage to you, even if you hear Eve getting hit. And that doesn't add to the stats at the end. So I would think it also does not count. I guess we could do some investigating, though. Sure, I'll check for you. Let's see. However, if you're doing like no hit, I think that in the spirit of no hit, you just shouldn't be using Tempest anyway. You know what I mean? So let's go ahead and do whatever boss. Let's do it on normal so it dies instantly. And I'll make sure that I get hit during Tempest. And then we'll finish off the boss fight. Alright, so let's get a little bit more energy. Okay, that's 4. Perfect. Now, just get hit. Oh, wait, sorry. I just realized something. I gotta do no damage. Obviously. Hold on, duh. Dude, I'm such an idiot. Okay. Let's do that again. So the only damage that I will take will be during Tempest startup. Let's investigate. I have no idea if this is how this works. You know, it's not an ability that I'm that familiar with, but I've used it enough, I feel like I can have an opinion on it. I autopiloted, dude. I just autopiloted and I just did an overdrive by accident. Here, right? Even though it doesn't count, it just bothers me that you got hit. Whoops. Okay, just don't do overdrive. Don't let muscle memory consume me. Okay, we got hit. As you can see, I heard the sound effect. And she definitely got hit. Now let's see, does that count towards our damage total? Because it didn't deal damage, but, you know, we took a hit during Tempest. So no, it does not count as damage. Myth busted. Alright, moving on. But yeah, good hit, or a good question, good question. Okay, now we're back. Let me make a timestamp. We're at 5:17, 5:18. Okay, so hold on, what was the whole reason we went off on that tangent? What was I checking before that? Oh, I was checking to see how if Tempest, you know, if you don't take damage, and you don't, and we got that clip. That's done. What else is in the skill tree? Oh, Taki mode, right? Of course. Okay, moving on. Her other abilities are Judgment Wave, Revenge, and you can increase the length, or rather, how much Taki energy is consumed, which essentially increases the length, which is a nice upgrade. It makes sense that they would put this at the end. But yeah, the most powerful Taki ability is just right there, right off the bat. You have access to it. You have Blade Fury. The other one that you start off with is Judgment Rave. So similar to how you start the game with, you know, Triplet and Slash, your square and triangle abilities, you have Judgment Rave, square ability, and Blade Fury, the triangle ability. But this one is just so good. It's like, it's actually like just crazy. If you're going for DPS, you know, this is the most you can do. However, Taki does have other cool abilities, like for example, you can still parry as Taki. You can still do perfect dodges as Taki. So when you're in Taki mode, you have access to all of these same cool things. This is essentially, this is counter 1. This is counter chain 1, but just the Taki version. Judgment counter 2 is just counter chain. It's just counter 2 and then counter chain 2. It's the same exact thing. The abilities are identical and they actually function exactly the same. Judgment counter 2 will also boost your damage, your melee damage, when you're in Taki mode. Same thing with the reflections. If you do reflection 1, it increases your attack speed temporarily in Taki mode. And then, you know, you have the same reflection link 1 is just counter, is reflection chain 1, and then judgment reflection 2 is just reflection 2, reflection link 2, chain reflection 2. It's all the exact same stuff. So everything I said about those applies to this, except it's now in a, you know, in a limited time frame that you have while you're in Taki mode. And because we have such a powerful tool in Blade Fury, at least in my Taki mode only challenge run, this was the main damage source that I used the entire playthrough. So in order to maximize DPS, I found that this was the best. The other things she has access to are Surge. These are just her combos. So she has a square, 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 square combo. And then she also has a cool dash. This is like the equivalent of her rush. So you can get closer to enemies by holding down triangle. And then there's a follow-up attack, which I'll show you what that looks like in a sec. We have Overwhelm, triangle, triangle, triangle. So we have two basic, you know, triangle, square 4 times. We have 4 light attacks, 3 heavy attacks. Those are her basic combos. And then we have in the air a basic combo as well. So you can do 3 light attacks in the air. And then you can also dive. You have a dive kick if you just tap triangle in the air. So let's show you what all that looks like. Starting off with the rush, basically. This is the rush equivalent. So from far away, you can get in. It doesn't have as much range as Rush when it's upgraded, but, you know, decent range. That connected right there. Here's her basic combos. Okay. In the air. Now, what's cool about the aerial one is that it actually has some range to it. So you're actually sending kind of like these rings of damage out to the enemy. So you don't have to be in their face, which is pretty cool. What else do we have? The dive. That's a cool one. It does some AoE damage. And then her heavy string. 3 heavy attacks. Now, what's cool about all of Taki's regulars, all of her normal attacks, every single normal that she does stuns. All of them. So just doing one light attack, it stuns. So when you're in Taki mode, everything you do interrupts the enemy. They are essentially your plaything. They can't do anything to interrupt, like to mess with you. I'll show you all of the special abilities too. That's Judgment Rave. This is the Blade Fury. This is this one's called Judgment. No, this one. What is this one? Oh yeah, sorry. This is Judgment Rave, and then with Circle, it's Judgment Wave. And as you can see, just like Shockwave, this one is ranged, so it does send projectiles going. And they have, you know, it appears to have the exact same range as Shockwave, the exact same thing. Because as you can see, I'm at this distance, and it did not connect. However, the third attack did connect, because unlike Eve's Shockwave Crosswave, doing the Judgment Wave in Taki mode, you're kind of stepping forward, so you do have you get a tiny bit more range as the attack continues. But yeah, not much difference there. As you can see, none of those attacks connected from this distance, to give you an idea of the range. Okay, and then the last thing is the parry. So it's kind of like a built-in parry. You can do normal parries too, but then you can do this parry as well, which is just L1X. So it puts you in a position to just wait for their attack. It does not last forever though. You know, like a second. You have the parry up, and then during that time, if you get hit, you do a parry, and then you get a free follow-up attack. So that's cool. And then yeah, basically all of the I'll show off all the other stuff too. So there's that one in Taki mode. Oh, we got interrupted. So there's Counter Chain 2, which is called Counter Link 2. And then the dodge ones. Chain Reflection 2. And Chain Reflection... Sorry, the last one was Chain Reflection 2. The last one was Chain Reflection 1. This is Chain Reflection 2. Okay. And that's all Taki's abilities. Now, I think I will just rate Taki mode as one thing. Because really, all these abilities we already talked about, basically. So if I were to generally rate Taki mode, I think it's most relevant, in my opinion, the coolest thing about Taki mode, besides like the hype aspect of it. You know, like in casual playthroughs, it's just like cool and a fun thing to use, but it doesn't do much DPS. And so it's only like, its most useful, I think, application is as a kind of like Tempest. Tempest is like a great escape button. Taki mode is a good escape button. If something crazy is happening and you just want some invincibility where you're not risking your health bar as Eve, Taki mode, it's great. Because if you take damage in Taki mode, all that happens is that your consumption, like your energy bar at the bottom, goes down. So you take damage in a way, but Eve herself does not take any actual health damage. But yeah, it's definitely nice also for these speedrun skips. There are a few skips that are Taki mode exclusives, and you know, they're really cool. If you haven't checked out my speedrun tech spreadsheet, there's a link in like basically every single description, or if you're in the Discord, it's also just there under speedrun strats. But yeah, you can always find that in my descriptions, or if you're in chat, you can type in !tech. But in that spreadsheet, you can see the ones that use Taki mode, And there's a few of them. They're very cool, and it's because Taki gives you so much distance. When you're jumping in Taki mode, you jump farther because you're also like just faster. Your movement speed, your base movement speed, like running, is faster when you're in Taki mode. So that's cool. There are some exclusive skips to Taki mode. And then that's about all there is. So I would give Taki mode like a good, like an average rating as far as utility. You know, right around the middle of the pack. Maybe slightly boosted because of those cool speedrun skips, as well as the fact that, you know, when you do those speedrun skips, it's really hype because you have a limited chance to do them because, you know, you could run out of Taki mode. So that's always cool too. That's always exciting. And, you know, when you miss them, it's like, ah, damn, it's like I got to practice that more. But that's Taki mode in a nutshell. Really not too much to touch on. Personally, I would like to see Taki mode expanded to make it more useful in a sequel or prequel because, you know, I think that if there was more here, like if you could upgrade Taki mode differently, for example, like if you could just get damage upgrades just for Taki mode to make it like, you know, more damage dealing. And if you maybe like if you had to work a little bit more for some of these powerful abilities, or rather if she just had more combos, because she really just has 2 strings. Like on the ground, you have the light attack string and the heavy attack string. You know, you've got her dash, whatever. You got the aerial combo, okay. But like you don't have any like triangle, square, triangle. You don't have any square, triangle, any kind of like mixing up, like combos where you mix up the inputs. So for that reason, you know, I don't find it to be like too compelling outside of, you know, like I mentioned, the safety you get, the cool speedrun skips that you get, and just having like that nice frame of invincibility if you want like a nice get out of jail free card. But yeah, Taki mode itself looks beautiful. You know, the music is cool and it's really sick. It's like the ability itself is really sick, but it would be cool if it was more useful with you could get damage upgrades. Like maybe, I don't know, if they rewarded the player for like using Taki mode, like every time you're in Taki mode, you're gaining experience for Taki mode, and then you can put those points into damage upgrades or something. I feel like there just needs to be something to reward players for using it because, you know, I feel like in casual play, you might forget about this. Like you could forget that you have it because, you know, when you see how it doesn't deal that much damage to bosses, you might think, oh, it's kind of weak, and there's no upgrades here for damage, so yeah, I think it could be improved in different ways, just make it more compelling with more combos, and yeah, you know, maybe leave some of Eve's abilities open, like maybe I want to be able to beta chain while I'm in Taki mode, or I don't know, maybe Taki mode could be reworked in that it is a mode that you can enter, like maybe make it last longer, but then the trade-off is that when you are in Taki mode, you take like double damage, but then you deal double damage. Something like that. I think that'd be really fun. Like then it'd be like a really strategic thing where here it's just like, there's not much strategy. It's just like, oh, am I going to get hit? Taki mode. Versus like, ooh, do I feel like I have a good do I feel like I could get some good damage in right here? Okay, let me go Taki mode. I'm going to risk taking more damage, but then I could deal more damage too. Something like that. I don't know. There's definitely, I'm not a game developer, but like, I think there's other stuff they could do with it. You know, clearly I guess it's like inspired kind of like by, you know, like your Rage of the Gods in God of War, for example. You go into like this powered up mode where you click in both analog sticks and then you have some unique attacks. I mean, I do like that her attacks are unique. I just wish she had more of them. I think that's really my problem, is that like, she's got 2 combos in the aerial combo. And then there's these like fringe things. It really boils down to using Blade Fury. And I don't like that. However, if I'm not speedrunning, when I'm in Taki mode, I do like to mix in all this cool stuff, because this stuff is hype. So like seeing the cool abilities, I'm glad that she has them, but you know, in my experience, seeing a lot of comments of like, you know, players just playing the game casually, I've seen some people struggle with just doing counters and reflections. And I think that if you have something that might not be like that easy to do, especially because like, let's say that you're going for something like this. Let's say you want to do a judgment counter 1. Well, you got to land a parry. And, you know, if you have trouble parrying like normally, now with the pressure of Taki mode, like you have a limited amount of time, you got this pressure, you got the hype music, Eve looks crazy with the outfit. All these things, like, I think it's even harder for some players to maybe just even land the cool ability. Not to mention, you got to upgrade them. So you got to spend your valuable SP on an upgrade to do this. Like, this should just be unlocked. Honestly, this should just be unlocked, I think. Right off the bat. And then I feel like the upgrades should be things like, you know, damage or like duration. You can just upgrade those things directly. I think that'd be better because it's kind of punishing. It's like you might spend SP and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna charge up my talking mode. Okay, I'm gonna go for this cool thing, and it's like just so marginally like it doesn't deal that much damage, and it might not be that easy for you to land, and then it's like, damn, I just feel like I wasted my SP. You know, at least they all cost 1. That is one little benefit, is that, as you can see, all of the Taki, like the part 2s to these abilities, only cost 1. Unlike Eve's, and in fact, let me see how much this costs. This one costs 2, though, so her parry costs 2. And if you want to increase the duration, holy hell, it costs 4 freaking SP, dude. But yeah, for these here, the counter links, which are counter chain and a reflection chain, for Eve, they cost 2. As you can see here, they cost 2, all of them. Same thing over here. They cost 2. So at least they made those cheaper, you know? So maybe they recognize a little bit that it's kind of like crazy that you're paying for this, but yeah, you do have to upgrade them. I wish this cost less. It's just like, outside of a casual run when you're like, you know, if you're playing like multiple playthroughs on one save file, then it's like, okay, sure, whatever, because you end up with a lot of SP anyway. But damn, that's just a lot of SP. So I would like to see talking mode reworked. That pretty much concludes my thoughts on talking mode. I'm curious to what, you know, you guys have to think though. And that's the last skill tree. So we are officially done with the skill tree. Wow. We did it. Thank you guys so much for being here. But can you believe it? There's actually much more to talk about. However, this is going so over time. I'm not going to talk about all the gear today, dude. This is... Oh, not on here, not on this save file, but we have a lot of gear to talk about. So I think what I'm going to do is just continue on another stream. This will give me the opportunity to also start editing down everything that I have so far. And then in the next stream, we're going to talk about all the gear. Because, like, dude, there's a lot of exospines, there's a lot of gears, and there's a lot we could talk about. Oh, plus the drone upgrade tree. I think the entire drone upgrade tree we can talk about too. I can talk about all the guns, and yeah, dude, but I already have literally 5.5 hours to edit. I have a lot of stuff to edit. So I'm going to go ahead and call it there. I think that's a good stream. That was really fun. Thank you guys so much for the questions and like interacting. That was awesome. Hello, Green HX. Thank you for tuning in too. Hey, X Mega Junie. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate the comments you've left recently. Thank you for, you know, interacting and stuff. By the way, are you in our Discord? If you're not, please join the Discord. And anyone else in here who's newer, please check out the Discord. It's free to join and safe for work. No degeneracy. So safe for work, you know, free to join. We do giveaways. I've done 3 giveaways. So, well, we're doing our 3rd giveaway right now, and I'm going to be doing a 4th one once the Nikkei DLC comes out. We're doing giveaways for that. At least, I don't know how much it's going to cost. At least a few copies, like at least a handful of copies, I would say, of the DLC. And yeah, I would like to do more. And you know, I always like to give back. So whenever I get donations or like whatever, sometimes the money that from the channel members, I will put towards, you know, giving back to you guys. And if you do want to support, you can support here. So for anyone interested in supporting the stream, you know, I'm a very small streamer. This is like my part-time thing. I have a part-time job as well. And, you know, I've been having a lot of fun doing this for the past year. We've done 160 streams, about 800 something hours of streaming. It's been so much fun streaming on YouTube to you guys. And if you'd like to support, I have a $2 membership that you can join, or a $5 membership. That's like if you want to support like crazy. But with a $2 membership, you get a bunch of emojis. We have 13 custom emojis, as well as we do members streams. So I do exclusive streams for members basically every Sunday. And we also have a channel, a text channel exclusively for members on the Discord, so that you can hang out there. And, you know, sometimes I'll ask you guys, like, what do you want me to do? Like, what would you like to see next? So I take input there too. But we're going to finish talking about we're going to do gears, and we're going to do all the equipment next time. All the equipment next time. That's the plan. I'm thinking all the gears and exospines in one stream, plus the gun upgrades. That'll be like a shorter stream, but we can do that plus something else. You know, we can do an extra something. I don't know what yet. But I feel like I'm happy with that. And you know what else? Spreading it out across 2 days, when I'm editing, like when I go to edit down what I have right now, I'll be able to see, like, as I'm listening to it again, I'll be able to think like, oh, you know what? I have another point to make, or I might add something next time. I take so many Final Fantasy VII screenshots. This is on our date with Barrett. But, anything else? Anything else I want to mention before we go? We're continuing Lies of P on Thursday, Friday. I'm thinking, maybe not. Maybe it'll get really hard, but like, I'm thinking we're gonna beat the game on Thursday. So day 3 and day 4 of Lies of P will be this week. And if we need to spill over into the next week, we'll finish it next week. But I think we can do it. I think we can. What do you guys think? Especially if we have a nice long stream on Thursday. Because that's when I have back-to-back days off. So then like I don't gotta work the next morning. So then I can just freaking stream as late as possible. And then Sunday we'll continue Rebirth. That's the channel members only streams. And that's about it. Oh yeah, we have until the 4th. That's the last day to write your stories. So next Tuesday is the absolute cutoff if you want to participate in the giveaway. So please, send me your stories if you want to participate to win a controller, the Chroma Teal DualSense Edge, or some gift cards to, second and third place. We're doing all of that. Next Friday. Next Friday will be the giveaway stream. So we're going to read the stories and we're going to choose the winners and give away stuff. And that's it. That's everything. All right. So thank you for the live stream today. I'll catch you later. Take care, Daniel. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate everybody for hanging out. Agatoki, Daniel Yang, Mega Juni, Green HX, Life is Overrated, Danny, No P, Wake, Leo Jackson, Javer A8, Kaneki, as well as Aridel, Moose, J Vision 1, Duke Cyrus, Max Cannon Stunner, Victor Perez, and Mohammed. Oh damn, I missed your message. He said, yo, I watched your Raven tutorial video and I still couldn't win on hard mode. This game is difficult. Damn, dude. Well, thank you for watching it. I hope you get it eventually. I know you can do it though. I know you can do it, Mohammed. Sorry, extremely late message. I must have been in some really long rant about some kind of skill during that, but I missed that message. Single player enthusiast, Django Uni, JHP. Who else was here? Sikensu. Mark, who went to bed earlier, of course. Europe time. Daji2 Kim. Lucifer. Dr. Oculari. Kento. Gear. Lots of OGs today. Always appreciate that. And that's as far as my chat scrolls up. So that's everybody in the recent chat that I could say thank you to. See you later. Gonna go finish your homework. Good luck on your homework. Thank you for hanging out. But yeah, VOD gang today. Yeah, I'll be timestamping this. I'll try to timestamp it so it's somewhat organized, but it's gonna be an edited video. I will go down and edit the whole thing as well into like a shorter. It's still gonna be long, but it'll be a much shorter video because there was a lot of time where we were just chatting. We were chatting, or maybe I was like trying to loading in between loading screens and stuff. We went to boss challenge a few times to look for little examples. So there's a lot I can edit out. All right, catch you guys next time. Peace out. See you on Tuesday. I'll see you on Thursday, Friday, so we can finish Lies of P. Peace, everybody.